Yo, 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 yo. Yo, are we here? Are we here? I think we're here. I think we're good. Are we good? We're live? Why does this thing always like bug out like that? Finally, G? What are you talking about? I hit live at the right time. It's not my fault it took a while to connect, okay? Don't be blaming me. Calm down, okay? I can't take this kind of hostility. Why? There we go. All right, now we should be good. We just double check everything real quick. This is good, and Twitch is good, and everybody is good. Excellent, excellent. We'll give everybody a little bit of time to kind of walk their way in here. Oh man, what's up? Shout out at everyone, Mr. Drops. Yeah, we'll shout out to everybody. That's right. That's right. Actually get to catch a stream? Well, congratulations and welcome. Welcome. Say anything is a base shirt. True. True. Shout out to my mama. Shout out to the moms out there. That's right. Oh. So, something really crazy. Just a little life update that I realized. So, I haven't weighed in a really long time. Like, a really long time. It's probably been at least, like... I probably haven't weighed in at least, like, 6 months or something like that. So, I don't know exactly when it happened. I think it actually probably happened in, like, the last couple of months. But I've dropped, like, 15 pounds. It's crazy. Which is crazy. Which is awesome because I'm trying to cut right now, so I want to slim down. A lot of lifting. Well, I mean, like I've been doing a lot of lifting. I do cardio for like every single workout that I do, and but like the biggest life change was the move, and then after the move, I don't eat out anymore. Like everything I've been eating is cooked in this house, so. I don't bother with any of that shit anymore. No more processed foods or anything like that. I think it was just like the old apartment that I was in didn't have any ventilation for the cooking. So if I like would cook in that kitchen, especially during the hot days where like, you know, there's no like AC in the house or anything like that, like it would just get so sweltering. And plus, on top of that, that kitchen was just, like, so small and cramped that I just didn't really want to cook anything in there. So, like, 9 times out of 10, I would just default to straight-up gamer meals, just a bunch of, like, frozen food and stuff like that all the time, which just isn't good for you. And after now moving, I don't even have any frozen food in this house. Everything I buy is all, like, fresh. Anything I buy is, like, fresh food, which I'm also, like, saving, like, an absurd amount of money by doing so, by the way. Like something just as simple. Like people don't even realize just how like just how much of a massive difference it makes when you just make a sandwich for yourself sometimes rather than grabbing something else. No pasta then? No, like I still need like fast burning carbs and slow burning carbs depending on like workouts and stuff like that. But for the most part, yeah, no, like it's pretty much been all like yeah, a lot of really like just good eating, which is pretty sick. Frozen meat is good. Well, I mean, like the frozen meat that I have is meat that was fresh that I brought home and then froze or something like that. Frozen food can be okay. It depends on what you're buying frozen. I was buying a lot of frozen processed food. a lot of chicken strips and like hash browns and shit like that. A bunch of shit that wasn't good for me. Just fast food that was in the house, essentially. How often do you visit the store? Once a week. Really only need to go like every 2 weeks for like a big haul, but like, and then just like pick up some small stuff here and there. Eggs or whatever else. Get those games? That's right, baby. That's right. Raven Bloodwolf, thank you for the $5. Appreciate that. Happy Friday, LD. Glad the lifting is going well. Are you going to talk about the Blizzard Jason Schreier news that has come to light, or is that too juicy? No, I'm going to talk about it. I think I'm probably just going to watch Asmongold's video on it because I don't really know. I saw a couple things that had posted on. I thought we'll go over some of the stuff because I'd seen some stuff that was posted on Twitter because of it, but like I haven't really looked into it all that much, and I don't even know how I don't know. We'll see. I need to check the validity of the claims and actually at one point in time I'd have to actually look at the court documents and stuff like that myself, and then also cross-reference that with not only I really don't want to have to do this to myself. I think I need to read Jason Schreier's book. I think I need to read his book because I would like to be able to cross-reference that with what the court documents say. And, try to see if, I don't know, see what's going on there. Because, I don't want to be able to make any claims about the validity of that kind of stuff. I'm not a fan of Jason Schreier. Many of you guys already know that to begin with. I just don't like him from, how he has treated some game developers and, how wishy-washy and two-faced he can be with some of these guys. I just really didn't appreciate what had happened with Baldur's Gate 3 and Larian Studios and how he kind of went out of his way to be able to misrepresent what Sven Vinka had said. I also just don't really like his attitude towards a lot of players either, right? But outside of that, I don't really like, I don't know. It is what it is. Asmin got banned. Oh, I think I saw something for that as well. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm surprised it wasn't sooner. I'm surprised it wasn't sooner. And I'm sure it's just temporary, especially knowing Twitch. They're those guys, 90% of bans on that website are for show more than for anything else. Schreier does not like being reminded of the Larian drama. Yeah, apparently not. The book was not that bad. Yeah, I have to take a look to see what it is. Hey, LD, precise review of Palworld, by the way. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Did he call someone fat again? No. I caught the clips. Sometimes that dude, he has Asperger's or something like that. I swear. That motherfucker is genuinely autistic in some ways. Because he comes out and he says some wild ass shit where it's just okay, man, you can have that opinion, but you have to realize that on a platform with advertising and there's some shit you can't fucking wall off and say, my guy. He doesn't give a fuck. Well, yeah, I mean, when you're absolutely fucking loaded. But I think he still does, though. The funny thing is, I think a lot of people are oh, he doesn't really care. I don't think people, appreciate just how much that dude loves streaming. He really loves streaming. And while he can just go and do it on another platform, he's him and I are very similar in that, I'm a beast of habit. I like to dwell within the spaces that I always dwell in, right? So, any changes to my routine or anything like that, I'm not a huge fan of. It rubs me the wrong way. Just claim Asperger's and YouTube will get in trouble if they ban him. Look at that. Take up the shield yourself. That's what you got to do. Frickin' Brian, thank you for the $10. Holy shit. How generous. Thank you, my friend. Thank you so much. Did you see the rare Ubisoft W with the Wildlands update? Ever played the game? Probably their last fun one. Thank you for the no, I've not seen anything on Wildlands. Wildlands. What is this here? New Ghost Recon Wildlands Definitive Edition PlayStation 5 page details releasing tomorrow following the Ghost Recon 25th Anniversary Showcase. Free to play from August 6th to the 10th. Native 4K 60, 3D audio. Okay, just a bunch of stuff. It also includes the base game, season pass, year 2 pass, and 4 additional contents. New story pack. The last rights will be available for free. Oh, that's awesome. So they're actually giving away to the owners of Wildlands. They're giving them free DLC, along with various other quality of life improvements and more. The game will also be free to play from August 6th to August 10th. That's interesting. So I think Ubisoft watched my videos. And I don't mean this in like I really don't mean this in like an ego way, right? Because I have zero ego over any of my content or over any of the shit that I do, to be honest with you. None. Like I'm literally, I feel like I'm somebody that just speaks into the void, and whether something happens or doesn't, you know, like I don't think I'm actually going to have any impact. I talk about things in hopes that somebody listens and maybe thinks something that I say is a good idea, but I don't really think that, like, and half the time I don't even know if my prescription is the right one to begin with. But I do actually think that some people at Ubisoft may have actually started watching some of the stuff that I posted, because one of the things that I had always like criticized Ubisoft for, and I said it was one of their biggest weaknesses as a company, is that they were so quick to abandon games that were like the foundational games that like built their reputation, and games that like people really absolutely loved from the company. And like one of the ones that I first brought out was Division 2. Like, that game means a lot to a lot of people, and I'm one of those people. Like, I love The Division. It's one of my favorite game series, and it was really sad to see these guys, you know, make The Division 2, which had some issues. I'm not going to pretend like it didn't, but like at its core, it's still like one of the more fun looter shooter / extraction games that are on the market. Like, I love that game, man. It's so much fun to play with friends. And they made some cool updates to it, but the problem is that they basically got rid of the grind eventually, which kind of just makes it a little lame as a looter shooter for the most part, because you can just kind of build whatever like legendary gear you want. That really wasn't the problem. The problem was the fact that they just stopped supporting it. Like, no future content came out for it, and like the raids in the raids in The Division were awesome. The dungeons in The Division were awesome. The events and stuff like that, and the open world and all that. Like, it's a game that was worth continuing to invest in. And when you look at like the state of like live service today and what a lot of people are interested in, you know, if they would have continued to like truly invest into The Division 2 as just like a gaming platform itself, similar in a way to like Destiny or Fortnite or whatever else, any of these other long-running live service games, Ubisoft would have made a lot of fucking money, and they probably would have built an even bigger audience. The only problem is that they just didn't take any inspiration from anybody else around them. And if they would have just, and I hate to say it like this, if they would have just ridden off the coattails of Destiny and just copied their homework on some of the stuff that they had done with their game and tried to bring over some of that into The Division 2, that game would have had really, really long legs. Like, it would have been a genuine competitor for Destiny. And now here we are with neither. But the point that I'm trying to make is that, like, I had made those criticisms, and then fast forward 2 years, and they're like, here's a DLC for The Division 2. Like, out of nowhere. And it's just like, I think it was like Battle for Brooklyn or something like that. And I was just like, what? They're actually putting out Division content in the year of our Lord I think it's 2025 is when they released that, or early 2026. It's just like, what? Are you guys kidding me? After all this time, you guys are finally doing that? I'm like, where did you get the idea for this? And then now you're seeing them go, and they're going to go back and they're supporting Wildlands and Ghost Recon Wildlands. From what I remember, a lot of people really liked it. I enjoyed it. I thought it was a cool game, but for the most part, when it came to Ghost Recon, I was more of like I was a PvP guy when it came to Ghost Recon, right? I was a GRAW guy. I liked Advanced Warfighter, like 1 and 2, and Future, whatever it is. I forgot what the name of it is. Like Ghost Recon Future Soldier or something like that, which is also really good. Wildlands was mid. It just wasn't really for me. Division 3 is coming. Oh, I know. They better invest in that. Like, keep in mind, if like, man, dude, if there's anybody at Ubisoft that watches any of my content, watches any of my streams or anything like that, I really hope that Ubisoft understands that if they want like a resurrection point, if they want like a, hey, we could get a game that could actually like bring us out of the fucking grave, the best decision that they could make is basically just going all in on Division 3. Without any Destiny, that means that you're not going to have any direct competition. You're not making a Warframe or anything like that. Just go all in. Make a looter shooter that has like the proper like live service structure and elements with the raids and the clans and the guilds and the extraction part and all that stuff. It's effectively going to like if you can do it properly, which the game already has the bones for to begin with. I mean, like, you are in direct competition with basically the trend that everybody else in the industry has been chasing. But you also will still have the added benefit of still having single player and an open world for people to explore and level up in and, you know, invite people to do dungeons or just roam around the world and stuff. Div 3 is their last chance. I genuinely do think so. Exactly. No reason to reinvent the wheel. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is not me being like, oh, like Ubisoft needs to do something crazy, right? This isn't me being like, oh, no, like Ubisoft needs to like completely change the way that they approach the Division. No, I'm saying like, try to like tap into some of the magic that was there with Division 1. Probably like narratively is really what I would kind of go for. And I would still take in some of the systems from Division 2 because there was some really cool stuff that they had added with Division 2. But, like, if you really think about it, like, at its core, the Division had great, like, the Division 2 had really good, like, class expression, right? If you were, like, somebody that was, like, more of, like, a tech guy that was there for, like, healing or, strategy, you could be a, you know, high DPS dealer that's there with, like, drones or flamethrowers or, like, you know, debuffing the enemy. You could have people that were more tanky that were there specifically just to be able to draw aggro and stuff like that. Like they had the markings of the, you know, MMO, you know, the Triforce of the MMO, right? The holy trinity of the MMOs, where you had like actual class expression in the game. And I think people do really want something like that. But like the looting in the game was really good. The movement felt really good. The world was always really pretty. The overall lore and stuff like that was really good. Do you smoke weed? Do you think I could talk like this if I did? Some days, thank you for the 2. A new Splinter Cell would be nice too. Yeah, that's never going to happen. I have no idea why, but I think that like Ubisoft just will not, for whatever reason, go back to it. Ronan, thank you for the tier 1, man. Appreciate that. 7 months in a row. That's crazy. Holy shit. Thank you for sticking around so long. Be hella funny if you could. Noodle Arm? Noodle Arm? Oh, Noodle Arm. Thank you for the 2. I'm still waiting for Vegas 3 customization and all. Yeah, good luck with that, bud. Thank you for the 2. Good luck with all that. Weed effects heavily do not. Yeah, well, I mean, like I don't really have any problem like discussing this or anything like that. When I was younger, I smoked weed all the time. My brain was fucking fried. It wasn't into and like I was one of those like. And obviously it's different for everybody, right? So like I pass no judgment on other people when it comes to this kind of stuff. But for me, I was definitely one of those people that was like super advocate, like it doesn't do anything to you, man. It's good for you, man. Like it doesn't change anything. I can do anything I want to, man. And then I had a girlfriend back then that was basically like, you need to get a better fucking job. And one of the reasons I couldn't get a better job was because of drug tests. And I was like, okay. Because she was like, I'm going to go if you don't like fucking clean your act up. And I was like, okay. So I went and I genuinely did need to actually like step it up personally. Like if it wasn't for that push, I probably wouldn't be where I am today. So I have to be thankful for that. But I was like, okay, I'm going to clean my act up. I stopped using it. I stopped smoking. I had to stop hanging out with a lot of the friends that I used to hang out with back then. And within probably like 2 or 3 months, my brain just rewired instantly. Where all of a sudden, like, I was like so more like cognizant My speech patterns had changed. How much I could talk had changed. What I thought about, how deeply I thought about things. It's crazy. Women civilize us. They do. They do. They do. What did I mean, like you come to think about it, it's just like my dad told me this. My dad's like when I was like being a fuck up and shit like that, he's like, eventually you're gonna am I allowed to even say this? He's like, eventually you're gonna find a piece of ass you want to chase. And he's like, and every single man cleans up his act when they do. And he's like, that's how it goes. He's like, every step up I had in my life was me trying to chase a woman. I'm like, well, all right. Knew a guy who went to rehab for weed. I don't have an addictive personality. I'm habit forming, which, by the way, that is a completely different thing. So I'm not somebody that's like, I need something. I'm just somebody that does something. So if I can just stop doing it, then I'm done. And it's done. So like, I never had any like, oh God, man, I need to smoke weed, man. I need to smoke weed, man. Like even still, like I mean, like I used to smoke cigarettes when I was like 18 to 23 or something like that, or so, yeah, they're like 18 to 23 or 24. Like everybody was fucking doing it, right? And it was the same thing with that. Like I put it down and that was it. Is it? As someone who played OG Rainbow Six games, it would be nice if Tom Clancy games could actually look like Tom Clancy games. Siege was not that. I think like that's the other problem. That's the other problem that honestly a lot of these guys have nowadays, that they is that a thing? How the fuck did I do that? Okay, never mind. Thank you for the 5. Appreciate that. HP Lovecraft. That's actually just kind of like a general problem in the games industry right now, pretty much across the board, where I just don't think that a lot of these guys can actually make the games that they used to anymore. You know, I was thinking about like the whole Palworld thing, and I'll show you guys this because this is actually a really good topic to start the day off with. But I was like, when I made the video the other day where I was talking about the Palworld stuff, one of the things that like I had realized was that like, when I was comparing the games that sold as well as Palworld, like, think about it. Like, the main, like, games that connect directly to it that have been as successful, or Palworld has been as successful as, is Cyberpunk 2077, Baldur's Gate 3, Elden Ring, and Hogwarts Legacy. And I didn't really talk about it in the video, and I kind of just, like, had a bit of, like a realization later. I don't think that any major platform can make a game like that anymore. Like, I don't mean that in like these guys like some like meta level discussion about like the fucking culture of the company. No. No, I mean just like realistically, I'm like looking at it and I'm like, could I see Xbox releasing a game that's as popular as Cyberpunk 2077? Could I see PlayStation releasing a game that's as popular as Elden Ring? Could I see EA releasing a game that's as popular as Baldur's Gate 3, or has that like same level of appreciation, that like godhood level AAA or not like godhood level game, right? No. Like I can't see a single one of their IPs ever performing like that, ever feeling like that, ever looking like that. I just think that like their structure and like how these guys are like trying to make their games just completely inhibits their ability to ever chase anything like that, which is crazy because they're investing money like they can. They're investing money like they can, like they will, like the games have to. And that's crazy. Like, in hindsight, now thinking about it, I'm like, dude, that's actually, no wonder these guys are hemorrhaging money so bad. I don't think, like, they don't even realize that they don't have the ability to do that anymore. Like, when I was, like, again, on the topic of Palworld, like, the game is just so, like, It's just fun. It's just stupid, good, dumb fun. And it does really remind me of like old games. It reminds me of like classic games. It reminds me of stuff on, you know, the Dreamcast or the N64 or whatever else, right? Like it reminds Super Mario Brothers, where it's just like I'm playing this dumb fun game because I like playing dumb fun game, right? There's really nothing more to that. It's a very simple pleasure. The game is super grindy. It can get really repetitive at times, but it's just there's something alluring about that. There's something rewarding about that experience that you just can't come up off of. And it's nothing to intellectualize. It's nothing high-minded or anything like that. It's just dumb fun. And I don't think that a lot of these companies are capable of dumb fun anymore. Like, dumb fun from their perspective is like something stupid like Fall Guys, right? Like, oh, what if we made a ripoff of somebody else's whatever it is, right? Like they can't make those games. They can't even fucking conceptualize what that looks like, because the vast majority of people that could have made games like that and would have made games like that are largely gone from all these companies. They've been fired over the years. They've been laid off, or in a lot of cases, they just up and quit because, well, they just didn't like working for these corporations, working for their management, and being under their boot all the time. And what happened instead is that these companies went out and they hired a bunch of people that think the exact same way as all these journalists in the games industry right now that are like, oh, every single game needs to be a piece of high art. It needs to be the ultimate expression. It needs to have Hollywood voice actors. It needs to truly, truly show that this is the pinnacle of art. And it's just like, but what fun? Fun. Where's that fit in? Where's that fit in? Friend Slop indies keep me sane. Dude, I need to play Friend Slop. Drawn Out, do you want to play Friend Slop? I need people to play. I don't have friends that play video games. All my friends are normal people that like play golf and shit. I need people to play indie games with. I really do. Or like, not indie games, but I need to play Friend Slop. It's something that I need to experience, and I need to like see what the allure is, because there's something there. And I haven't really tapped into it yet. Where fun? Yes, where fun. Where fun indeed. HP Lovecraft, thank you for the 2. Appreciate that. The original IP suck too, i.e. Redfall mixtape. That's what I'm talking about. Like, these guys they don't have the ability to do that anymore. Like, I don't know what it is that's keeping it from them. The only I hate to, with Tim Kaine now going back and a lot of the original creators at Obsidian going back, I do actually have a lot of faith in like the next Fallout game that's going to be coming out, because those guys do actually have the origin of fire, right? They have, I think they have the origin of fire over there. So like there's a really good chance that these guys might actually be able to turn something out. We should play RV there yet, bro? Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if you have Twitter or something like that, but if you reach out to me there or follow me or something like that, I can add you, or just jump into my Discord and ping me. I've also been talking to the Act Man, and probably I'll get like Kelsky or somebody like that. I just want to get a group together, and like I need people to play those kind of games with. Like, I have other friends that do play games here and there, but that's dragging them on my content creator journey is a completely different story. Enjoy your videos, by the way, man. Really enjoy your videos. You should definitely try Fumes. It's a cool metal twister-like game with friends. I might check that out, yeah. Simple is fun, but they overscope so much. Simple is fun, but they overscope so much. Yeah. It's not even overscope. I think they just get lost in the weeds. I really just think it's as simple as they get lost in the weeds. I think they just put way too much focus into the shit that just simply just does not matter to you. It does not matter to me. Well, I should probably say it like that. The shit that just doesn't matter to me. And, you know, like my unique trait, right? Like, I think that, like, people look at content creators and they're like, there has to be, like, something special. What's the juice? Or in a lot of cases, they actually think that you're, like, highly egotistical and a fucking weirdo or something like that. Do you want to know what my secret trait is? my legendary passive. I'm like the most normal gamer alive. Like, I play all of the same shit that, like, the most normie people play. It's some of my favorite shit to play in a lot of cases. I'm not good, particularly good at games. I'm relatively average at most games that I play. My tastes are basically just on the same level as just, like, the vast majority of people. The only difference is that I'm very opinionated and I'm very loud. Like, I also kind of, you know, slightly obsess over, you know, what those opinions might be or something like that, right? But like I don't know. There's only one game that I'm looking forward to that's currently in production, and that's Kenshi 2. Oh, thank you for the 5. Yagu King. Thank you for the 5. Appreciate that. So when I say that, like, they're not focusing on things that interest me, I mean, like, when I go and I watch these clips, right? Like, let me see if I saved any. I don't know why the color just changed on this. I kind of like it, actually. Let me see here. What is it? Oh, Asmongold provides an update on Discord post-ban. A lot of questions about your ban. Got anything you want to tell people on the server? Let me think. Just that I'll make a video about it when I can. And I had something completely unrelated happen that requires my full attention. Oh, yeah. People are fucking overreacting to this. Dude popped off on stream. He said something fucking crazy. Twitch gets all fucking wild, and they got rid of him, and then they just bring him back. Like, it's like a 2-day temporary ban, and people are acting like it's fucking the end of the world. It's actually silly to me. You're a real guy with real opinions. Yeah, I just, yeah, it's, that's actually a pretty good way to put it, honestly. Like, I don't really see, I don't, like, view myself as anybody special or anything like that. I'm just, I just talk into a microphone and also enjoy writing. Fallen Order 66, thank you for the $9.99. One game that caught me by surprise was Mortal Shell 2. I didn't like the first one, but in the beta, but the other two, but 2 got me hooked, and I'm waiting to play more. I definitely want to check that game out. I am really looking forward to that. You're also good at summarizing ideas. I need to take more creative writing classes. I need to take creative writing classes, or I need to take something, storyboarding, something. I'm not really too sure. Like, I want to do better than what I do right now, and I don't know how yet. So we already grabbed that. We'll go over some of the Bethesda layoff stuff here, because I've seen a lot of people talking about that. Where is this stupid dude looking at the fucking sand prints? Did I not save that? Probably not. Probably not. No, I didn't. Halo Sand. Halo Sand. Did you see the Blizzard stuff? Yeah. The juxtaposition of the music in the background, this like exciting epic music, and it's just Master Chief like scraping his hands or scraping his feet through the sand. This is what I mean. So when I say that, like, I feel like game developers are just not like, and this is for me, maybe some people do see this kind of stuff and they just are amazed by it and they think it's so cool and it does actually make an experience for them, right? Like, for some, there's probably a few people that are like that. But I feel like I am like a lot of other people, and I don't even look at the fucking ground. I'm too busy looking at stuff to shoot. I'm too busy at, like, listening to the music and trying to, like, pretend like I'm the last action hero. I'm too busy trying to have fun. I don't get into a game to look around and just be like, oh, wow, look at the physics. I don't care about that. Like, I am very simple-minded, especially when it comes to games. I just want to have fun. That's all I'm trying to do. And when I look at like games that are struggling, when I look at games that are failing, when I look at a lot of the layoffs that we have seen, like the one critical issue that I'm seeing pretty much across the board is that these guys have just completely lost, like, they've lost the concept of fun. They've lost the concept of what a video game is supposed to be. And that's why they fail. Like, I don't buy, who's paying $60 to $70 for a fucking narrative, for a movie? For an interactive movie? Nobody wants to do that. That's the reason why nobody ended up playing Mixtape. Right? Like, nobody's been interested in that kind of stuff. And that's why I also find it like, that's why I was also so mad when I saw people that were like, when I saw games media just absolutely just glizzy gobbling the shit out of that game. Because it's just like, that's not a game. I don't know what it is, but it's not a video game. And the fact that you guys would sit around and celebrate it like it's some high form of art. But at the same time, like, you know what? I never checked this one. I showed something earlier with Palworld, right? So Palworld only has, I made a post about this, so we'll talk about this too. I made a post, 13 reviews for Palworld after a month of the game being out. 57 for Beast of Reincarnation that came out 2 days ago. 51 for Halo. It really shows you where the loyalties lie. It shows you where the attention in the industry is pointed right now. And while I know a lot of people are going to say, oh, well, games journalists don't matter. The games industry doesn't matter. The only ones that matter is us. You are right. We are the ones that actually matter. The problem is that in a lot of cases, where the writers, where their attention lies, is usually where the rest of the industry's attention lies as well. And if they're not paying attention to this, then likely the industry isn't either. And now I'm going to be so mad about this, aren't I? I'm going to be so mad. Unbelievable. So, I got a response from this, by the way, and that response ended up actually sparking a little bit of, like, I guess a lot of people have been talking about this. So, Palworld, Bucky, the community manager for Palworld, actually responded to my tweet where I was talking about how nobody is reviewing Palworld, because I said, I get that it's a long game, but y'all are washed, because they are. Like, what is the actual excuse here? Is the excuse that the game is too long? Am I supposed to believe that every single journalist out there right now is getting ready to review Palworld? But, guys, you got to put like 150 plus hours into the game. It's going to take a little while to be able to get that out. Am I supposed to believe that they're all going to be putting 150 hours into it? I don't think so. I think the vast majority of the people that reviewed the game in early access are not going to go back and update their review. I think that they will take the time to go and do it for other games. I'll show you a really good example of this, which, by the way, I saw somebody using this as an excuse, saying, oh, well, people already reviewed it. What are you talking about? People already reviewed this game in early access. Why would they need to go back now? That's funny. Interesting how they did it for this one. It's like, it's just a very clear bias. That's all it is. It's a very clear bias, and pretending like it doesn't exist is just like, why? Like, don't get me wrong, I like Hades 2. I think Hades 2 is a fantastic game. But this one's much more up their alley. That's all I'm going to say. All I'm gonna say. All I'm gonna say. So the community manager for Palworld ended up responding to this, and he said, "I mean, to be fair, we didn't send out press keys in advance, and for sure the other games did. But it's been a month. Like, and I get where he's coming from with this because he's trying to make it like, you know, the video game company does not want to be the enemy of either the press or the players, right? Ideally, they would like to be everybody's friend. So they're not going to be trying to throw anybody under the roof or throw anybody under the... They're not going to be trying to throw anybody under the bus, okay? Like, I fully understand that. And I totally understand where he's coming from when he says this. Like, yes, they did not send out pre-release codes. Of course you wouldn't. It's an early access game. It doesn't make sense that you would in the first place. With that said, there's really no excuse. It's been out for over a month. And in most cases, most of these journalists don't even completely finish a lot of these games, especially when it comes to open world games like this. So, like, of course, like, what are we talking about, man? What are you doing here? We weren't really thinking about critic reception at all, and all we wanted was the content for 1.0 to remain a secret and unspoiled right up to release, so we kept it pretty close to our chest. If we had gone with a more traditional route and prioritized critic reception, which is a valid way to be able to market a game in some cases, then we probably would have sent out keys, press keys, a month or so in advance. Palworld 1.0 is very much for the fans, not for the industry. That's my GOAT. That's my GOAT right there. That's my GOAT right there. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, God, it brings a tear to my eye. It brings a tear to my eye. Things are changing, my friends. The tide is turning. Some people understand. Others don't. But some do understand. Some do understand. They know what they got to do. Just a different case is all. It's also a game that requires a fairly significant time investment, so I can't fault the media for not wanting to put their time into the game post-release. No harm. I would grant them this. I would grant them this. And this is him being incredibly gracious. And the reason why I say he's being incredibly gracious is because this is one of the most popular and most sold games in the past decade. This is not like some, this is not some game that sold just a couple million. It sold 30 million copies. So did they do the same thing to Hogwarts Legacy? Which, by the way, funny thing with Hogwarts Legacy was a game that a lot of journalists flat out actually refused to review. There was a bunch of journalists that refused to review it because of it's like side connection, though not really connected to J.K. Rowling, right? They did it in protest. And Hogwarts Legacy had a pretty, it had a lot of time you had to put into it, right? You had a lot of time to put it. 96 critic reviews. So this is another game. This game sold 40 million copies. Elden Ring. How many did that get? That sold 30 million copies. 64 critic reviews. What about Cyberpunk? Cyberpunk sold 30 million copies. 92. How many for Palworld again? This one also sold 30 million copies? Oh, it's gone up to 15. Oh, and they actually brought the score down. They brought the score down. Palworld 1.0, a patently pleasing adventure held back by busy work. This is the VGC one. This is not the one that I want. I want the Edge magazine. They didn't even link their article. Is it a Substack? I don't even know who the fuck this is. How are you able to come in here and drop their score like that? I don't know. I'm not even going to get it. I'm not even going to get into it. He says, maybe we'll try next time, or sorry, maybe we'll play the press/media game a bit more in the future with Pal Farm or something. It's honestly a side of the industry we aren't too experienced in. You don't need to. There's no reason to. You've already found success, and you found success through your audience. There's absolutely no reason whatsoever for you to go and play the media game. You don't need to. Just stay away from it. Stay away from it. All you got to do is just make something good. Make something fun. Make something people are going to be interested in, and you'll be good. You're just seeing the death throes of these people. Stop spamming. Spam again, you're out. What is this? You're just seeing the death throes of these people that have been rendered obsolete by YouTube years ago. I still think that written media has a purpose. I'm still somebody that enjoys written media. I read a lot of articles. I mean, like, usually before I get on stream and before I even like start my week, like, I have 2 RSS feeds that I run through, that I read a bunch of different articles and hear about different stories and what's going on and what people are talking about and stuff like that. Like, I personally enjoy written media. Do I think that it's losing its viability? Absolutely. Its efficacy? Absolutely. Like, people like wanting to click on it and actually read stuff, without a doubt. But I'm not somebody that like wants to see it go away, if that makes any sense. But I ended up responding to him saying, well, obviously, sorry. So I ended up responding saying, well, obviously by the outcome, you guys chose the right crowd to prioritize. Great work all around. Not many games can get 300 hours out of me. It's true. Not many games can get a review out of me. They said much appreciated. It's good to see. What are some of these replies here? This is the best response I've seen all year. I feel like the internet now has all honestly killed any enjoyment for this. Meta this, the best farming spot. That is actually true. Killed a lot of gaming. You know what the funny thing is with Palworld? I never looked at any of that. I don't think I looked at a single meta team. I don't think that I didn't look at like where to farm certain things. I really didn't do a lot of that stuff because I just really didn't think that it was necessary. It never felt necessary while I was playing the game. Nothing ever really like stopped me from progressing. Not at all. This is also just comparing apples to oranges. Most critics in the press who covered Palworld did so during its early access. Beast of Reincarnation, Halo Campaign Evolved did not have early access. It's not like Palworld got snubbed by the press. How do you not see? How do you not see the ocean of difference? How do you think it's fair that, oh, well, it's fine because they reviewed the game when it wasn't finished? Completely ignoring the point. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Now, mind you, here's the thing. Like, you could totally make the excuse to say, like, oh, well, Beast of Reincarnation and Halo are shorter games, so of course there's going to be more, and there's going to be more reviews and more reviews that came out more quickly. It still doesn't explain that a game that is as popular as Palworld, that is as big of a deal as Palworld has been, has such critically low reviews. It doesn't make any sense to me. Doesn't make any sense. Let's see here. Let me get through some of these super chats. I missed a few of them. Sorry about that. Kenji, Hypno would be down for some friend slop. I don't know who that is. Thank you for the $2, man. Appreciate that. Fallen Order 66, one game that really surprised me. Immortal Shell, we got that one already. Still can't believe that Halo Studios ruined Halo Campaign Evolved. I mean, it was the Halo Combat Evolved. It's still the recipe right there, right in front of them. A great remake, and they still messed it up. We'll get into that later. We'll get into that later. Thank you for the 10. Appreciate that. Noah, thank you for the $20. Holy shit, man. Appreciate that. What up, my guy? What up? What up, dog? Happy Friday. Definitely Zach, thank you for the $5. Do you think it's because they expected to chase trends and make safe games to try to appease investor expectations in AAA? Indy doesn't have that. I don't really... The one thing that I really have to like figure out is exactly like what investor expectations really are right now. Like what these guys are actually really looking for. I think that like in some case, I don't like investors are not sitting around saying like, it's not like the like Disney South Park meme, put a chick in it and make it gay, right? Like it's not like, I don't think like that's like they don't have any control over like what is actually going on in the games industry or anything like that. The only thing that they might be trying to pressure for is just more. They're just trying to push for like more regular returns, and they're probably like trying to hold them more accountable. But they ask a lot of really dumb questions because they'll be like, yeah, but like, why isn't it Fortnite? And they're like, what? Like they'll be like making a racing game, and they'll be like, but why not Fortnite? What does that have to do with anything? Fortnite. So like I think that like some of these guys are like that just like autistic, I guess, about like their money and like how they want their money to be made and how they want everything to basically play the same, look the same, feel the same, and be monetized the same way. Chud fellas, thank you for the 5. Just wanted to say that you're awesome, LD, and it was you that inspired me to make a YouTube channel and talk about the same stuff that you do. Oh, good luck, man. Appreciate that. Rambling Entertain, thank you for the $5. Pay Netflix to watch an ad for a game you will pay. Pay Netflix to watch an ad for a game that you'll pay $100 for. Everybody wants to buy GTA at this point. Deserves cloud gaming. We'll be getting to that too. PG Smith, thank you for the $5. Nostalgia hit for me when I saw your collection. I just bought a Dreamcast and a GD EMU to relive my teenage years. I'm down for a few. I'm down a few hundred now. Thanks. Also glad to see that you moved the Genesis away from the edge. I was paranoid it was going to get knocked off of there. I was bracing in your second to last video. Yeah, I know. Some people had actually said something about it. Thank you for the additional 5, by the way. Yeah, I moved a couple of them back just because, well, I only had them sitting here before because I was cleaning them. That's it. I was just cleaning them off because they were like dusty and stuff like that. So I was trying to like take care and put them somewhere I could actually get them all cleaned up. Keltherin. I like that name. Thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Black Ned Flanders. Thank you for the tier 1. My favorite Ned Flanders. Butthole pleasures, but also go White Sox. Do you know what? Speaking of the White Sox, so the other day I was like sitting around and I was like, you know what, man? I really would like to watch some. I would really like to watch some sports. I'd really like to watch some sports. I want to watch some Chicago sports. I'm a Chicago sports fan. I want to watch some sports. So I looked at like Fubo TV, and then I looked at like Chicago Sports Network, and my asshole bled. Why is it so expensive to watch sports? Why don't, like, I was looking at like streaming apps, like ESPN digital is like $80 a month for the base plan. $80 a month for a base. Like, what? Yes. Try watching soccer. That shit will bankrupt you. I was mind blown. I was like, what? What, man? This is crazy. So then I was like, okay, well, and then if I just want to watch the Blackhawks, which I mean, like that's really the only thing that I would really want to do. I mean, like I do like to watch some other stuff here and there, but like hockey season is really the only thing that I care about. It's still $20 a month to watch Hawks games, and I'm like, what? Dude, that's crazy. I feel like that's absurd. Fubo TV was like the same kind of price, and I was just like, and some of that stuff's even hit or miss. You don't even know if it's even going to be in network or out of network, or whether you're even going to be able to get access to it. And then it's like, so what's your other option? Oh, go and get cable and pay these assholes $250 a month for a bunch of channels you don't want as they try to force you to get a fucking phone line. No, absolutely not. I'm pirating the shit out of this stuff. So what I did is I just hooked up an HDMI cord straight from my computer to my TV. Be done. Be done. I sail the 7 seas, baby. I ain't gonna pay that money. You gotta be out of your fucking mind. That shit is so expensive. Service issue? It is a service issue. It's a broke-ass service issue is what it is. Good man. Good man. Sail the 7 seas. Bro, I've actually, like, allegedly, not officially, I've been playing some repacks lately. PlayStation emulator is really good. PlayStation 3 emulator? I'm going back playing some PS3 games. It's good shit. It's good shit. Where do you even watch sports on the high seas? It depends on the sport that you're looking for. I only watch golf and hockey. Hi. Oh shit. Oh god damn it. You'll get fed. I gotta RPC S3. Yeah, it's really good. All emulators are amazing. Like it's actually insane like how talented people are nowadays. Video game critics are worthless anyway. I watch footage to see if a game looks fun. Palworld was a day one purchase for me because the teaser was so ridiculous that I had to play the game, and I went into early access and never regretted it. Yeah, well, I mean, like video game critics are worthless anyway. The problem is that like I don't necessarily like I don't agree with this. Like and like this is probably something that sounds ridiculous for me to say, but there are writers that I do enjoy. There is writing that I do enjoy. I do like written media, and also at the exact same time, I wouldn't say that they're worthless because they, for whatever reason, still to this day, they have more influence than I do, than most YouTubers do, than fucking gamers do in some cases. Like, you have to, rewind back just to, like, last year or a year before last year when they had Star Wars Outlaws came out. Star Wars Outlaws came out. And the developers came out and said, we were really surprised that the critics didn't like the game. They didn't even talk about the fact that the game wasn't even selling. They were upset that the critics didn't like it. Like, they thought that if the critics liked it, then everybody else would. And, like, I don't think that, like, the industry itself, it's very backwards thinking. It's very backwards thinking. I think that these guys still believe that the media represents the audience in some way, but I think that the media is, one, way older than much of the audience is, and two, they just don't share the same taste. They don't come from the same kind of background. There's not a lot of chud journalists out there, okay? There really isn't. A lot of critics are aligned with studios and you're aligned with players because I'm a video game player. Because the only difference between me and you is that I have a microphone and I talk into it. There's really no difference. Like, I don't do anything different than anybody else. It's not like I picked a side or anything like that. I just fucking started talking shit. Let's see here. Thank fucking God we have developers like you guys who seemingly don't give a shit about the press. I know, I know you weren't trashing them, but I still will. Game journos are a cancer, and they do and do not, and how they do and do not feel about your game is irrelevant. Palworld proves that. The sooner we can let that industry die, the better. This has been a common talking point that I've seen recently about a few different topics. And I think it's actually something that's like probably worth discussing a little bit. So like something that this is besides the Palworld thing, right? This is kind of like in conjunction with the Palworld thing. So like there's been some stuff going on over at Halo Studios with Halo Campaign Evolved. A new report suggests that Campaign Evolved had a fairly troubled development that caused the multiplayer project to be canceled. So originally the game was going to have its traditional multiplayer, but it got canceled because apparently they had problems in development. To which I responded to it, Xbox, okay, so we just need you to trace and color in the lines. Halo Studios. I don't understand how you're quite literally handed the blueprint for something and you guys still find a way to screw it up. You were told to make a remake of one of the most storied games in existence, and you guys still found a way to mess that up. You have the original code. You have the original engine. You have everything. You have the full Lego set and the directions and a YouTube guide. And these guys are still like, I don't know. We couldn't figure it out. We couldn't figure it out. It's crazy to me. It's absolutely crazy to me. And the performance of Halo, which, by the way, it did not, at least to my, I don't know, I haven't looked in a while. Halo Campaign Evolved never peaked higher than that first 25,000 10 days ago. And since then, it just cratered immediately. Obviously, it's a single-player game because they didn't add anything else to it. I had also seen already, too, and this is something that just makes this all the more embarrassing. Where is it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? Let me see if I can find it. I'll bring it up on here. Somebody has already made a split screen mod. Because, of course, it doesn't have split screen, I guess. Or something. I guess there's, like, some type of, like, issue that they had with it. It adds a second local player runtime through UE4SS and clears up two things that stop the player from working. I guess there were some, like, split screen issues that they had as well. There is... Let's see here... I can't find it right now, but I'd also seen posts that somebody was already working on a versus. They were already working on Teamfight, on Slayer and stuff like that. Like there's somebody that already has it like up and running. Something that happened in like it only took a modder like a week and a half or a week. And it was something that for whatever reason Halo Studios weren't able to do over the course of an entire year or multiple years at this point. With an entire studio. Wish I could find the actual post. But anyway, what this flopperooski of a game ended up resulting in Which and it's bad, right? It is not. It's not good what happened. Like, you see a bunch of people that were showing in Halo Campaign Evolved, flood interaction forms attached to your visor when your shields deplete. Yeah, you know what else the flood does? You know what? So that's cool that they attach to your face, right? That's cool they do this. It's too bad they don't attach to bodies and turn them into zombies like they did in the original. Crazy how that's like lost tech now. What's this?
All right, I'm gonna take a piss. Enjoy. Give me like 45 seconds. We'll see if he can figure it out.
It's been 35 sec, 36. Oh my god. It's not gonna. Oh, it's taking cover now.
Oh no, he's still going at it. Did he hit me at all?
Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. You don't got multiplayer? Split screen doesn't work if you can't have multiple accounts. Enemy AI is bugged. But man, does this game have great sand. This is Halo in 2026. This is Halo in 2026. Why does he drag his feet, though? Because he's just over it. Like the rest of us. Even Chief has given up. Even Chief is giving. He's just done, dude. He's just done. So, wouldn't you have guessed it? Wouldn't you have guessed it? When you release a bad game that doesn't do well, and you completely continue to shit the bed with one of the biggest franchises in all of gaming, well, what does that end up resulting in? Halo Studios has just adjusted its, Halo Studios adjusted its development team following the release of Halo Campaign Evolved on Xbox and PlayStation platforms. The studio terminated relationships with temporary contractors due to the planned expiration of their work agreements. Full-time staff members continued to work without layoffs. Developers remain focused on supporting current tasks. That's not true. This is a lie. That, my friend, is a lie. Because there was multiple people that were laid off of the studio. And they were people that had been at the studio for quite a while now. This one right here, Halo Studios has been hit by layoffs after Campaign Evolved launch. The people, their contractor group, Quaint LLC, contracts expire at the end of a game project. They're not the only ones that were laid off. Why are people like? There are some Xbox like goats, throat goats, that will like go out of the don't talk about don't talk about I love my Xbox. No. No. It's probably just because of like their investment into it, right? Like you have like you know, like they're bullish on Xbox. It makes a lot of sense because they probably bought their console when it was like $600. Now their console's worth like $1,100, right? So you're like, no. I don't want these Xbox stocks to go down yet. I don't want these Xbox stocks to go down yet. I'm already in the hole on these motherfuckers. I'm trying to come back up. I'm trying to come back up off of this shit. So, multiple people were laid off of the studio. I had saved a couple of them. Let me see if I can actually find them really quick. Yeah, this is one of the guys that was actually just let go. He had actually posted on Twitter or LinkedIn or whatever like that. This guy right here is the dude that said, I honestly don't think that I could work on a game that glorifies. This is somebody that was working on Halo. This was somebody that was a producer on Halo that said, I honestly don't think that I could work on a game that glorifies. Sorry. I need to get a humidifier down here. Otherwise, I'll lose my voice. So this guy was the producer on Halo, and he had said, I honestly don't think that I could work on a game that glorifies or fantasizes modern guns, Call of Duty, Battlefield, Rainbow Six. I've had moments I've struggled with Halo, but the weapons and world feel pretty sci-fi, which creates a large enough separation from reality. Locking down my account for the rest of the weekend. God forbid somebody has complex thoughts and feelings about working on a game with guns after multiple mass shootings. I don't care. I know people are pointing out the flags in the bio and stuff. I don't care about any of that shit. I just care about the mentality. I care about the strategy. I care about how, why would you hire someone like this to work on a game like this? I'm going to be honest. If I was working at this company, if I was running Xbox or Halo Studios and I saw somebody post this shit online and it was shared to me and I go, we have somebody that doesn't like guns that's working on our first-person shooter. We need to find them a new position somewhere else. Or give them the opportunity to leave. There's no oh, well, God forbid I have, complex thoughts about my job. Maybe you should find another one, because I don't think you're going to do an effective job at this one, because it makes you uncomfortable to look at and think about. This is not rocket science, right? But they allowed this person to stay. So they've been there this entire time until just recently when they've been laid off, as per LinkedIn, because they started posting looking for a job. So this entire conversation, by the way, this whole layoff situation has become a pretty heated topic on the internet. A lot of people have been talking about it. We still got the Bethesda ones to talk about as well. That's a whole different story they have. But somebody posted here, layoffs at Halo Studios start today. Fired Bethesda devs yelling into the void. EA is getting ready for layoffs. Bungie is getting gutted. Bungie got gutted in June. Shitty artsy studios at Xbox got kicked out. Ubisoft killed a studio in Canada, and it's only just starting. Should have left my games alone. I don't really know what people expected. I'm just going to be honest. I don't know what people expected. Do you think, after years now of just absolutely destroying these products, absolutely destroying these games that made so many people happy and that, made a lot of people's memories and their childhoods and still ends up being their favorite pastime or their favorite hobby today? What do you think their reaction is going to be when people start losing jobs? What do you think is going to happen? Do you think that they're going to be when I initially, before I had truly experienced the course that video games have taken over the past couple of years, I didn't fully understand it yet, right? And now that I do, When I first saw like layoffs, I was sad because I was like, this must be them getting rid of the people that we need to make good games. And now I just don't care. And I don't think you can expect me to. Why would I? If I'm looking at like the companies, layoffs at Halo Studios, you guys have shit up Halo for over a decade. It's the fact that you still have a job today is mind-blowing. It's shocking. Like, how your studio even still exists and this IP hasn't either been sold or given to a different studio doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. How? Does somebody not want money at Xbox? Is that what's going on? Because it doesn't make any sense to me. Fired Bethesda devs for yelling into that are yelling into the void. What was Bethesda's last game? Can anybody remind me? It was Starfield. Starfield. Followed by their expansion for Starfield, Sharded Space. Two back-to-back absolute just slop stinkers. Just two back-to-back absolute somebody actually Oblivion remake. Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered was co-developed by Virtuous, specifically their Paris studio, and Bethesda Game Studios. It was at Bethesda's direction, but Virtuous was the studio that actually developed the entire remake for Oblivion. They're not even good at making their own games. They need somebody else to do it. They need somebody else to do it. That's how far they've fallen apart. They can't even remake their own game. They gotta get somebody else to remake that game. So most of the people got laid off are actually people from Starfield, something we'll get into here in a little bit here. EA is getting ready for layoffs. We'll cover that as well. The Saudi deal's finishing. They're gonna get ready to get gutted to all hell. Bungie's lost their people. No shit. Like, no shit, right? I posted this week, bro, I don't know what happened here. I have no idea why people liked this so much. I was just making like an offhand comment. So they had posted marathon haters showing Steam charts. Let's look at the Steam chart real quick. Oh. That's not how. The fact that this game has like 7 times the amount of players and it's dead. Like, the game is dead. Like, there's no new content. They're not supporting it. They're not doing anything for it. This is a dead game. This is an actual buried corpse. And Marathon is somehow more dead than it. How do you fucking pull that off? How do you pull that off? Yeah, but I'm more dead. So they say Marathon haters showing Steam charts. Meanwhile, the Marathon community. And I responded to this. Honestly, a couple of people dancing alone in a room is pretty accurate. It is. It's pretty accurate. I don't think they realize what they did here. I don't think they realize what they did here. Paid shill? No. You don't understand. A lot of these GG, Marathon GG accounts and stuff like that, you'll see them for a lot of first-person shooters and stuff. A lot of these guys will pop up. These are actually like Twitter content creators that are looking to basically like make a name for themselves and like make their own account. I would not be surprised to find out that. Okay, they are from the U.S. Okay. It's guys that are looking to make a name for themselves. A lot of these guys also run like multiple of these accounts as well. And some of the comments here are really good, right? So they actually responded to me. They said, as long as you're having fun, that's all that matters. And I said that I'm all for players having fun with games that I love, and ultimately it's the one thing that I hate about how temporary live service games are today. Just enjoy it while you can, because it's not long for this world. It's like I don't like. I think it's a really weird thing. Like, it's a really weird position to take where it's just like, guys, guys, everything's fine. These stupid haters. Why is the room on fire? Copium overdose? It's crazy. Where it's like, what do you guys, you have to understand that, like, you're on borrowed time. You're on like twice borrowed time right now. I'm struggling to try to figure out why Sony still is keeping this thing plugged in. I think it's just not to like scare off their shareholders. I have no idea. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I'm just trying to think about it from a financial perspective where I'm just like, why is this game still online right now? Like, you guys already did the PvE update. So unless your next update is going to be, this game is now going to be Destiny 3. We're going to turn this game into Destiny, okay? It's going to be it's going to be a PvE. It's going to be a PvE first-person shooter with dungeons and raids and a story. And then we're going to add PvP later, and you can still like... like, that's the only thing I could see these guys trying to do, and still even then, it wouldn't work. I don't think the people will be interested in it. I don't. I think there's just something... I think there's something integral to this game, something built into this game that people just do not connect with, and they just don't want to have anything. They just don't want to have anything to do with it. I missed some super chats here. Let me back up. With that, it's also hit me. I'm so glad. Hey, Legendary, love your content. How long do you think before the old titans of gaming finally crumble? Thank you for the $10. Not long, actually. I actually think that we're gonna see at least one of the like original gaming titans get bought out relatively soon, like fully bought out and probably integrated into a larger publisher at some point. It'll probably be used like Ubisoft, right? It'll probably be Ubisoft first because they're the ones that make the most sense, because they're the ones that are in the most like financial trouble right now. They'll probably just get fully bought out by Tencent, maybe. Like, that's the only thing that makes sense to me. Tencent already owns a shitload of them to begin with, so why not just go all in at one point? Like, once they reach, basically, like their company is not recovering and hasn't recovered at all. So there's like, I don't know what the path forward is here. It's definitely not going to be... Assassin's Creed Hex is probably just going to make things worse. I mean, I hate to be like, I hate to go like full chud on this, but like a fully like female-led Assassin's Creed game about witches that now has no magic because they got rid of the magic system, like because some people complained about it, like, a year or two before the game came out. So now they have to, fundamentally go in and change the game from the ground up. I have a really hard time believing that game is going to be any good. I have a really hard time believing that game's going to be any good. And I have a really hard time believing that people are going to click with it. So like that's Assassin's Creed is their bread and butter. So like I just don't know what the path forward is for them. After that, I think that Xbox is probably going to get spun out. I don't really see Xbox having a massive W on the horizon. I think that Gears of War will do okay. It's going to be like, I imagine it's probably going to be something similar to like Doom the Dark Ages, where it's like, it did okay. It's not gonna be something that's gonna flip. I think I'm gonna have a lot of fun with it. A couple of my buddies had already played the fucking early access beta today that was going on, or that's going on this weekend. You have to have an Xbox Live or you have to have a Game Pass account, and I'm not gonna pay for a Game Pass account. I don't support Game Pass. Fundamentally, I just do not support subscription services for games. Period. So I'm like, I can wait. I'll wait till they give me a code, and if they don't, then I don't know. I'll figure it out from there. Normac, thank you for the 10. Appreciate that. We get a clip of Clancy Brown as the Kurgan from Highlander, and it is the chuddening instead of the quickening. But we need to play. But we need to play for every super chat. Thank you for the 10, man. What the fuck? The Jim Plays, thank you for the $10. TBH LD. I'm tired of the decay. Been a Cyberpunk fan for 20 years. TTRPG. Finally playing 2077. I'm super immersed and loving it. Then blam, immersion flatline by modern politics injection. I mean, okay. So in Cyberpunk, you kind of have to be you kind of got to loosen up a little bit. Because like we're talking about Cyberpunk, where like people are already pretty fucking weird off to begin with. So I'll be honest, while like I can't see modern audience agenda in Cyberpunk 2077 just because of the fact it's Cyberpunk 2077, right? I think like one of the ads. Oh no, I'm not gonna bring that up. We'll dodge out on that one entirely. John McKinley. I had to like click the button to see your full name. $49.99. Jesus fucking Christ, man. That is insanely generous. What did I do? What did I do, man? I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You don't gotta give me that kind of money. Fuck, none of you guys need to give me any fucking money. Hey man, first time super chat. Love your videos. The deliberate deconstruction, degradation, and disrespect given to Master Chief is more than I can bear. My favorite franchise of all time, and I just don't care anymore. Hope E-Day doesn't follow suit. Bad news for you. Nah, I think that Gears of War E-Day is largely going to be fine. I think it's going to have some things that are going to rub people the wrong way. I think it's going to have characters that people don't like. I think that it's going to have some virtue signal-y shit because it's just, I don't know. I think that like a lot of game development has just been poisoned since like 2018. Like these guys, I think like I need to look into this a little bit further, but I think the Blizzard lawsuit like fundamentally changed the games industry. I think Me Too fundamentally changed the games industry. I think that like HR departments across the world for every company that are out there just like awoken, and they were just like, we need to change everything at this company right now, otherwise we're gonna end up like one of these other people that are getting sued. I guarantee that's what ended up happening. And like you just saw all this stuff change, and they never turned back, and they haven't figured out that like that change was unnecessary. Like completely unnecessary, and not only was it unnecessary, it made the games worse. Psalms, thank you for the 5. Did you hear about the allegations of Jason Schreier lying? Oh wait, I forgot about which instance. I mean the Blizzard stuff. We'll look at that in here in a minute. Darken, yeah. Thank you for the $2. Say give you money. I said don't give me money. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. I probably missed some subs on Twitch. I'm so sorry if I did. If you subbed on Twitch, I love you. Yeah. Okay. All right. Continuing on. So I saw some of the comments, other comments that were in here. I hate this mindset. Do y'all really want Call of Duty and Fortnite as the only thriving live service games? Is there no room for something fresh? Even Arc Raiders has some issues as of recently. Despite being an initial massive commercial success, players love being cucks. Mindset. I made a joke. Like, look at this dude go on like a full fucking rant about like, we just won't give like, haha, this game isn't popular, so it should die. No, if it's good, make it popular. Don't be sheep and play things, play what's popular in a given moment. No numbers don't tell anything about the game's quality. Yes, it fucking does. Yes, it does. More people play something that's good. More people play something that's good. It really is as simple as that. You're overcomplicating it. I think it is crazy to me that somebody comes up with this, like, where do you get this idea that everybody in the world, for some odd reason, just they're purposefully not trying to like Marathon. That's not how reality works. That's not how reality works. The reason why people aren't playing Marathon is because people just aren't interested in it. Whether it's the game visually, whether it's how they ruined their reputation because of the stolen art before the game had came out, whether it's the gameplay, whether it's the, it being an extraction shooter, whether it's just years of them being burned by Bungie, whether it's like Destiny fans that are mad that this is the game that's, basically that's killed their game, right? Like, there's multiple different reasons for this. But pretty much across the board, I think it's mostly just a taste issue where just people just don't fucking want it. And it doesn't matter. You can say, but it is a good game and it should be popular. That's your opinion. And your opinion's losing out against the opinion of the whole. You just so happen to be one of the niche players that do really like a game like Marathon, and that's great that you do. It's just too bad that that game was built by a company that's, that needs like millions and millions of dollars a month. Every single month. It's too bad that that game was built by a company that needed to spend over $250 million to make it. If it was a small indie game, fuck, they'd be cooking right now. If they're averaging like 6,000 players a day or something like that, they'd be cooking. They'd be doing really good. That's just not the case. It's just not the case, man. I'd also seen somebody else had posted, I wonder if I can find the other one. There was another Marathon post that I had seen as well that I thought was really interesting. Oh, so I'd seen some of the like responses to these layoffs. I want you to like look at some of the shit that people are saying about this, right? Just imagine how malicious you have to be to turn on the most loyal fan base, turn the most loyal fan base in the world against you. True. What is this? The intentional ruination of video game franchises and popular IPs created a new type of fan, the anti-fan. They only want the franchise owners to fail and are gleeful when it happens. Reap what you sow, I guess. Yeah, no, I mean, the games industry created this attitude. Pretending like it didn't come from anywhere else is just stupid, to be honest with you. Like, where you guys, you're the ones that made it. You can't pretend like it just came out of nowhere. Remember when everybody was saying that there would never be any consequences for developers who continued to produce modern audience slop? True. There were people that did believe that. But obviously that's definitely not the case. Eventually you're going to run out of money. Eventually reality is going to slam the door shut and people are going to have to wake up and realize, like, wait a minute, are we actually making games for the wrong people? You know what the funny thing is? Is that, like, I don't think that people fully how do I say this? Mob rules, right? Mob rules. What's the definition of mob rules? When a large group of people takes control and makes a decision by force or fear instead of legal laws and established governing authority. So there's a good way to be able to word this is like mob rules, essentially, like that. And it's the fact that, like, people as a whole, like as a collective, are self-serving, selfish. They are like, we don't give a fuck, okay? Like, humans as a whole don't give a shit. So this idea that you can come out and make products that care about all these different things, the funny thing is that people as a whole don't give a shit about any of your like very like niche interests or your whatever your virtues are or whatever like political thing that you're thinking of or wanting to promote or whatever it is. Like these people just do not realize like how inconsequential you are in the face of the world. And when you're selling games to the world, the more you fucking lose yourself in the weeds, the more you stop making your games for the like for the more you stop making your games for the common denominator, the more you're going to fail. Human needs are so basic. They're so basic. And like people want to treat these layoffs like it's a tragedy. And you're gonna see plenty of people that are gonna say stuff that are gonna be like, oh my God, you know, like they're gonna fucking cry about the fact that that some of these guys are getting laid off and that these people are losing their jobs, and you know, hope owning the judge was worth it, right? Yeah. But you're gonna see some people, and they're even in the comments here, a bunch of man children terminally stuck behind computer screens, cheering for people losing their jobs and livelihoods. But yeah, good for you, I guess. You completely just don't even recognize what's going on here. People as a whole have very basic needs. Very basic needs. The Western games industry is so narcissistic in that they think that their values matter more than anything else. They think that their values are something that is actually, they think that their values are worth spreading across the world. That's what it is. They think that their values are worth spreading across the world. They think that China should subscribe to their values. They think that Japan should subscribe to their values. They think that every American should subscribe to their values, and South Americans and North Americans and everybody should believe what I believe. And then they immediately find out that the shit that they want to put into media doesn't fucking work. Because at the end of the day, people as a whole care about base desires. They care about violence. They care about passion. They care about sex appeal. They care about intrigue. They care about things that are fun. Base level desires. We're not talking high art. We're not talking high thought. Nobody gives a shit about that. Look at some of the most popular television shows that have ever existed. The ones that actually have some of the highest viewership ever. Was that high art that they were watching? Are we going to try to sit around and say something like Game of Thrones was like the best written show of all time? Love Island. Exactly. Yeah, look at what the most popular television shows. Love Island. Fucking HGTV. My 400-pound life. Stargate was, as much as I hate to tell you, Stargate was not that popular. It was, for the nerds. It was not, like, on a wide scope, very popular. And it's just like these people can't come to terms with that. They don't understand it. So yes, y'all cheering like it's consequences for shitty games, when in reality, this is the result of an economy and GPU shortage. Nobody is buying games or consoles. You fucking idiot. We are in a current console generation. We're already at saturation point in this current console generation. We're at the end of this current console generation. The hardware that most people are running on, the average hardware for most people, most of these games run on all this stuff. They have access to these games. They could buy these games. GPU shortages and stuff in the economy are not having, they're having an effect. They're not having an outsized effect. It's the quality of the games. It's these games just not appealing to anybody. Y'all are cheering like it's consequences for shitty games. That's exactly what it is. And that's like the one thing that you're going to see a lot of people just refuse to grapple with. They don't want to touch it. They don't want to think about it. They can't think about it because it can't be real. There's no way that that's the actual outcome. There's no way that that's what's actually happening. Why would you celebrate these companies, some of your favorite companies? Why would you celebrate them crashing and burning? It's pretty simple. It's called healing. We're searing the wound before it festers. We're cutting off the limb before it goes gangrene. We're saving the body. We are the white blood cells that are rejecting a virus within the games industry. Bad video games. Bad mentality around creating video games. And the more people that are jilted, the more people that are jaded, the more people that don't want to buy or touch these games, the more people that go out and just flame them into, like, out of existence. The more these companies suffer, the more their people get laid off, the more the studios close. And by example, I want to be very clear. Xbox is not going to get better. PlayStation is not going to get better. EA is not going to get better. Ubisoft is not going to get better. Somebody else is. Somebody else we don't know. Somebody else we've never played one of their games before. Somebody else has maybe made a couple of games that haven't done that great, but they're getting better. It's the next group. It's the people that are on the sidelines that are watching right now. And they're seeing everything go down, and they're going, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're doing something else. And in fact, we're already seeing that, right? We're already seeing that. We see it right here. Palworld 1.0 was very much for the fans, not for the industry. We're already seeing it. It's already happening. It's been happening. What pisses me off is that the layoffs as they happen to the wrong people are facing consequences for crappy decisions, but it's the entire industry. I wish that I could think that that's the case. I wish that was the case for me. But
morale is really low because, you know, we've been told that we're making great games that players love and that we're doing well, and to have this suddenly hit us has been a huge shock to us.
This guy, 4 years at the company, worked at Starfield. 4 years at the company, worked on Starfield. I want you to hear what he said again.
Really low because, you know, we've been told that we're making great games that players love and that
we've been told we're making great games that players love. Told by who? Who told you that? I'd like to know who told you that. Because whoever they are, they lied. And I think if you were actually told that nobody liked your game, and actually everybody hated your game, and actually everybody is very skeptical about whether or not you guys can actually produce another one that's worthwhile, then maybe this layoff would make a little bit more sense to you.
we're doing well, and to have this suddenly hit us has been a huge shock to us.
It's a shock. Is it? Is it? Is it? It's a shock to you? It's a shock to you?
It sucks.
We make all kinds of games, all kinds of people love.
It'd be really nice if we could just give.
What is this? Are you being oppressed? What is this? Set my developers free!
Back to work and make them games that will define a generation of video gaming.
Go back to making the games that will define a next generation of video games? Do these devs even play their games? I don't even think these devs... Like, I think this might be the first time these developers even came out outside. That nose ring. That's a...
I worked at ZeniMax for about 5 years. We are
Again, if you listen to some of these people, the vast majority of them are coming out and they're like, yeah, I worked for the company for the last 4 or 5 years. Like, almost every single one of them. Almost every single one of them. I love this. People over profits. Xbox's overall revenue has declined, but Satya Nadella remains optimistic. Xbox CEO Satya Nadella demands Xbox return to profitable growth by 2027. Xbox's CEO Asha Sharma said that she will try to achieve that goal. This dude came out and he did an entire interview and a podcast where he had said that Xbox is not profitable. It is a company that is losing Microsoft reportedly loses $150 on each of the Xbox Series consoles that are sold. That's not what I'm looking for. Here it is. Microsoft says we lost 64 cents for every dollar that we invested into game studios as Xbox says goodbye to 3,200 people. The company was losing 64 cents to every dollar. They were losing more than half of their investment. Not making profits. This isn't profits over people. If the company's not making money, you don't get paid. Unless you think that this is just some co-op and that Microsoft is just going to fund your lifestyle while you just make games that nobody buys. Yeah, it's pure loss. Almost 2/3, yes. So that's why I think it's ironic to see these people sitting up here with these signs. People over profits. The money has to come from somewhere. So either you think that Xbox should continue to fund your job where you're not profitable and you don't make the company any money so that the money could... Do people not understand how economies work? This is the reason why Xbox is also dancing with the idea of just spinning off Xbox. And and the funny thing is that these people think these layoffs are bad now. If Xbox was its own entity, these people would be eviscerated. They would be evaporated within moments. The minute that the company even seems slightly shaky. No, the company could be profitable, but just not profitable enough. And they'd still get rid of your ass. You guys have been so lucky for the last 5, 4, probably even 8 years in a lot of cases to still have a job over at Xbox because the company has not been making money. You have not been contributing to it. I can tell you for a fact right now, Starfield didn't contribute shit. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I guarantee it.
A march and a rally to demand dignity and respect and an...
They gave you notice. They gave you notice. They warned you. They warned you. Hell, guess what? They're giving plenty of dignity and they're giving plenty dignity and respect to the other 1,600 people that have an opportunity now to fight for their life to keep their job before Asha comes back through with the sickle. Because that's what's going to happen. The Reaper will return. The Reaper will return. Let me catch up on a couple of these super chats. Sorry. Let's see here. You will take my money and be thankful. Thank you for the $2. Appreciate that. Did you see the Hood trailer for Marvel Rivals? No, I haven't. Thank you for the 2. I'll check that out later, maybe. How long do you think these how did I miss some of these? That's really weird. Instructions unclear. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. The years are long, but it's nice to see a familiar face. Bill, thank you for the $10. Appreciate that, man. Bubby CZ, thank you for the super chat. Worse than industry reviewers are today, as today player reviews. Most people today buy any crap and glorify it into the sky while the games get incredibly dumbed down. Popularity does not mean quality. Most of the time it's the opposite. I think it just it widely depends on the game, right? Because we've seen plenty of games that are popular and really good and plenty of games that are popular and really bad. It depends on personal taste. Fuchs. Thank you for the 10. Appreciate that. Did someone say money? I think the DEI-ification of the industry started creeping in around 2014. Could be my imagination. I'm not really too sure. I'd have to actually really dive in and look at some of that stuff. Frickin' Brian, thank you for the $20, man. Appreciate that. Holy shit, brother. Super generous of you. Studios like Visceral Games did not deserve to go under. I cared about those devs. Visceral Games. Which was Visceral? I don't know why. I don't remember them. They developed the Dead Space series, and they did the Tiger Wood games from 2009. Well, yeah, that's EA. This is also a completely different thing that was going on. EA just fucked up with handling that entire that franchise and that studio. That's not the same thing as this, and that happened a long time ago. Man's Car, thank you for the $9.99. Appreciate that. I saw thousands of layoffs in the financial sector due to technology taking over what people did, but I never saw anyone cry for my friends back then, so why should I care about game developers shoveling slop? I think that's the other part of it too, is that you have a lot of these game developers and also games journalists that are kind of trying to push this idea that people need to be bleeding hearts over people losing their jobs in the games industry. Meanwhile, they're getting fed I think this actually sums things up really well right here. Bethesda union members are protesting after being laid off, and it's hilarious how out of touch they are. We make great games. We make games people love. We make games that define generations. They're even holding signs that say players deserve better, and it's where was that energy the entire time? The corrupt AAA games have been taking advantage of gamers by putting out buggy, overpriced, modern audience slop. They went radio silent, but then they got laid off, and now they're pretending like they care about the players. Yeah, where was our defense, and where was us deserving better when nearly every single one of these games was lined with microtransactions? Where were you advocating for us when you made these games worse? Where were you advocating for us when you specifically and very openly talked about how we were not the audience? What are we talking about here? I seem to still remember Emil Pagliarulo. He had this entire thread here. Long. Funny how disconnected some players are from the realities of game development, and yet they speak with complete authority. I mean, I can guess what it takes to make a Hostess Twinkie, but I don't work in a factory. So what the hell do I know? Not a lot. The part that really gets me is that when you're a consumer and spend money on things, that gives you the right to complain about those things. I spend a lot of money on games every year, and sometimes it takes a lot of me not to scream into the internet's collective consciousness. I don't complain about these games on social media for two reasons. One, I know how hard it is to make games, and two, I have too much respect for my fellow devs. And I work at a studio, and it would be uncool and unprofessional of me to do so, but sometimes I want to. Oh boy. Most people want to don't have these constraints. They're free to post whatever they want. The internet is glorious Wild West. But he this entire thread that he goes on in. But throughout that time, I had no inkling the development was actually like. Essentially, this dude goes on a whole tirade where he's talking about how basically you shouldn't try to have an opinion on video games because you don't understand how they're made. And because you don't understand the reality of game design, you shouldn't have an opinion on what games you get. Just consume, consumer, and stop saying mean and hateful things online because you just don't understand it. You don't understand how the sauce was made. This is the same. This is the narrative director over at Bethesda. That is the same company that we're now supposed to, for whatever reason, feel bad for when that same company gets layoffs. This is the same company, by the way, that when Starfield came out and players complained about it, Bethesda was going onto Steam and responding to every negative Steam review, and most of the ones that they were responding to were just like ridiculous, or the way that they were responding to people. Some of these responses were people saying like, the game is boring. I just don't like it just doesn't, it's just not what I would expect from a Bethesda game. It doesn't have the same level of exploration. There's nothing exciting about it. And instead of them going, oh, you know what, we should do something about that, the intention of Starfield's exploration is to evoke a feeling of smallness in players so that you feel overwhelmed. You can continue to explore and find worlds and resources that are hidden in outposts throughout it. Starfield pairs near impossible breadth with classic Bethesda aptitude for systematic physics, magnetic side quests, and weird vignettes. It doesn't even answer. Where's the... Oh, they didn't even put the good one in here. One of the best ones... Let me see if I can find the best one. So somebody had commented and said that the game was boring and that there wasn't anything worthwhile to find on any of the planets. And Bethesda had responded to this saying that when astronauts went to the moon, there was nothing there and they weren't bored. You guys are bored in our video game? How can that be? You know, when professionally trained scientists flew into actual space, they weren't bored. But here you are in our digital fantasy sci-fi game and you're bored? How does that make any sense? Do you know those people that were quite literally making history? They weren't bored. Why are you? Those are the people getting laid off. Those are the people losing their jobs. And you're supposed to feel bad about it? After seeing and hearing some of these people protesting, honestly, I don't feel bad for any of them.
It's your life to have.
We're at a turning point in the games industry. We're at the mercy of corporate greed infecting the games we love.
I've been working here for about...
We're at a turning point where corporate greed is affecting the games we love. You're working on them. I love how their version of corporate greed is them losing their jobs. And how our version of corporate greed is our games getting worse, having more monetization, being shipped unfinished. Like, the list just goes on and on and on. Their version, corporate greed makes me lose my job. My version, corporate greed is literally just destroying the hobby. And these guys are facilitating it. Like,
About 5 years now. I originally started on...
What did I say? What did I say? I originally started on 76?
76, because I came from like the modding community. I used to be the head writer of Fallout London. And I've been working on an unreleased game that a lot of people were pretty excited about.
An unreleased game that people are pretty excited about? Do we even know what that game is? I'm pretty sure the only thing that they've been working on, like...
So I was very surprised to hear that they were cutting me and a bunch of other people on the writing team.
We love doing our jobs. Like, I love working here so much, and ultimately it feels like there's plenty of room to keep us all employed in terms of Microsoft's budget.
Oh! You know, I tried to use that exact same excuse on my parents before I got kicked out of the house. You know, I'm looking around. It looks like I can still fit in on the budget here. You know, I don't really need to. I don't see any reason. I like living here. I think it's great. No, it didn't work. No, it didn't. No, it didn't work. Sadly enough. We
know that that's possible, so it'd be really nice if we could just get back to work and make them games that will define a generation of video gaming.
When was the last time y'all did that? When was the last time you did that? Somebody goes 15 years ago. I was 7. Just go back to the, making those games that just define a generation of gaming. It's just what we do. How long have you been working at the company? Like 2 years?
It can't be overstated how much it upends your life to have your job lost.
Well, yeah, no shit. Yeah, it sucks. By the way, I want to make sure that I make something very clear. I don't have zero sympathy. I've been laid off. It's absolutely terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying. It is, because you in a lot of cases when you're working a job, and especially when it's something that you believe is probably going to be your long-term career, like losing that job it doesn't feel good. I'll tell you that right now, because you essentially had an entire you had an entire plan. You had like basically everything already set up, and you thought you knew what direction you were going in life. But did they do something like this? And now all of a sudden it's like, where am I going to work? Am I going to find another job? Will I be able to find something comparable? Will I be able to make the same amount of money? Will I be able to do anything? Like what am I going to do with my life? And I totally get that. I went through that. Holy shit, I went through like the 7 stages of grief. Guys, I don't think you guys realize like how tore up I was when I actually got laid off. I kept making YouTube videos just to distract myself. I just did it just to like have something fun to do, to just like keep my mind off of the fact that I didn't have a job and I didn't know what I was going to be doing with myself. So I fully understand it. I understand why they're upset. I understand that like losing your job sucks. It just probably better if you didn't suck at your job.
And so suddenly and spontaneously and callously, like it's happening here.
I'm here as a Rockville City Council member and a gamer and a wife of a gamer and a mom of a gamer.
Why are you here? Is this like some random bag lady that just like wandered off the street? Binga, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. She brought the cookies. Like they're talking to developers, and she's just like, "My son plays video games, so I'm here."
Video games, the video game industry is extremely important. It's a very resilient industry.
Who are you?
Overall, it does not lag in support among players.
It just depends on which direction that support's swinging.
Consumers. So this decision by Microsoft is extremely puzzling.
I just want to clarify. It just doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense. I don't understand how something how something like this could happen. These guys are cooked, man. On July 15th, Bethesda and ZeniMax employees joined union members outside of Rockville's office to protest Microsoft's layoffs. The protest happened after Microsoft cut hundreds of jobs across Bethesda and ZeniMax. The workers are still asking for better severance pay, longer health care coverage, and a chance for the laid-off employees to be rehired if new positions open up. I just realized that like this isn't even them like trying to like, some of these guys obviously lost their job, but the other ones that are current employees, they're like these people are like, I want my job back, and they're like, I want better health care, I want better severance pay because I'm also probably gonna get laid off too. And they're like, you should advocate for us to get our jobs back. And they're like, yeah, that's right. I want better health care. And them to get their jobs back. Holy shit. Oh, quality assurance. In a Bethesda game. How did I not realize that until now? That's almost like a meme. Were they the only one that worked there? Were they the only QA at the company? Well, fuck, I can tell you why you lost your job. What did you do? Well, no wonder. Well, no wonder. How could this have happened? How could this have happened? Actually, you know what? I know it's even better than this. I know the perfect thing I need for this.
Welcome to the opening night of Honest Conference, and for the first time ever, one of our industry's greatest creators, the director and executive producer of Bethesda Game Studios. That's right, Todd Howard, everybody. And Todd is here to give us an honest account of Starfield.
Thank you, Jeff. This is my first Honest Conference, and I'm doing it because you said how great the crowd is here. And
so Todd, we love you, and this is a safe space. You can let the truth out now. Why did you want to make this game, Starfield? Why did you want to create a new world?
we have dreamt of a game where we can truly break the creation engine in every aspect. Once you've all upgraded your PCs, you'll be able to explore thousands of barren planets where a real sense of loneliness will start setting in. I mean, we tried to do something new where you could explore with complete freedom in the galaxy. But something's wrong with the game. And I can't quite put my finger on it.
It can't be all that bad, though, Todd.
Well, crafting is worse. Outposts are worse. Companions will constantly moan at you. Perks are worse.
I don't know why. How do these guys? How did they get laid off? I'm trying to find a reason, man.
Gear slots.
I'm trying to figure it out.
Go on and on. Can you imagine 16 times the loading screens, though?
Yeah, I wish I could talk about the loading screens. And it's quite an experience, and I know everyone here is very excited to experience it soon. So, Todd, what bugs did you bring to HonestCon?
Yeah, it's really cool. We've built a 300-person seat theater where we're constantly looping bugs from the game.
And what's the experience like?
Well, to be honest, it's a real nightmare. They're gonna.
Can she assure that there's zero quality in this game? I think they absolutely can assure that. I think that they made sure to do their best to be able to do that. I'm almost I'm pretty positive that they I think they accomplished that goal. I really do.
I need to buckle up, and it's 2 hours they'll never get back.
Don't you want 16 times the loading screens? You know what? I just want to say I do really appreciate the loading screens in Starfield because it does give me an opportunity to snap back awake after playing it for, a couple of hours or even just a couple of minutes.
That's real.
Let's move on to Quest then. Could you give us an example of what that's like?
Yeah, Jeff, as an example of a quest. You'll go to a star yard talk to a lady, need to fetch a beverage, 10 loading screens later, and you've got a beverage. That's it. That's the only quest in that handcrafted location.
That's actually a real quest, by the way. I hope you guys know that.
Surely there must be some improvements to the creation engine.
Hey, yeah, just wait until you see what we've done with global illumination, bucket physics, artificial intelligence, character variation, and our brand new cutting-edge 2005 motion capture technology. Add to this, I honestly believe we have the worst UI in the world because, hey, you know, the modders will fix that.
Never a truer statement ever spoken. Never a truer statement has ever been spoken. And while Todd never actually said that himself, we all know. We all know that he thinks it. We all know that he thinks it.
And after 100 hours in the game, I still have no idea where anything is in New Atlantis. I honestly have zero clue where my penthouse apartment is.
And any Metacritic predictions for this, Todd?
We're aiming for a controversial 7 out of 10.
Yeah, it's such an awkward experience, you know, and hopefully a nail in the coffin for the creation engine. But Todd, what you and your team have played such a pivotal role.
Hopefully a nail in the coffin for the creation engine. Oh, how wrong you were.
Game development, and have created some of our fondest childhood memories. We'll still buy the game and chalk this all up to experience. And now at least we can look forward to Elder Scrolls 6. So thank you for all you've done for our industry, Todd. Everyone, Todd Howard.
Thank you. Shout out to the chess club.
Thanks so much, Todd. Really appreciate it.
On this conference.
So now, before I finish this off, quality assurance. Quality assurance.
On this conference.
Oh, God, dude.
On this conference.
Come on, I'll share this with you guys. I'll share this with you guys. It's a great video. Oh my God, why is this so good? I know, it was so good. So good. I don't know how you fucking 500,000 views 2 years ago, right after Starfield came out. Really good video. But remember, you're the bad guy for not paying for this shit. Yeah, actually, I had gotten a review code for Starfield. I'd actually forgot that it was a review code until after I tried to refund it. Yeah. So yeah, the players are celebrating. And I know there's a lot of people that are upset by that. They call you a loser for being happy that you're seeing the games industry suffering, that you're seeing these people lose their jobs. And to be honest with you, it's not even like the people themselves that are really the target of it. It really is these companies themselves that have to feel the pain. They're the ones that have to feel the heat. And the only way for games to get better, this is just an exercise in healing. It's like a forest being burned down so the new trees can grow. That's all that's happening right now. And there's a lot of rot, and the only way to get rid of it is by burning it down. And that's what's happening. And that's why players are celebrating. Because I think in a lot of cases, like, you want to see games that do not, that like represent, like, I don't want to say it like this, because like there's some people that like kind of like, they become so, they're so cooked mentally that they don't understand that they're like, oh, well, you want games that you don't like to fail. That's not true. I want games that I was supposed to like to fail. There's a very, very clear difference, right? I don't care if a Barbie simulator fails because that wasn't made for me. That wasn't for me. I care if the Dragon Age series that I grew up with over the years turns into something completely different that's not made for me anymore, that's aimed at a completely different audience, that doesn't make any sense and is completely obnoxious. I want that to fail. I want those devs to be laid off. I want that company to lose its ability to make games. I want that to be given to somebody else that wants to prioritize me again. Right? I want a game that I want to buy. Yes, exactly. I'm happy to see change happening in the games industry when that change is happening to something that was supposed to be for me, something that used to be for me. It used to be for a lot of people, but then isn't for anybody anymore. Theater kids wearing IPs like skin suits? Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. You want to make them outsource the IP, basically? I want to make them do something with it other than what they're doing with it right now. Does that make sense? And there's no reason to do like, you know, the definition of insanity and continue to try to use the exact same developers and expect better results. Get over it, guys. Dragon Age franchise is dead and it's getting sold. What? Well, we already know that's going to be in the case. Like, what are you talking about? Oh, shit. Fucking EA's never making another Dragon Age again. Somebody else is going to have to do it if they want to. Well, actually, speaking of it, yeah, right here. Rumor, EA could be looking to sell BioWare and other IPs following the Saudi Arabia acquisition. This would be a net positive. Mass Effect, Dragon Age, Mirror's Edge, Dead Space, and others are way better off with a publisher that values them and values them with great games than a train wreck that EA has been since 2012. What are you fucking talking about? I love when people post this stuff and they have like these like ideas of grandeur, like they believe that they're going to get the best outcome. Who is the company that you think can actually afford to buy these IPs? Who are the companies that you think can afford to buy this entire studio? I've seen people tagging like Larian Studios and Owlcat. What makes you think that they want to buy their IP? Or their entire studio, for that matter. Especially when this studio isn't even the studio that made many of these IPs. Tencent? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I mean, unless it's like, I can't imagine it being a piecemeal where like it's like people, it's not, this is not a fucking garage sale, okay? This is not like they put out the Mass Effect over here and the Dragon Age over here and the Jade Empire over here and then people just come by and pick up what they want. No, they buy the whole fucking thing, okay? They buy the whole thing. You want to know if they actually are going to sell BioWare, you know where they're going to go? Embracer. Like, almost without a doubt, it'll be Embracer. So you still get nothing. You'll still get nothing. Corpos sell to corpos. Exactly. Or maybe Amazon will buy it. What do you mean by that? Oh, maybe Netflix gaming. You guys know Netflix? You guys know Netflix, right? Oh, please no. PlayStation? The last thing PlayStation is in the market to do right now is buy a studio knowing that they're likely going to be closing down Bungie. They're not going to be in the market for another studio. Xbox is also not in the market. Well, actually, no, I take that back. Xbox is looking to make deals through mergers and acquisitions. Asha Sharma said so. So, I mean, maybe it could go to Xbox. Is that any better? Restart Walmart's gaming site, lays off entire editorial team. I've literally never heard of them. I've never heard of them. I've never heard of this website. I've never heard of this magazine, and I do this for a living. While Sony plans to end PlayStation disc by 2028, Nintendo reports a hefty chunk of its sales come from physical games. Nintendo's not going to be getting rid of it. Nintendo reports that 38.5% of their software sales are physical games. It's actually, the number's higher than that. I've seen a couple other. It depends on what game it is. There's certain games they have a higher physical base, like Pokemon games. Pokemon games have a massive following of people that buy it physically. End of disc by 2028. Oh, it's gone. It's done. It's done. These companies don't give a fuck what you think. They don't care whether or not you actually want to, like, whatever you would. You want physical? That's great. They don't really care. It's gone. The only company that's going to continue to have physical is going to be Nintendo. Love them or hate them, they are traditionalists over there. They are traditionalists. Let's see here. All right, we got other shit to go through as well. We got through that already. Jason Schreier shares GTA 6 details. Pre-orders vastly surpass Take-Two's internal forecasts. Watch there be like 10 million people that just pre-ordered this game. Nothing. I don't think anything would ever disappoint me more. It's just the act of pre-ordering. Let me catch up on super chats because I missed a bunch of them really quick. Visceral Games, we got that one. I saw thousands of layoffs in the financial sector. We got that one. Only reason they got laid off is because they couldn't put LD. What is this? Psalms, thank you for the 5. Only reason they got laid off is because they couldn't put LD in the games because they made without his beard's approval. Is the beard that nice? Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Noodle Arm, thank you for the $2. Star Wars of the Old Republic planets, Starfield planets. Fuck. Just fucking Starfield, the Old Republic over basically everything. What are you talking about? Definitely Zach, thank you for the $5. These people are so entitled. I miss when these game devs were hired on merit instead of DEI. The people in this video likely fall into that category. I mean, unless they're specifically just hiring women, which I do actually think that there were some, absolutely there were some type of DEI initiatives to try to get more women into game design. Again, this kind of goes back to the topic I brought up earlier where I do think that 2018 Me Too and a bunch of other just a bunch of it, because you have to keep in mind, there were multiple game studios that went through Me Too allegations and had court hearings and lawsuits and stuff like that, and that all happened at the exact same time. And I think right after that is when a lot of these companies were we need to completely change our culture, we need to completely change our hiring habits, we need to include more women, we need to make this a more inclusive space, and then they just turned in that direction. That's where things actually went. Though I'm not one of the people that just fully blames women for bad video games or anything like that. I do blame not hiring based on merit, though, without a doubt. Unearthly Whales, thank you for the 6. Appreciate that. These people live in a fairy tale fantasy land where objective truth doesn't exist. Of course, they can't make a successful game for the life of them. Essentially so. I think the more disconnected you become from reality, especially when you're hearing some of those devs, before I move on, because you guys got a lot of these super chats that are actually about that topic specifically, right? The thing is that when you're listening to a lot of these devs that are talking about everything that's going on at the studio or whatever, the guy at the very beginning, it literally had said, we've been told that we make games that people really like. Told by who? Like you're not even actually paying attention to what people are really saying about your game. You're probably one of those people that actually, like, when I hear people say stuff like that, I guarantee this is one of those people that they are part of the don't believe what you hear online crowd. I guarantee they're don't believe what you hear online crowd. And I like, that's just such a stupid thing to say. Don't listen to what popular opinions are about this thing are. like I get that you should definitely make decisions based on your own opinion, but you make those decisions based on as much information as you get as possible. Phantom, thank you for the $9.99. Appreciate that. Hey man, just wanted to thank you for what you do. You've been opening my eyes to how AAA is handling the industry I love. I always look forward to your videos. Do you think GTA 6 is going to be delayed? I do not think that GTA 6 is going to be delayed. I think that GTA 6 is going to release on time. It is going to be coming out in November, and it is absolutely going to fucking just completely nuke the games industry, one way or the other. I still think the result is still going to be the same regardless of what happens. I think that it's going to kind of like just suffocate the games industry in a lot of cases, just because it's going to be like so all-consuming. But it's like, I actually view it as like the last action hero. Like I have a sinking suspicion that this is going to be like one of the last really great AAA games coming from a major publisher. And I think that Take-Two probably put all of their, like, everything they possibly could, they squeezed all the juice into it because they're planning for this to be another, like, 15-year platform. A game that's just going to stick around forever, and they're not going to update. They're not going to put out a GTA 7 anytime soon. It's just going to be that one. Mr. Bosphorus, thank for the donation, man. Appreciate that. Strauss Zelnick is going to end up even richer. Strauss Zelnick is going to be fucking massively loaded. Dude's already loaded to begin with. He's going to be even more loaded. He expects at the extended look on August 27th to offer a meaty look at the actual gameplay. I think that's exactly what it's going to be. I don't think that they said exactly what the length of the deep dive is going to be, but chances are it's going to show you everything that you can, and probably even some hints or some teasers at what we're going to be seeing for the online as well. But it's going to show actual gameplay, probably some devs that are going to talk about the game and stuff that you're going to be able to do in it and what like that. Yeah, I'd imagine it's going to be pretty like all encompassing. And if it's good, if the trailer looks good, their pre-sales are going to be meteoric. Like, it's going to be absurd what these guys are going to do. Absolutely absurd. Give me like 2 seconds. I gotta use the bathroom real quick and refill my water. I'm getting very dry mouth. Nordstrom, thank you for the super chat, man. Appreciate that. With Paramount's acquisition of Warner Brothers, they were going to obtain all their movies, TV shows, and video games. Amy Hennig, the creative director of Paramount Game Studio. So I wonder how they're going to handle those IPs. Well, hopefully Amy Hennig's the one that just takes over all of it, right? That's what I'm hoping at the very least. All right, give me a second. All right, we're back. But multiple games, GTA games, but multiple GTA games twice. Release the Schreier files. We got to look into that still. A weird noise coming from over there. I think it's my like sump pump or something like that. Okay, let's see here. What else? Strauss Zelnick told him in an interview that they would get an extended look. When the extended look would go live, people would understand why they chose Netflix for the premiere, and stated that it's a must-see event. They're going to put Netflix into the game. You're going to be able to watch Netflix inside of Grand Theft Auto. Bro, fuck off. Bullshit. I'm just saying, like, Strauss Zelnick told him at the interview that when you see the when the extended goes live, people will understand why they chose Netflix for the premiere. So from my perspective, that's one of two things. Either they're going to cross over Netflix with the game so you can watch Netflix inside of Grand Theft Auto for whatever reason, or like watch party shit, you know what I mean? You can have people over at your house or something in game for like GTA Online or something. I don't know. Or Netflix is going to stream Grand Theft Auto somehow. I don't see that being the case because that would really that would kind of hit their bottom line a little bit too much. So there has to be some type of crossover with, oh, there's going to be a Grand Theft Auto movie. That's the other one I didn't think of. You got a really good point. They're probably going to do a GTA Vice City movie. Yeah, you're probably right. It's probably going to be a movie. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Schreier asked if it my mind's too focused on the game, not necessarily the Netflix part of it. Schreier asked if it will feel like you're watching a Netflix show, and he replied yes. This marketing strategy aims to reach a broader non-gaming audience or people that might know Grand Theft Auto 6 exists, but aren't necessarily buying it day one. I don't think that people will understand how absolutely absurd the sales numbers for this game are going to be, regardless of if it's good or not. Grand Theft Auto is like the like end all be all of normie games. Like, it is something that crosses age gaps, it crosses like borders, it basically touches into basically anything and everybody could possibly be interested in. There is something for everybody to do inside of Grand Theft Auto. And like, it is just going to be like the most consumer, like, I mean, even just looking at its marketing and what they're doing right now, how they're like this like hype marketing where like they don't give you any details, they don't talk to you about anything about what's actually going to be playable or doable in the game or anything like that. You haven't even seen gameplay yet, and they said that their pre-order numbers are far higher than they thought that they would be. That makes me sick. I mean, like, part of it is based off of like the company's reputation, because I'm not going to pretend like Rockstar makes bad games, right? Red Dead Redemption 2 was absolutely fantastic. Grand Theft Auto 5 was a good game. I enjoyed it, right? And it's basically like that's what a lot of these guys are basing that stuff off of. Take-Two isn't concerned about selling to a smaller audience, as the install base will be roughly the same as the install base for when Grand Theft Auto 5 launched. Selling to a smaller audience. Oh, because they're not putting it on all platforms. It's only on PlayStation and Xbox from the get. I do actually think it's going to have an impact on their pre-order sales. I cannot see a lot of PC gamers going out of their way to go buy a PlayStation 5 just to be able to play Grand Theft Auto. I just don't see it happening. Just don't see it happening. We already have a Vice City movie. It's called Scarface. Thank you for the 5. Also true. Thank you, Psalms. Schreier also asked him if he has big plans for November 19th, like holding a party or taking a break, to which Zilnick said, it's an ultra top secret. It's ultra top secret at the moment, but at some point before then, I'll be happy to talk about it. Oh, okay. I don't know what that's about. Did you say why they went with Netflix specifically? I get the broader audience angle, but I'm still curious. I mean, it's pretty... now that you guys say movie or television show, that makes a lot more sense. I could totally see them doing a GTA crossover. That's been basically the whole spiel, right? Like, lately, that's been the whole thing that, like, a lot of these video game companies have been trying to do, is trying to dip their toes more into Hollywood. And it makes a lot of sense for Grand Theft Auto, especially with the broad appeal that it has, right? Like, I could see them definitely going in that direction. So... I should probably bring up the elephant in the room, which is that Grand Theft Auto is going to be streaming the extended trailer, the first look we actually get at Grand Theft Auto 6 gameplay, exclusively on Netflix for the first 6 hours. For the first 6 hours it comes out, it's all going to be on Netflix. You're not going to be able to watch it anywhere else. My browser is crashing. Too many tabs. Oh, it just crashed. Oh, it did crash. There it goes. So I had already seen this. Excuse me, what was that? We'll look at that in a second. So I had already seen this, right? Yeah. Grand Theft Auto 6, an extended look premieres on Netflix Thursday, August 27th at 3 p.m. So it is going to be a Netflix exclusive for the first 6 hours, and then they're going to launch the trailer on YouTube and other platforms. And I said, holy shit, this is so greasy. Now, I want you guys to tell me. The comments that I got on this, do you think I got people that were like, you're overreacting? Or do you think I got people, or sorry, do you think I got people that are that said I'm overreacting? Or do you think I got people that said true? Both? Yeah, it's mostly both. It's 6 hours, bro. It's 6 hours, bro. Famous last words before the introduction of every single industry worst practice that we have seen for the past 15 years. Microtransactions are optional. It's only $3. It's just horse armor. It's only 3 days of early access. You can wait to play it. It's just the tip. They're monetizing your attention. It's not what this is today. It's what it is tomorrow. We have a critical issue in society, and it's the fact that people do not understand consequences, and they also do not largely have the ability to conceptualize knock-on effects. Something that could happen in the future. It's such a... Everybody is so impulsive today that, like, they're not thinking about what happens immediately, or what they're doing immediately, or what those immediate actions will have, you know, what consequences those will have in the future. They just don't see it. And like I don't understand how anybody could look at like a company paywalling their game trailer and not see the dark road we are headed down right now. Because does this mean that all these video game companies are going to paywall their gameplay trailers? Of course not. Of course not. GTA is the only one that can get away with something like this. What this is doing instead, though, is cozying up to new ways to be able to separate you from your wallet. That's what this is. It's discovery. They're figuring it out. They're experimenting, right? It's their first year of college. They're experimenting. They're just seeing what's going to work. Are you going to pay for this? How many people are going to buy Netflix subscriptions to be able to watch a trailer 6 months? Like, I don't think people understand how much of a marketing psychological like test Grand Theft Auto is. You have Strauss Zelnick that's talking about how they're seeing higher pre-order numbers than they had expected. That they have vastly surpassed their internal forecasts for a game that nobody has seen any gameplay of. Wow. Look at all these people that are giving us money for something that they don't even know what it looks like. Now, they're testing it yet again, going, I wonder how many people are going to buy a Netflix subscription just to be able to watch our trailer 6 minutes early. Or 6 hours early. Just to be able to watch our advertisement for the game that they're going to buy. Let's see if they will pay to be advertised to. It's cinema is what it is. It's cinema. And it's just like I saw that there was somebody else as well that was in here that was saying some bullshit or whatever. I think I responded to somebody else, but I I wish I could be upset about this, but at this point I'm like, well, that checks out. This shit is normal now. True. Take-Two has been greasy since gaining Rockstar and putting them into their portfolio, and you're still gonna buy it and play it day one. Points at me. Who the fuck are you? Bisexual lighting? Fuck, you're right. Fuck, you're right. And you're still gonna buy it and play it day one. Motherfucker, I still got a job to do. I'm shameless about that. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, of course. I'm gonna bitch about this shit, and then I'm gonna buy it, and I'm gonna fucking play it. Of course. Motherfucker, guys. I bought Mixtape. I bought Mixtape. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? I love that people always want to try to make this like moral play where they're like, oh, well, you're going to complain about it and buy it anyway. Me buying it is not support. Not in the same way as somebody buying it and playing it. I took one for the team. True. True. Plus, also on top of that, there's also a really good chance I just get it for free anyway, so. You poor bastard, couldn't it have been given to you? I'm sorry. You fall on your sword? I do. Multiple times sometimes. Multiple times sometimes. LD's arms are tied behind his back. It's not that my arms are tied behind my back. It's just that, like, it's my job to make, like, it's what I do. I make videos about video games. Do you think I'm going to stand on some fucking self-righteous pile and be like, I'm not playing this game because of I don't like consumerism? What do you think I am, a fucking communist? What do you think? I have standards? Shut the fuck up. I can't believe a game review. I can't review a game without playing it. That would just be journalism. Pre-YouTuber lore drop, dude. I've talked about what I used to do, like in like all kinds of videos, multiple times at this point. Do you have any principles left? No. No. You're not allowed to have principles in this line of work. So, anyway, continuing on. So I'd said, seeing some of the responses, I'm convinced the whole of Rockstar could run a train on some of their girlfriends, and they'd call it and they call it a team building exercise. You can be excited for a game and still criticize the actions of the company. This is also something that I think is actually quite poignant to bring up in this case, which is that it's okay for you to not like the actions of a company, criticize those actions, but also still be excited for the game that's coming. Like, it's basically what any fandom does to every game that has ever existed ever, right? Like, there are plenty of people that are playing Halo right now that know that, 343 and Halo Studios have absolutely shredded that game, but still had a shred of hope and went into it, played it, and then came out and said, what is... You're still going to have people that are going to come in, they're going to play these games. They're going to still support it because they're still hoping that they're going to get something good out of it. That's me every time a new Assassin's Creed game comes out. Yeah, and there's plenty of people that are like that. LD is morally corrupt, confirmed. True. Very morally corrupt. The funny thing is that you'll actually have some people that'll say or think that kind of shit seriously, and it's like, brother, we're talking about fucking video games, okay? I don't think it ain't that fucking deep. And in this case, specifically what I'm talking about is like how I'm seeing, it's actually not even like my issue necessarily isn't even with Rockstar in this case. It's the broader trend that I'm seeing. So let me put the pieces together because I think this will answer a lot of questions for a lot of people right now, okay? This will answer a lot of questions for a lot of people. So we're going to take, this is one puzzle piece. Yep. Here we go. Okay, you guys ready? Okay, you guys ready? Ready for this? So, Rockstar is the first puzzle piece. EA introduces EA advertising only a few weeks ago. Xbox begins ad-supported game streaming and testing just a couple weeks ago. PlayStation is scaling up their advertising ambitions on PlayStation. Do you see how this is not just a video game specific coincidence? and instead a broader trend that's all happening all at once. You have video game publishers that are cozying up to advertising and looking to find ways to be able to build revenue out for their games before their games are even in the hands of players. What, like, I need to preface this. This is so greasy. It's also completely genius. This is also like the most genius fucking like absolute like Michael Jordan dunk move I've seen a video game publisher take. And it is insane how quickly these guys are already getting their bag. Like, I would actually go to imagine. No. Think about this, okay? Grand Theft Auto 6 isn't even out yet, and it's already making money. It's not even out, and it's already making money. They are already receiving more pre-orders than they ever thought that they would. And on top of that, they have Netflix that is paying for 6 hours of exclusivity rights for what is going to be one of the biggest trailers of one of the biggest games ever made. How much did Netflix pay for this? That's a really good question. That's a really good question. Really good question. So you have video game publishers that are looking for ways to be able to make money outside of their normal means. And that's really the moral of the story, the picture that I'm trying to paint, the puzzle pieces that I'm trying to put together here, is that the games industry, microtransactions have matured. They've run their course. What they are today is what they're always going to be. The only thing that's going to change is that they will increase their price and how much of them there are. That's it. That's done. And it's not enough. They need more. Way more. These games are getting too expensive. They can't afford to continue to do this. Grand Theft Auto 6. Grand Theft Auto 6 budget surpasses $3 billion based on Rockstar's financial games data. I wouldn't say the game's going to cost $3. It might cost between $1 or $2 billion because of how long it's been in development and how many people they've had working on it. The average cost to make a AAA game is already exceeding $400 million on average with marketing. Sometimes more than that, depending on what it's going to be, right? So, like, that's just your average AAA game. We're talking super mega blockbuster like Grand Theft Auto 6. That's a completely different beast, right? And by the way, Grand Theft Auto is not even the only billion-dollar game at the moment. You also have Star Citizen, right? That's another one that people have invested a lot of money into. So the cost to make a game has continued to go up because the guys that are making games and funding games don't really know how these games need to be made. So they're throwing a lot of money away, and that wastefulness is bleeding over. So they have now reached a point. It's like a drug addict. They got hooked on something harder. They went from first we were making money selling games, then we were making money selling subscriptions to some of those games if they were like MMOs and stuff like that. Then we got hooked on microtransactions. Ooh, that was good. Ooh, that was good. And they ran on that for a good time. But now that high, it's starting to wear off. It's not hitting the same way. They're starting to get withdrawals. They're starting to get the shakes. There's not enough money coming in. The investors are getting paranoid. They're starting to itch at their skin. We have to find more money. How do we find more money? How can we monetize our game outside of the game? That's what they're looking at now. So now they're like, you have a game like, there's going to be no other game in existence that can do this, by the way. So this is not the dark pattern. The dark pattern is not Grand Theft Auto using Netflix to stream their trailer, Because there's not a single game in existence that I know of that would be able to do something like this and people would give a shit. Maybe there's a couple of games potentially, but not to this level, so it's not even worthwhile to look. What it is, it's the actual trend of people trying to look to find ways to be able to make money outside of what we would normally expect them to do when making these games. And for a lot of these guys, the answer is ads. It's ads. Right now, all of them are all going in the exact same direction. The three biggest publishers in the industry, the 4 biggest publishers in the industry, are all moving in the exact same direction. And this is ultimately the direction that things are going to go. If I had to take a wild guess, I feel like ads on your start screen. I feel like a scrolling ad on your like pause menu is probably within the next couple of years. It'll probably happen inside of a free-to-play game first, but it's not far. It's not far at all. Is this going to be a video? Should it? I feel really bad, dude. I mean, like the Palworld video is positive. It just kind of really... I'm just going to be like, just to be candid for a minute. It kind of sucks the position. It kind of sucks the way that, like, the video game industry is, like, where things are at right now. Because, like, I can't make a lot of videos about me being, like, happy about something. And that's not on purpose. That's not because, like, I'm just this, like, negative dude that just wants to only cover negative shit. Like, I made 3 videos on Palworld, and I had a lot of fun with that, right? Because I had a lot of fun. I really like Palworld. There's just not a lot to be very optimistic about with the games industry right now. Like, other than I'm looking forward to Larian's next game. Valheim, I'll do a positive video about Valheim because I'm sure it's going to pop off when that game goes to 1.0. All right? People need to stop paying for this shit. That's not, I guess, like, don't get me wrong. I think that, like, you can pay for your wallet. You can make those kind of choices, but there in some areas, there's really just nothing that you can do because if it's done on a broad enough scale, it's going to make its way through. The benefit, though, and this is the one thing that I will say, and this is the glimmer of hope that I think is kind of necessary in this conversation, is that while these companies are going to do it, and they're going to get away with it, the one thing that they're not going to get away with is the audience. So they're going to be able to make more money off of advertising, but it's really going to do is it's just going to stymie the bleed that they're getting from their player counts. Okay, cool. You created an ad-supported program for your games and for your services. Sick. Okay. What does that matter if your games are only getting like 25,000 peak concurrent players? What does that matter if you continue to miss your sales targets? What does that matter if, like, players in large just do not respect your IP? The fact is these guys continue to waste their time looking for other ways to monetize without making sure that the product itself is something that you cannot ignore. But all they're doing is they're creating all these different ways to be able to monetize their games, all these different ways to be able to take more money from you, but they're doing it inside of games that I couldn't give a shit about. And I think the vast majority of other people couldn't either. So all you're going to do is make bad games worse, not good games worse. Because the companies that are going to be trying to do this are the companies that are already making bad games to begin with. What Xbox game am I going to be pissed off that I have to play with ads? What must-play EA game am I going to be mad about that I have to play with ads? Sony. Yeah, what Sony game is a must-play game that I can't ignore that I can only... Fable? I'm very skeptical about Fable, to say the least. If it's good, fuck, I would be so happy. Oh my god, I would be so happy. Oh god, I'd be so unbelievable. I love Fable. Okay, I would be very happy if that's the case. I just don't see it. I just don't see it happening. So true, bro. Thank you for the 2, Tyler. Appreciate that, man. I don't see that. I don't see that happening. We already have the Vice City movie where we started that one. Parking lot souvenir. Thank you for the $10. Appreciate that. Have you made a video about how Grand Theft Auto 5 Online is basically pay to win? Is basically a pay to win mobile game. Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be even worse. Selling shark cards is the real game. I don't know shit about shark cards. I need to actually look into that and actually see what all that is. I haven't played Grand Theft Auto Online, so I wouldn't know. Thank you for the 10, man. Appreciate that. Nordstrom, thank you for the 300 RSD. I don't know what that is, but I appreciate it nonetheless. I can totally see them beaming ads into people's dreams like Futurama as the technology catches up. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Just wait until you get your implant. Just wait until you get your implant. Darkin, thank you for the $5. I'd be pretty pissed if I had to watch an ad to play Scalebound. Too bad Xbox took that game back and put it down. True. Shark cards are in-game money. Oh, it's like for microtransactions and shit. Yeah, this is just that's just the way that things are going. No, I mean I'll look into this. Maybe there's a story there. There might be. I do need to do a new GTA video talking about some shit, but I'll probably talk about something else entirely. See, blah, 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 blah. What do we got here? A Google Play user says that they purchased Lord of the Rings extended trilogy. Suddenly it disappeared from their library after Google removed it from its catalog. According to screenshots shared by the user, Google support confirmed that the films were no longer available. And they said that they couldn't issue a refund because the purchase was made in 2022. Which is outside of the company's standard 120-day return window. I refunded these in 22. Or sorry, I bought these in 22, and all of a sudden they aren't available, and there is no possibility of getting a refund or a gift card. Hardly seems fair. Digital rights ownership. That's what we need. It's what we have to have. If we don't get it, we're cooked. I know a lot of people are stuck on physical, and I think that physical is still something that's worth supporting, especially if it's something that you're interested in supporting yourself. I'm more of a classic gamer, so I like to collect and keep some of the stuff that's from more classic games and whatnot, so I'm there for it. But digital rights ownership is what actually needs to have. That's what we need to have happen. Yes, digital ownership. Correct. Otherwise, we're never going to own anything ever. Otherwise, we're never going to own anything. So if we don't take care of this problem now, it's only going to continue to get worse because things are going to become increasingly more digital as time goes on. We need to advocate for both. Yes, but I mean, if you yourself are are somebody that wants physical, then you should be advocating for physical. But physical is not ownership, not by itself, especially with how games are made and how half of the games aren't even actually on the actual disc themselves. Dragon Age is way too niche, too backwards, and too old school in EA's eyes, former lead argues. Oh, these are the guys that are talking about how they think it's going to be traded off or sold off. Chances are they probably will. Oh, this is going to be such a shit show, by the way. For all the content creators worried about Netflix striking Grand Theft Auto 6 extended look, you are welcome to cover it as you wish. Reaction videos, breakdowns, etc. Once it's live, Netflix rep told me. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like the idea that like you're gonna be able to like stream this game in any way or even use footage. Rockstar will issue a takedown on your video if you even include any of their footage, any of their commercial footage. There was like a GTA video that I had tried to do like a year ago, and in processing, it got denied because Rockstar claimed the video because it used their trailer footage, even though I was doing voiceover. So I wouldn't trust this at all. I mean, I'd almost guarantee the people that are going to try to stream this are probably going to get banned. Yeah, Netflix has 0 say. True. Oh, what is this? Yeah, sell them to Larian or Owlcat. EA, listen to me. You owe me this much. It's not going to happen. They're not going to sell BioWare to, like, it's not even sell them to. Those companies have to have the money to buy. And I would almost guarantee that, I mean, like, Larian probably would have the money, but I know Owlcat doesn't. Owlcat's not that big. You can't show anything till release? No, it's not even you can't show anything till release. It's that, like, even still now, if I go and I use, like, a Grand Theft Auto 4 trailer, like Rockstar would still, like, strike my shit. Larian could maybe buy the rights, but not the whole studio. Yeah, I don't think that they would want to. Such a shame. Dragon Age had so much potential, man. It did, but, you know, it got cooked. It is what it is. Fans seeing character development, and they get scared. Halo fans see character development and they get scared. I love how, like, these, like, Call of Duty Zombies fan Omega Shenron coming out talking shit about fucking Halo fans getting mad over their game. What is this here? Oh, Crimson Hunt begins September 1st. Become a Nephilim and reclaim the fallen city of Gildenarch. Oh, this is like a new game? I think I clicked on this because it looked interesting. I don't think I've seen this yet. What? I don't think I've seen this. Does this actually have a trailer? Generic ARPG. This is my kind of game. I play this no matter what. Crimson Moon. I've never heard of this game before. Only $20 for the standard edition. Hopefully it's decent. Oh yeah, only $20. This is like one of those, like, I don't know, maybe give it a shot games, right? I smell gotcha, microtransact. No, it's a $20 video game. It's a full-priced game. I'm obsessed with Kazan right now. Game is so worth. Oh, First Berserker Kazan is fantastic. Looks cool. Yeah, this is actually pretty cool. Only $20. I'm 100% buying. Yeah, like games like this are kind of like an easy no-brainer just to give them a shot and see what's up with them, right? Like I think just recently, like I just bought a couple of indie games just to give them a shot because they were pretty cheap. I might play this one on stream. This one's really fucking good, dude. This is like an old, like it's like a Doom game, like an updated like Doom style game or something like that. It's so much fun and it looks really good. I really like the art style for it. Super good. So I'll probably play this later maybe. And then I started playing Tape to Tape, which is a hockey like roguelike that actually I think is a lot more fun than I thought it was going to be. A lot more fun than I thought it was going to be. Gears of War E-Day Steam player peak is in its beta has already passed the series all-time record. I've not seen this yet. Am I wrong about Gears of War? Is Gears of War actually way bigger than I thought? Give it till Sunday. I'm telling you, man. Like, and here's the funny thing is, the funny thing is, I actually think that the game's actually still going to be pretty solid. I actually think the game is going to be pretty solid. I've talked about this before, and I'm sure some of you guys remember this. I actually just believe that I have an internal theory that E-Day is just not going to be that popular. And it's not because of it being a bad game. It's more so that I just think that a lot of people have moved on from Gears of War. I think that there's going to be a lot of people that are going to come to play it. I think that it's going to do like relatively well, but it's not going to do as well as probably people might think it would. I think it's going to be basically, it's going to be an Xbox average. Maybe it edges out and it does a little bit better than what a lot of other Xbox games have done. That'd really surprise me, but I have a sinking feeling, man. I have a sinking feeling that people just don't really give a shit that much. Draymar, thank you for the 5. Appreciate that. Do you think that Take-Two will be able to capitalize on the Grand Theft Auto situation and get AI content accepted, effectively paving the way for the rest of the industry? I don't. What do you mean AI content accepted? What's his face? Strauss Zelnick's not like a big like guy for that. Ortelios. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs, man. Holy shit, that's insanely generous of you. I appreciate that. I think I missed some other super chats or some other subs as well. Problem is that like my whatchamacallit, my I have to get like a different thing to be able to like look and see when people sub and stuff like that on Twitch, because it like, I don't know if I can show this to you guys. I'll show you what happens. Yeah, there you go. Hold on. This is what it keeps doing. It like breaks my chat box and I can't interact with it. So like I miss stuff sometimes. So I have to like go back and readjust it. So that I can actually see things again. And then when I go and do that, I can't actually scroll up. So, like, I lose track of people. We got a big stream today, by the way. There's like 2,000 people between both chats. It's fucking crazy, man. Draken, thank you for the 5. LD, did you hear about the eclipse, meteor shower, and 6 planetary alignment visible in the sky in the next, like, 5 or 6 days on the 12th? No, I didn't hear about that. What the fuck? Is it like the end of the world or something? Are we fucking like summoning a god? Asmon's banned, so here we are. How many? I'm actually kind of curious. How many people are here that have never watched me before and are only here because Asmon is banned today and probably didn't even realize I streamed? I would almost guarantee there's probably a good chunk of them. Me, LOL. That's fucking funny, man. That's fucking funny. Hey, man, I get it. The funny thing is that like I usually end up having to like I'm usually watching him just before I start streaming myself, so I fucking get it. I'm usually watching his stream and then I'll pop off of it and start my stream. Why was he banned? Because he said some shit that you just... he's reached a little far. Icarus flew too close to the sun. That's all. He had a take. Yeah, we'll just say that he had a take. That's all it is. Is it a mental break? No, it's not a mental break. It's nothing like that. It's nothing like that. It's just sometimes I think that he truly says what's on his mind, and it's probably better that he doesn't. I think it's probably better that he doesn't. He tries to like show you what his power level is, and then it's too much. It breaks the scanner, and in this case, the scanner is Twitch. All right, let's see here. Oh, I actually liked it. I saw this in Warhammer 400k Dark Heresy. We're going to make the weapon arsenal wider. And of course, we could not ignore the absolute iconic power sword. In this concept, you can see the difference in the regular power sword and the more advanced version. Dude, I fucking love seeing visual progression. I don't know about you guys. I am a sucker for this shit, dude. For 40k. Yeah, they're making another 40k game, Dark Heresy. I am a sucker for weapon progression and for like visual progression in video games. Like my character slowly like evolving and changing over time. It's like one of the things that I do think is really missing from a game like Palworld, where like I really enjoy playing Palworld. The game is a hell of a lot of fucking fun. But I do kind of wish that the monsters evolved. Like I do. I don't know why. I don't know why. Did I say 400k? Oh, I meant 40k, sorry. Visual progression is fire. It is fire. It's like the same thing with like playing ARPGs, right? Where it's like it's the one thing that I don't like about Path of Exile. I think like the visual progression ends up being like your own skills and abilities more than anything else, but it is the one thing that like does like it does sour my taste for a game like Path, because with PoE, it's basically either you're in rags the whole game or you buy microtransactions, and that kind of sucks. It just doesn't feel very good. It just doesn't feel very good. I hate JRPGs and you get new armor and the characters looks the same. Same, dude. Absolutely same. Vazia Baransk. Thank you for the 5. I think I said that right. I have no idea. Have you looked into War Dogs? This is there is a huge playtest going on right now for its alpha. Seems like they're doing everything right. No microtransactions. War Dogs. They're doing a playtest. Is this a Steam game? What is going on here? So like a little bit of Battlefield feel, right? But you build defenses. You buy your weapons like CS. And then you like make money in your matches. I mean, the gameplay itself looks really tight, right? Yeah, the gameplay itself looks really tight. Yeah, I mean, if I end up getting access, maybe I'll give it a shot. Interesting concept at the very least. God damn it. Fucking asshole, motherfucking... God, stupid... They get me every time. I swear to God, Gabe put that button there on purpose. Master Whips, thank you for the 5. Asmongold said nothing wrong, and he was 100% correct in his analysis of the situation, regardless of how it makes you feel. I don't really give a shit, to be honest with you. Thank you for the 5. I'm not really interested in the conversation, to be honest with you, man. It doesn't. I'm simple as that. Gabe got him again. It surprises me every single fucking time. Always fucks with me. LD is about gaming. Doesn't give a fuck about politics. Yeah, we don't talk about that shit. I'm just not interested. Simple as that. I'm just not interested in those conversations. I'm not interested in those conversations here. Those are conversations I have with my friends or with my family or something like that. I'm not having them on the internet because I don't know. I just don't see the fucking point. Simple as that. I don't see the fucking point. I'm not really interested in doing so, and nor am I really all that committed to politics anyway. Yeah, get that shit out of here. Yeah. No, we'll drama farm and we'll look at some shit every once in a while here, something that might go out of the scope of gaming every once in a while, but for the most part, we stay locked in. Okay, we stay locked in here. Okay, totally respect that. Keep up the good work. Thank you for the 5, man. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, appreciate it, man. Like the game news, yeah, I only stream like once a week, right? So there's always like plenty of shit to be able to talk about. What is this here now? So this is he's lying. Okay, let's see what he says first.
And would it boil down?
Well, actually, hold on. He's lying, by the way. Executives and investors only care about the money. It's executives and investors only care about the money. It's the DEI activists, consultants, and devs who have convinced themselves that going woke will bring in more money. Overwatch 2 and Fortnite reduced their wokeness recently because their executives had enough.
For me, like what sort of ultimately broke me in my Blizzard career was I got called in the CFO's office and he sits me down and he says, he gives me a date, which at the time was 2020 and was going to slip to 2021, but at the time it was 2020. And he said, Overwatch has to make in 2020. And then every year after that, it needs a recurring revenue. And then he says to me, if it doesn't do dollars, we're going to lay off 1,000 people, and that's going to be on you. And what it boiled down for me, like what sort of ultimately broke.
What is this right here? I don't know why people are celebrating layoffs when the people actually responsible for shitty games you hate aren't going anywhere and all get bonuses. They don't if the studio goes with them. The layoffs continue until morale improves. These games stop selling until morale improves, until the games themselves improve. Like, the funny thing is that, like, these fucking Twitter retards go around and they start acting like, you posting memes, dancing around, being happy that somebody got laid off is actually what is causing those layoffs. No, it's the fact that people aren't buying these shitty fucking games. It's really as simple as that. And these motherfuckers try to make it to be more than what it actually is. Like, what are you doing? And then you got 45,000 people that jump on top of this. Worker number 279 making assets for Cave 90 hours a week isn't the person. You don't even know how fucking video games are made, you fucking idiot. Agreed. They should all get fired. True. True. Hey, what's up, LD? Just caught your review of Palworld. Didn't even know you streamed. Great video, brother. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. I say that I stream at the end of every video. You guys self-report that you don't watch the end of the video. Anytime I ever hear somebody come in and they go, I didn't know you stream, I'm like, I say it at the end of every video. At the end of every video, the motherfuckers come out and they're like, man, well, I didn't know you stream. So you don't finish. You just leave. You just edged my videos. Is that what you do? You just edged my videos. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I always stop like 1 to 2 minutes early. Man, that's too bad. You missed the best part. You missed the best part. Yeah, it's only the family members that understand. That's right. It's only the family members. That's right, baby. That's right. Former Dragon Age executive producer Mark Dara says that developers should absolutely listen to player feedback, but not let players design a solution for a game's problem. Players are really good at identifying problems. What they're less good at is identifying solutions. They're not developers. They're game players. Yeah. I agree with that. The only problem is that we end up running into this little problem. We run into a little snag here and there where you don't like to hear about your problems. So you ignore it. And then you don't do anything about it. And that's something that happens to a lot of these companies. Not just Dragon Age, by the way. It's all of them. You know, a really good example of that? Look at Monster Hunter Wilds. Look at Dragon's Dogma, right? Dragon's Dogma is still busted to this day. Been out for over 2 years. Capcom didn't. We told them what was wrong with it. They didn't do anything about it. Monster Hunter Wilds still has problems right now. They waited forever until basically they got there was a modder that ended up finding out what the problem was, and then they fixed it. Dragon's Whatma? Yeah, exactly. I like that take. What we need is better developers. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. No, like the funny part is it's actually not the problem. The players are not the problem in this scenario. It's actually the developers that like refuse to listen because they just don't want to hear it. Remember just earlier in the stream when I brought up those tweets from Emil Pagliarulo, right? Where players were complaining about different decisions that were made in the game, how the game was built in certain ways. And then he went to Twitter and said, you guys speak with such absolute authority when you guys have no idea how video games are made. Basically, why don't you just learn to shut your fucking mouth? Right? That's the energy we get met with instead of, oh, there's something wrong, we're going to look into fixing it. How do we feel about Mistfall Hunter? I never played it. I saw a couple of people streaming it. I think I watched Cross play it a little bit and Peanut, but I didn't. I don't know. I didn't really watch it all that much. I'm not like a huge Extraction guy. You know what I mean? I'm not a huge Extraction guy. It's hilarious that these developers will self-report that they don't actually care what the customer wants. Yeah, exactly. Twilight Princess is heading to PC with Courage Reborn. So I've been into repacks and these fan developed games recently, and some of this shit is actually pretty fire, dude. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like some of these modders and some of these like fan-made games actually cook. I'm gonna try out one of the somebody made like a Fire Red that's like a 2D, 3D Fire Red, and I'm gonna give that a try and see if it's any good. How far did you get on Destiny 2? I don't know exactly. I know that I'm in like the second to last expansion, still trying to like catch up with that and play it here. I should probably play that again pretty soon here. I was actually like looking through my games and figuring out what I was going to play, and I just found a bunch of like indie games to kind of like dick around on for a little bit, but I could probably go finish Destiny or something like that at some point. Unless Nintendo stomps them. No fucking shit. I saw this. There's nothing that's going to aggravate you more than this. There's nothing that aggravates me more than this. This person posted. So this guy right here says Pokemon Gen 1 has been recompiled for PC. Here's Gen 1 recomp, complete with dramatic shape voxel mod that transforms the game into 3D. And this guy posts, at Nintendo of America, at Pokemon, you might want to take a look at this. I think it might be infringing on your intellectual property and is potentially violating copyright laws. Teacher. So I said that one kid in class that never had any friends and never understood why. This is exactly the kind of shit they would say. I know you guys all knew that same kid. We all met him at least once. He was in one of our classes at one point where he just did something, where everybody in class was doing something or whatever it might be. And then all of a sudden they piped up and everybody just looked at him and were like, why? You don't get anything for doing this. You don't get anything for saying anything. Unbelievable. Was there anything else that I posted on this week? Oh, that was just me talking shit. Oh, I saw this too. So people are posting brutal. 3,800 people in game, a 62 rating for Campaign Evolved. 91% rating for the Master Chief Collection, 4,000 people in game. So the Master Chief Collection has more people in it. So I posted about this and I said, $10 cheaper and comes with 6 games, all with multiplayer modes and matchmaking. What were they thinking? And I mean, like, really? What were they thinking? I want to be in the room when this decision was made. I want to be in the room when somebody was like, what if we sold this campaign-only remake that we couldn't even finish the multiplayer for, that's relatively janky, still has some problems, and really doesn't add all that much? What if we sold it for $70 with early access? But we'll still sell it for $60 for the, the standard poor people version. $10 more than the full collection of the best games in the entire series that all still have their multiplayer. You can go play Slayer right now if you wanted to. Like, what? How does that make any fucking sense? Monetization evolved? No, it's more like monetization devolved. Like, that's just bad product positioning. It's so fucking terrible. If anything, you know what they should have done? They should have given the Master Chief Collection away with it. You plan on checking out the Gears of War E-Day beta if it becomes available to me. Unlike people apparently don't think I have any fucking principles. I will not pay for Game Pass. I will not support subscription services for games. It is something that I am adamant about, and I do not want it in the games industry, and it is something that I will not support. Simple as that. I'm not going to go and give them, and I also don't pre-order. I don't pre-order, and I don't pay for fucking subscriptions on video games. Those are two things that I do not fucking budge on. So I'm not going to be giving Xbox money early just so I can play their game, even though I could get content from it. And I'm also not going to fucking pay for their subscription fee just to be able to play it early. Either I get that code for free or I play it on the same day that you do. One or the other. Ain't happening another way. Ain't happening any other way. No subscriptions? Subs for an MMO? Yes. Subs for a, like, Netflix-like video game experience, Xbox Game Pass, PlayStation Plus, Ubisoft Connect, or whatever. No, I do not do any of that stuff. I don't do any of that. No. That shit is a fucking cancer to the games industry. That's why I saw this. I just saw this recently. We didn't even talk about this on stream. We didn't even talk about this yet. Where's that Straussy? Where's Mr. Straussy man? I think I saved a post on this, didn't I? What is this? Top selling Steam games for September 2008. Brother. Brother. We didn't even know how good we had it. We had no idea. We had no idea what era we were living in. The price? Oh my God. Yeah. Full priced games were $49.99. You guys remember $50 games? Remember those days? Remember those days, man? When you could, you know, afford it? When you could afford games? Stalker, my goat. Stalker's so good. Clear Diet. I remember that being really fucking janky now that I think about it. Shadow of Chernobyl, though. Stalker was just the fucking goat at this time, too, man. It really was. The orange box, though. This one right here, dude. The orange box. What an insane deal. This has to be like the most legendary. Like, this is the most legendary bundle or deal or whatever the fuck this was. That they don't do this kind of shit anymore, right? This is like the most legendary thing that's ever existed. The fact that you got Portal, Half-Life, and fucking Team Fortress in one package for like, how much was it? $39.99. So it was Half-Life, it was Half-Life 2, Team Fortress 2, and then Portal was added in. And Portal was like just that was like an experimental game that they just kind of threw in as a sweetener. They didn't even think it was going to be that good. Brilliant marketing by Valve? Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, yeah, I was right. Quake World, Team Fortress, Yeah, you're right, dude. It actually had everything. What a fucking legendary fucking day. Oh, my God. Those things flew off the shelf. I was working at GameStop, I think, when this came out. Subscribe to... Subscribe to Netflix just to watch the Grand Theft Auto 6 extended look on August 27th. It better be at least a half an hour of solid gameplay. Bruh. Fucking true. Fucking true, man. So, holy shit, I've never seen something like better define my life. No, I'm living in a world that run by fucking clowns. The most accurately timed use of a meme ever. No fucking shit. Holy. Unfucking believable. You people are part of the problem. No shit. No shit. A new report suggests that Halo, we already talked about that. Sony is now being sued in 5 different countries and claims that it has too much control over digital game sales. The lawsuits filed in the United States, United Kingdom, Netherlands, Portugal, and Mexico argue that Sony is the only company allowed to sell digital PlayStation games through the PlayStation Store. It can keep the prices higher and give players fewer choices. I mean, I don't know how much this is gonna. I don't know how much this is gonna stand up in court, because that same lawsuit effectively should be worked against. No, I guess it's not. It really is them. Holy shit, it really is just them. I was trying to think if you could actually reflect this onto another publisher or another platform, and you can't. You can't. Nintendo still sells physical games. So those guys still, they can put them in stores and people could put them on discounts. And they can offer their games at cheaper prices. Xbox has their games not only just on the Xbox store, but also on the Microsoft store on other platforms as well, like PlayStation in some cases, Nintendo in some cases. And also most of their games, if not all their games, are also on Steam. Steam doesn't have Steam games other than like they're like free to play games and stuff like that. So Steam doesn't really, they don't have any and their games are multi-platform even still. So even their like older games are multi-platform, Half-Life and stuff like that, Portal or whatever else. It really is just going to be PlayStation that's going to have full control over the price of their games on their store. And they're not really going to have much of any competition after that, because like people are not going to be putting discount codes on fucking plastic boxes with a code inside. Sell boxes with codes. So the one thing Sony is actually hoping to use this as an opportunity for them to be able to basically kind of like gaslight the gaslight governments and gaslight like the courts into believing that Sony is still selling games inside of stores, because technically they are selling games inside of stores. But, and this is a big but, this is the one that's the most important, this is the fattest butt of them all, they are training people, psychologically training people, by making sure that the games in the store do not actually have a game inside and it's just a digital code. Why would I go to a store to buy a game when I'm just going to get a code and come in and then I have to enter that code into my PlayStation, when instead I could just go on my PlayStation, spend the exact same amount of money and just hit download now. And I have the exact same experience. That's what they're doing. They're trying to train the audience, the physical audience that's still there, and just audiences in general, to not buy or try to buy from anyone else other than them. But you can't resell them, right? And you cannot resell them. There is literally no difference between you going to the store and buying the plastic box with a code in it than there is you sitting on your couch and just pressing download. No difference at all. It's this exact same product. Can't get them a cheaper price. Well, and that's the other thing too, is that like it's also going to probably train the retailers themselves to not try to sell them at a loss either. They're probably going to train those people not because you're not buying any discs in bulk. You're just buying a bunch of plastic cases in bulk. Chances are they're not going to see any reason to actually put a discount on that. So what's the benefit of selling them in the store? Out of habit? I don't know. Like I don't get it at all, actually. Like, I'm sure that they're still going to be buying the game keys, so digitally they are going to be buying, like, a bulk deal of keys, maybe? I don't know. Because you have to keep in mind if you're looking at, like, fucking, what is it, like Walmart or whatever, if Walmart buys the stock and then stocks the shelves and then sells the product and then makes a profit. Or in some cases, products will actually sell, like, shelf space, right? Like, that can happen as well, but it just depends on, like, what the product is. Which if that's the case, and it's actually Sony and these video game companies that are renting the store shelf space, and then you know, Walmart or whatever is like taking a cut, then that makes this even worse, to be honest with you. We watch the ends, we just don't retain the information, and that's why you have to be stuck in tell them formula for your videos. Thank you for the 5. Absolutely true. You know what the funny thing is that, like, now that you bring that up, I've always, like, gotten really worried about repeating myself in my videos, and I try to do my best not to, and I'm like, fuck, you've totally talked about this before. Fuck, you've totally said that before. And then I came to realize that, especially in the world of content creation, everybody almost always forgets about everything within, like, a day. Like, memory of a goldfish. And I'm like, it's completely fine if I repeat myself every once in a while. It's not that big of a fucking deal. And in some cases, I kind of have to make sure that people remember something. I just remember that, like, before Halo Campaign Evolve came out, I saw a bunch of people that were discussing, hey, is Legendary Drops ever talked about if he was a fan of Halo or not? And I'm like, in like a shitload of videos. I'm like, in a shitload of videos. I saw people that were talking about, like, they didn't know whether or not I was a fan of Halo. And I'm like, brother, like, I've talked about this in so many videos. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm like, but I'm like, I have nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about at all. Let's see here. Nordstrom, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. The 500 RSD. Remember when people paid $60 or more to play Star Wars Outlaws 3 days early before everybody else, and their save files got corrupted, and Ubisoft released a day 1 patch? I still chuckle about it when I think it's so stupid. Never pay for early access. Never pay for early access. Josiah, thank you for the $20 super chat, man. Awesome. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it so much. Thank you for your generosity. Steam/Valve never demanded exclusivity. Being a monopoly is not illegal. Abusing your monopoly position is illegal. That is actually true. Thank you for the 20. Very, very fucking true. And I mean, it doesn't seem like Valve abuses theirs, or at least I'm not feeling all that abused. I don't know about you guys. All right, let's see here. GTA 6 is broken, people. People are genuinely excited to pay to watch an advertisement. It's the most cattle-like consumer behavior I have ever seen from anything in my life. I'm going to be honest with you. They're absolutely right. This is one of the most weird and pathetic things I think I've ever seen. And it's just like, I've never seen a crowd of people that are so desperate for this game that they have gone into like post-capitalism consumerism mode, and they are like cyberpunk levels of cooked. I've never seen anything like it before. I've never seen anything like it. And like, I'm somebody that I want Grand Theft Auto to be good. I do, because I enjoy Grand Theft Auto, right? Like, I would like it to be good. It would be really nice. It would be nice to play a good AAA game for once. It would. And also, if this game, like, I love the fact that if this game is good or if this game is bad, it's going to be a win either way, because either it's good and it's too expensive for anybody else in the industry to ever be able to catch, so then they have to make their budgets realistic, or it fails and they all fail with it. Win-win. It's a win-win. Same species, by the way. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I'm almost positive. I think that we have to have some. Some people have to be aliens. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. Oh, I saw this. This is really cool. A Japanese indie developer added a full Czech language support. A Japanese indie dev added full Czech language support to his Steam game after he had noticed that a single person from the Czech Republic had wishlisted it. The move had earned tons of support from fans and also the Czech studio Warhorse, who loved their dedication. So the guy had seen that there was one single guy playing. And he was just like, huh. I guess I'll just add the language. I love indie devs, dude. I do. You have to keep in mind, man. Like, I would imagine, like, when you're a smaller indie developer, and if you only have, like, a few hundred people that are playing your game or that are interested in your game, like, you're just excited that other people are interested in something that you made, right? Like, I'm still that way with the YouTube videos that I make, like, every single time I post one. I'm never indifferent about how any of them ever perform. I'm always worried about it, and I'm always interested to see what people think, and do they actually like it? Are they interested in it or anything like that? You know what I mean? Like, dude... I totally understand exactly where this comes from, because it's just like, man, you do kind of want to, like, do whatever you can for the people that are, like, invested in you, right? And it's really cool to see somebody do something like this. Absolute fucking legend. The only thing that I have a problem with is that he does not mention what the name of the game is. Oh, here it is right here. Ball Boy Simulator. What is this? No, don't send me the fucking article. Link their fucking game. You don't even link their game? Dude, you don't hate games journalists enough. You do not hate games journalists enough. I give you this wholesome story. We talk about how this dev goes out of his way to put it into another language just to be able to help one of these people. But you don't even link the guy's game in here. You just link your article. And then even when you're on here, and it's just like, and right here it says, with Ball Boy Simulator launching to Steam, and they underscore Steam, which normally that would mean that this is going to connect to the game, right? With Ball Boy Simulator set to launch on Steam, this is usually where you would probably put their link so you could click on their game. Instead, it goes to a definition of Steam, and you can look at all of their latest Steam news. Fuck you, Dexerto. You suck. You suck. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? What the fuck? What did it say? Crawl around the schoolyard 10 times? I'm going to wishlist this. I'm going to share it to you guys. Day one buy? I fucking for real. What the fuck just happened? Nintendo reports that 61% of its sales are digital, up 2% from the same quarter last year. So 61% of their sales are digital. That means like over 40 or no, that means a little less than 40%. So 39% of their sale are still physical. I mean, that's still really good, dude. That's like way better than everybody else. Everybody else is reporting like up in the 90s, and these guys are like, yeah, it's we're not that far off from 50-50. Now he has to give it LD language support. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? What is my language? What's my language? GTA 6 revenue has probably already exceeded the equivalent of 1 million units sold because of the Netflix deal. I doubt we'll get the exact numbers, but it was a significant amount to be able to Take Two to make that deal. I would almost guarantee. This is what I was saying before. Russian? This is what I was saying before. I would almost guarantee that they have made a shitload of money off of this Netflix deal. And that's not even counting the fact that they also have pre-orders as well. I wouldn't doubt it if they already have probably they've probably already made the equivalent of like 5 to 10 million units sold already. Just off of like pre-orders and the Netflix deal that they have and whatever else. Absolutely absurd. Absolutely absurd. I wonder who sold more copies. This is the thing that I was talking about earlier, and I think this is what like these game companies need to kind of reckon with. Like, this is the thing that I think a lot of these game companies need to reckon with. And I think it's pretty simple. When you're taking these like more niche topics and these niche ideas, maybe something like this lady. Maybe it designs like this lady or characters like this lady appeal to certain people within the United States, or maybe even inside, the UK and maybe parts of Europe. But when you start looking at the consumerism, actually, I'm not even going to do that. I'm not even going to scratch that, because even that's bullshit. No. The reality of the situation is that when it comes to spending your own money, people's values fly out the door, especially the ones that are there for virtue. Almost nobody ever spends in the same way that they will act on the internet. In most cases, they won't. They'll go out of their way to buy a bunch of bullshit. Or in a lot of ways, they'll say one thing on the internet and then go do a completely different thing. Right? So it's just whatever. This is like the same thing. This is like one of my criticisms that I had like when I first gotten started. I was looking at some of this stuff, and it's almost like these guys look at social media and think that like any of this shit is real. Like, it can be in certain situations, but like the vast majority of shit that these people see and a lot of the support that they see for a lot of these like character designs and stuff isn't real. And none of those people even buy any of these games. Do you know what's a really good example of this? Do you guys remember when Ubisoft ratioed Elon Musk? And then you go and you look at the comments and the quote retweets. Was gonna wait for a sale, but nah, you earned this. Did they actually sell anything? Gonna download AC Shadows in honor of this legendary ratio. They earned this. Yeah, they got clicks. Didn't get any. Chuds owned. But at what cost? But at what cost? I need to look into this a little bit more. Part of me wants to make a video on it, but I'm not really too sure that people are going to be like, I think it's really interesting. So I had no idea. Roblox's stock is on a massive fucking slide. They're down 51% in the last year. They're down 70% this year. Like, they're finally falling apart. These guys, at one point in time, their stock was $134. $134 again up here. And it is just cratering. It's cratering. Age verification fucked them. Yeah, they couldn't sell it to PDFs anymore. Yeah. They couldn't have a bunch of grown men chasing little boys. And that really fucked their platform. It's almost like if you build your platform around predation, that it's just not a really good business model. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed? And then also, it's probably not a really good look that when you're under siege of constant lawsuits and you're having tons of issues with the platform and its moderation and protecting children, you come up with the bright idea. You come up with the idea and adding a dating app to your Roblox game that is mostly inhabited by children. Oh, what's that? You guys are mad because we have predators on our website? Oh. What if we added a dating site? Not teens, children. Yeah, no, most these are kids. These are not like, these are children and adults. It's like, it's one or the other. There's nothing in between here. One or the other, nothing in between. The FBI should investigate that drive. They should be going after anybody and everybody on that fucking platform. I swear to God. They've cigarette labeled PlayStation 5 games now. This is the PlayStation system. Yeah, it's a PlayStation system here. New disc-based PlayStation 5 consoles now come with labels reminding buyers of the discontinuation of discs in 2028. Could they have made this any smaller? I hate these standards. It makes me so fucking mad. Anytime I see shit like this, it makes me so mad. Oh, yeah, you can warn your customers, but you can also make it as small as possible so that it requires a magnifying glass for you to be able to read what the actual text is. As long as it's there. We didn't say anything about it having to be visible. We didn't have to think. We didn't ever say anything about it being legible. Okay, that's a completely different story. Steam Valve. What is this? Crash Out Signal. Thank you for the $10. Appreciate that. 6-year lapsed gamer returning thanks to Marathon. Return thanks to Marathon. Your critiques of Bungie and the industry are 100% correct. Exactly why I stopped gaming. Even though I love Marathon, Bungie deserves it. Keep it up. Yeah, no, like I've said it a million times. If you're like, for the people that are Marathon fans, enjoy the game while you still have it. It's not long for this world, obviously, because other players just don't seem to really, nobody really just seems to be interested in it. But get your juice while you still have the squeeze. Appreciate it though. Thank you, man. Thank you for the 10, brother. Appreciate that a lot. Sideways. Thank you for the 5. Hey, LD, at 500K, could we just have a candid video of you just hanging out with your cat? Sure. Why not? I don't know. I think that's what I was probably planning on doing, is I would just do a 500K video that would be a little bit more candid, and I wouldn't, like, bother trying to, do anything that's, like, complicated, right? Just kind of just talk and just, I don't know, talk about life and shit, I guess. I don't really know. Mike, thank you for the $4.99. Watching stream late. Sorry if chat is delayed. Is there really no way to get a PlayStation to revert the disc production, like the PlayStation 6 tanking? That's not really gonna matter. No, they're committed to this. They're committed to it. It's just gonna happen. I hate to say it. It's just. Is 500K the gold button? I think it's 1 million. I think it's 1 million subs, and then you get the gold one. I have a silver one. I keep it in the corner. I have my silver one, right? It's dirty. Sit outside like Asmon's videos. I just don't like. I'm probably the same as him in that. That I just honestly I don't have any ego over like how many subs I have or anything like that. I'm grateful for the support. That's the only thing I can tell you, right? That's really all it comes down to. If anything, like sub numbers, view numbers, comments and likes and all that stuff, it humbles, not anything else. You've come a long way. I don't think you guys realize just how much. Where's little Dio? That's a really good fucking question. Maddie's down here, but I don't know where Dio is. Give me a second. Let me go see if I can find the kitten. He should be down here too. He's under the bed. I can't get him. Sorry. Can't get him. He I think that like the basement is so quiet that I don't think he can actually hear me down here. So he just kind of stays upstairs. So he probably thinks he's alone. But the other cat went upstairs, so he will most likely coax him out eventually. The Roach Army is slowly assembling in Kaise's Twitch chat now that she's live. Oh, are they? You cannot remove him from the darkness. He is the darkness. That is true. He is deep inside that darkness. He is, it's really funny having a void for a cat because, like, you'll just, like, look down a hallway and not see anything until you see, like, a couple of eyes that are just shining back at you and, like, nothing else. I always, like, wonder where the fuck is this cat? And then the next thing I know, I'll, like, look and all I'll see is just, like, two eyes. Two eyes staring back at me. Cat can hear you, just doesn't care. That's definitely not true. An 11-minute trailer for Phantom Blade Zero is coming on Tuesday, August 11th, alongside pre-orders. I'm going to be so fucking real. I'm stoked. I'm super excited for this game, man. I really am. I think I think I'm allowed to talk about this now. I can't talk about, like, direct experience because I'm sure, like, I can't talk about specific things. But I can say that I played it, and I played it for a good couple of hours. And if I had to tell you what the closest comparison to it would be is, it's a lot like Black Myth. It reminds me a lot of Black Myth Wukong, Phantom Blade Zero. And is it because of ND? Yeah, well, I mean, it's just kind of like a generally agreed upon thing. Like, I don't want to talk about, like, bosses that I fought or secrets that I found, but I can talk about things, like, semi-vaguely, right? So the one thing that I'll say is this. The game is layered with a shitload of, like, optional encounters and, like, optional ways for you to be able to do stuff. Where, like, if you ignore certain NPCs, or you don't ignore certain NPCs and you, like, complete certain quests or kill certain side bosses, it will actually have an effect on other encounters and other things that happen in the game. It's really cool. Like, it's really cool. So, like, because I had played it, and then and then after I played it, I went. They're like, oh, you did that thing. Oh, you should try not doing that next time. They're like, here. We'll put you there again. And I'm like, okay. And then so then they put me in another boss fight, and the boss fight was entirely different the second time around. It had, like, 2 additional phases. It was cool as shit. I was like, what the fuck? And I'm like, and this is something that, like, people could easily miss. Like, you could have easily just, like, walked right past this and be like, I don't really care about that. It was something that, like, I got hooked on, so I went and took care of it first. And they're like, oh, no, if you don't do that and you come to this, this is going to happen. I'm like, dude, that is so sick. Replayability, I know. Yeah, so the game is layered with a bunch of stuff like that. The combat felt really, really good. It is not a Souls-like. It is, like, functionally, or at least, like, mechanically, but it's much more, this is why I say it's much more in the vein of, like, Black Myth, where they're leaning harder into, like, action game because they want it to be, like, super stylistic. So if I had to actually say, like, what is the closest comparison, or how would I describe the game best, I would actually describe the game as a mix between Black Myth Wukong and Devil May Cry. Because the combat is stylish. Like, insanely stylish. A little more forgiving? Yeah, I would say the game it can be, depending on how you're playing it. I think you can increase the difficulty and stuff like that if you want to. But largely, yeah. Like, Where Winds Meet, a little bit better. I mean, much more refined than that. It's a AAA game, right? I need to go back and play Where Winds Meet again at some point. I had a lot of fun with that game, but I just haven't been in the live service mood. Yeah, like the game has a bunch of stuff like, I don't even know if I'm allowed to even say this. The game has like contextual input. No, not contextual input. Like spatial awareness of abilities and like defense and stuff like that. Like there are combos that you can do and the game will actually detect whether or not you have an enemy behind you or in front of you or both. Or to the side of you or into the front of you or in both. So like you'll like in mid combat like actually like reach back and block the dude behind you and then combo into the guy in front of you. I don't know how to really explain it. Like they were showing it to me and I was playing with it and I was just like, this is so fucking crazy. Like, how did you guys do this? I don't even understand it. But and the best part is that it all feels fluid. So like no, regardless of like what's going on, like the combat just like keeps going. It's so fun. Intelligent dynamic fights. Yeah, something like that. I don't really know what exactly I don't know how to properly I don't know how to really describe it. It's interesting though. So essentially a sense of personal space in the game. Yeah, around the character. So it's not as simple. Like there's certain like specials and like combos that you pull off, and you can like if you're like parrying and stuff like that, the game will know that it's not that you're not just because you know like how in some games if you have to parry an enemy that's behind you, you have to turn around to parry that enemy. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that in this because the game knows that there is an enemy behind you. Your character knows there is an enemy behind you, so you will parry behind you. Contextually parry behind you, not just like, oh, the animation is still in front of me, but I actually parried the guy behind me. It's cool. Got all the evidence I need. The Pinkertons are on the way. Yeah. Well, the one thing that like really took like the one thing that like kind of caught me off guard. And to be honest with you, I wasn't really too sure if the developers were just like blowing smoke up my ass or something like that. You know what I mean? Trying to fucking butter me up a little bit. I couldn't honestly really tell at first, but then I kind of figured it out later. Like the more that I talked to them and the more that I played their game and shit. Like they came up and they're like, dude, we watch your fucking videos all the time. And I'm like, y'all are from China. I'm like, there's people from China watching me? They're like, yeah. I was like, wow. I just thought it was just a bunch of fucking retards in Texas or something. I don't know. I just thought it was a bunch of fucking, I just thought it was a bunch of American assholes and a few Europeans here and there. But I'm like, fuck, man, I'm Mr. fucking worldwide now, I guess. I don't know. But these guys are like super fucking nice. And their fucking CEO or their director or whatever, he's both. He's like their CEO and director, like over their English studios. He's like showed me, he's like, yeah. And he showed me his phone. He showed like he's watched my videos. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? All right, man. Don't forget us. Don't forget your Canadians. We never forget about our retarded cousin. Never leave them behind. I find it really funny that I can say this kind of shit when I'm on a live stream. But if I say retarded in a fucking like an actual classic YouTube video, YouTube is just like, fuck your money, bitch. I'm like, holy shit. I like one of my most viewed videos recently where I'd said something. I called people some like weapons grade retards or something like that. YouTube was just like, you're gonna pay for that. And I'm like, oh, there's actually a dollar amount associated to this word. It's like the N word of YouTube. It apparently is. Apparently, yeah. Oh Lord, Lord. LD Chinese industry plant confirmed. I love China. China #1. I love China. China number one. Missed another one. Sideways. Tank for the 10. Not only the support for your not only the support your channel has gotten, but the video reactions to various topics came from Smuggalana recently. Really sets in stone how reasonable and real your takes are. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think that like I at least pride myself on the ability to like come off as a reasonable person and not somebody that's just like, I don't know, just I guess just kind of like I want to try to be able to meet people in the middle, man. Dust, thank you for the membership. Appreciate that. I want to meet people in the middle, right? Because like I recognize that life is give and take, right? So I'm pretty easygoing, and I try to see things. I try to see things from both sides as well. Controversial. You know what the funny thing is? I've talked to a lot of people in the industry. I'm not as controversial as I think I am. I think I say some things that people want to like. I say some things that nobody wants to say in some cases. But at the same time, like I'm not as much of an antagonist as I probably thought that I was. You're really not. Journalists are not the industry. Yeah, no. And there's actually like a lot of writers that do actually enjoy a lot of my videos. It's probably one of the reasons why I don't really get a whole lot of heat from a lot of people. Like sometimes you might find yourself winding up in my crosshairs. But even if you're in my crosshairs, it's not like I absolutely like dismantle you or go after your character or try to like personally attack the person. I attack ideas. I attack opinions. I do not attack the person. I don't really see any reason in attacking the person. Because like attacking the person or being too over the top or too hyperbolic, just it ends up essentially it devalues the entire conversation. That's what an adult is supposed to do. Yeah. LD, I have Chinese viewers. He says that when he modded me a Chinese years ago. That's right. Yeah, but I only thought there was one of you. And you're not an ideologue, which by their nature is polarizing? No. No. Does LD have a single American mod? Yeah, I have two. That I know of. Have you heard about the Blizzard? Fuck, we still need to cover that. I keep getting fucking tied up with other shit. Oh, I saw this. I think this is really cool. So for the first time in my life, I wrote a detailed letter to my congressman in hopes that I can get a meeting with his team about this severe problem. I assume that nothing will come from it, but we've started progressing the issues for all of us. I'll continue doing what I can. So Colin Moriarty of Sacred Symbols, I think, is his podcast. Dude's been in the industry for a long time, but I guess he talked to he talked to his local congressman, and he is like trying to push towards like some form of like ownership going through Congress here. Obviously, there's other shit that's happening with like stop killing games, but you do kind of want this kind of thing attacked from all fronts by as many people as possible. That's basically how you get this kind of stuff to go through. You know what I was thinking? If you guys want to talk politics, the next presidential candidate just needs to run on making video games better again, and I think they automatically will secure themselves a presidency. I wouldn't leave out the gamer vote. I'm telling you what. If somebody ran and they were like, I'm going to make Halo good again. All your games that suck are not going to suck anymore. I'm going to outlaw microtransactions. I'm gonna demand that every female character in a video game is at least D cups. I'm Legendary Drops, and I would like to. I'm Legendary Drops, and I would like to approve this message. I'm running for president, gaming president of the United States of Gaming. Under my administration, ass sizes will be thick, bust sizes will be way too big. Honestly, modders will probably have to come in and fix it. Your guns will shoot real bullets. You will have digital ownership. You'll have physical discs. The president of every video game company that has ever wronged you will come out and publicly apologize. Our national anthem will be changed to the Halo theme song. Because it's rad. Master Chief will have jiggle Master Cheeks is what it'll be. Master Cheeks will have jiggle physics. Say unlimited slurs in video games? Oh, unlimited slurs in game chat? No. No. No, that's actually allowed to be monetized. Slurs will be unbanned in game chat, but developers are allowed to monetize them. So you get like a slur limit. Like, we still have to kind of keep it balanced, right? We can't let things get out of control. How much? I think it depends on like whether or not it's like basic or legendary. Oh, man. This is genuine and probably a dumb question. How does one... Oh, this is what I meant. Yeah. Yeah. Reddit user Casera is creating a multiplayer mod for the Halo campaign Evolved. Here is what they say. Red versus blue, 10-player slots, invites, server browser, etc. The end of the clip is just a test plus to prove that the game can actually launch with a map session. Still in the early stages of developing the mod, it doesn't look like it's going to take too long.
Chief, can you hear me?
How pathetic. How pathetic. This is a genuine and probably dumb question. How does one modder working out of their basement add fully fledged features to a brand new game within a week, while a AAA studio fails to implement those same features throughout an entire development cycle? It's mostly because they don't actually know what they're doing. They have no idea. It's like incompetence layered with like a lot of self-protection. I think you have a lot of people that are like I don't know how to really say it. Like a lot of like layered job security and people that are hiding the fact that they aren't doing anything. Like this is something that's become like a bigger problem over the years. And I know that like more people have become like aware of it over the years. And it's that like you have a lot of people, dude, that like just don't actually deserve the jobs they have. They just don't deserve the jobs they have. They have no idea, like they have no idea why they're in the position they're in. Oh, I saw this. So Pokemon fans have turned Red and Blue and Yellow into 3D games that you can play in first person or in VR. The mod transforms the entire Kanto region into a voxel world while also keeping the original game running underneath. It also has a dynamic day and night cycle. I would 100% play this. I need to find it though. Again, this is Dexerto, so I can't actually find the mod, right? I have to go to somebody else's page. You can now freely fly around red and blue. This mod basically is becoming its own game at this point. That's actually fucking crazy. I've actually had dude, does anybody else get this? I've actually had an itch to play an old gen Pokemon game again. Speaking of Pokemon, have you played Beast of Reincarnation? No bullshit. I recorded my entire gameplay. If I can find it. Yeah, here it is right here. 45 minutes. I played the game for 45 minutes. And then after that, I stopped playing it and said, yeah, you know what? I'm just not really feeling this. And then I went to return it. And then I realized that I got a key from Game Freak. I forgot it was a review key. And then Steam was like, bro, you got this for free. I was like, this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. I'm sorry. Because I saw, I'm like, fuck, I've only played this for like 45 minutes. I know that I'm not going to go back and I know that I'm not going to go back and continue to play this. And then I'm like, I went to go to return it and I was like, oh. I'm like, why won't it let it return? And then I was like, and then I read the thing and it's like, dude, you got this for free. I was like, oh, my bad. Dude just wanted to go back to Palworld. Yeah. I think I'm pretty much done with Palworld now though. So now I'm probably going back to my indie grind most likely. Got it for free and still didn't want it. I mean, sometimes it happens that way, dog. Sometimes that's the way it goes. Sometimes that's the way it goes. I assume you still need to play it for a video? I don't fucking know. What do you guys think? Is it weird for me to say that I feel like the game is so mid that it's not even really worth a video? Autofire, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Like, that would require me to actually come up with that would require me to actually come up with an opinion about it. If anything, I wouldn't even make a video. Like, and plus, you guys already know how my brain works in the first place, right? Like, I can't ever just talk about one thing. I have to talk about 5 things in one. Otherwise, my brain won't be able to cook that up, right? I can't just talk about one single topic. I gotta talk about like 7 different topics in one video. So if that was the case, if I was going to make a video, the only thing that I could think about making is honestly like how I think that like I'd have to cook on this a little bit more. Hold on. My brain's it's turning. It's turning. It's churning. it kind of goes back to the idea that I was talking about, where in the Palworld video, I was discussing how I think that like a lot of these game companies just flat out just do not actually have they don't have the squeeze. They don't have the juice to be able to make like these like fun, stupid, creative games that like a lot of people are playing right now that they're really enjoying, that are coming from some of these indie games. Like they don't have the freedom to do that kind of stuff. And they've also lost the experience and the talent to be able to make games like that, like make a new game like that, like make a new, like make a Pokemon today, right? Like a game that would become that franchise, that would blow up the way that Red, Blue, and Yellow did back in the day. And when I look at like Game Freak and how they went on to go and make Beast of Reincarnation, I think it goes to show like just how disconnected from the wider games industry and from general quality and from just like proper storytelling and good voice acting and like good pacing and movement and combat and all that shit, right? Like they're so disconnected from all that shit that because they've never had to deal with it before. Because people just buy the Pokemon. They just buy the Pokemon. So, like, they just make the Pokemon, they buy the Pokemon. They don't have to worry about having a good story. They don't have to worry about having, like, smooth movement or good performance or, good anything, honestly. Like, they just have to just, re-release another version of Rock, Paper, Scissors, purple and pink, and people will line up and buy it. So, like, this is, like, one of their first times where they're, like, walking into the, like, they've now, like, kind of exposed themselves for how weak they are now. Did you get your brother? No? Surprised I don't see the little demon down here. Game Freak seems incapable of branching out. I don't even think it's, like, branching out. They did just branch out. What are we talking about? They just made a third-person action game like Nier Automata or something like that. And the thing is that, like, for this being like their first attempt to make anything other than Pokemon, and as long as they've been making Pokemon, like I'm actually not going to be like super harsh about it. Like I don't think the game is good, right? I don't think the game is good, but for this being their first attempt, and they've been locked in the Pokemon dungeon for this long, it's not bad. It's not terrible, right? I mean, it is terrible, but like it's not like it's a good first attempt, but not a good game to have probably invested all that money into. So, like, now these guys are kind of cooked because of that. They should have did something smaller instead. I don't know how much money they spent on it, though. I can't imagine they spent too much. Hopefully they didn't spend too much. Sorry, I'm just ordering some food real quick. I probably shouldn't be ordering food because I can't think of anything I can cook immediately. So I could just not eat it instead. But I do have a hankering for barbecue wings. For boneless wings. It's been a while. They made a decent card jockey game on the 3DS. Decent card jockey game on the 3DS. I didn't know about that. You need to get yourself one of those one of them Chinese handhelds to play the old Pokemon on. I kind of want to repair my my DS Lite and just play on that. Pizza is my go-to. I had pizza last week, so I don't want to have pizza again. Man, they don't really like tell you. We'll just do this. Okay. Card Jockey was pretty okay. I've never heard of that before. Jimmy John's? It's a little late for Jimmy John's. A little late for JJ's. I wouldn't mind that, but honestly, like for JJ's, I feel like kind of stupid ordering that, especially where it's like I could just make a fucking sandwich. But I already had a sandwich today, and I don't want to have another sandwich. So I want some wings. Some wings will get me by. The fact that I can actually order food here and it's not like absorbed, like it's still pricey, but it's not that bad comparatively. Okay, here we go. So we got the Roblox stuff. We already did this. We already did the Halo Studios bullshit. Oh, we still need to do the Blizzard shit. Where's the Blizzard shit at? Oh, this is another one of those Gen 1 recomps. This also looks really fucking cool, man. I really like this. I kind of want to give this a shot. Oh, I saw this too. I thought this is really cool. So this game is actually going to be fire. I actually kind of thought that this game was a meme initially, but now in hindsight, I realize that I am wrong. And so like they actually have like I didn't understand. So it's like it's Red Riding Hood, it's Snow White, and then and now Rapunzel. So I don't know if they're going to be adding any more, but like Bayonetta, yeah, it's kind of like a Bayonetta, but you can switch between the other storybook heroines. So this is Red, and then Snow White. The only thing that I'm gonna say that I don't like about how like I like the overall like aesthetic. I'm a big like cell shaded fan, right? So I'm kind of I dig that stuff to begin with. The only thing is that it has that like weird hit animation thing and like sound animation where it just doesn't actually sound like anything's actually happening. Like the damage isn't happening. But again, this game is still in development, so like you know they'll get it there eventually. Yeah, Swords and Slippers. I'm really stoked for this one actually. Very, very much stoked for this game. Yeah, if you like Devil May Cry, if you like Nier Automata, if you like Stellar Blade, you'll like our game. So now I guess it looks like it's going to be those three as the main heroines. So it'll be Red, Snow White, and Rapunzel. The Flash could be dialed back. Yeah, maybe a little bit. Not enough impact. Yeah, it's like... man, it was like the same problem that I had with Soul Frame. They had the Soul Frame. Yeah, it was Soul Frame. That had like the issues with like I don't know, it just didn't feel like you were actually hitting somebody. Holy cake. Oh yeah, they're all hot as shit. Yeah. Yeah, no, the game is incredibly based. Yeah, game is incredibly based. Absurdly so. Yes. Yeah. They're still talking about this motherfucking. I'm actually really excited. I really enjoyed Stardew Valley, so I'm looking forward to when they finally finally bring that shit out. When they finally bring that shit out. Have I talked about anything else this week? Oh, so I ran all of these. Oh my god, dude. So I ran all of these polls because I was trying to figure some shit out, right? And like the numbers are pretty crazy, right? So like I asked, like when buying a game on Steam and noticing it has mixed or lower ratings, how often do you read reviews to find out why? 63% of people always. It's actually absurd to me, like how many people actually use Steam reviews. And one of the things that I'd also ask people as well, and something that I found out and I thought was really interesting, is that there's a lot of people that aren't even on Steam that still go through and use Steam's like review system to see what people on Steam are saying about a game. Like, obviously they'll ignore like some of the performance problems, right? But outside of the performance problems, they don't really like once it goes past that, they don't really they'll use anything else. If it's about the gameplay itself or something like that, these guys will actually hook up onto it, right? Now, one of the polls that I thought was really interesting, something that I thought was eye-opening, is so I had asked people, when a poorly reviewed game claims that it's been fixed, what do you trust most before buying? Steam reviews, 75%. Content creators, 20%. Patch notes, 5%. Games journalist, 0%. 35,000 votes. I am so proud of you guys. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. The fact that it couldn't even round it up to 1% with 35,000 votes is just cinema. It's insane. It's like a dad watching his kid walk for the first time. It is. And Daddy's proud. Daddy's so proud. You guys understood the mission, and mission was accomplished. So good, man. Imagine being a game journalist and seeing that and just being like, fuck. Oh, they deleted it. They deleted the post. I guess there was something about like Xbox was also dancing with the idea of like, I don't know, like they were dancing with the idea of like taking their games off of Steam, and it's just like, you guys really don't want to make money, man. I don't know how real that is, but man. What is this? Sony reportedly makes a small cut from physical Xbox games because manufacturers producing disc license Blu-ray tech directly from Sony. So they were still making money even off of Xbox's own disc. That's crazy. This dude is in good hands, man. I think he's all right. I think the boy's gonna be all right. 20 million views. You guys really like Rapunzel, huh? Thank you for the insane love. I didn't realize. Oh, so that post had 20 million views. That's crazy. Yeah, it did have 167. Dude, this game could actually fucking rip. Who is this game being made by? I've never even looked to see who the developer is. Mass Creation? They made a zombie dating simulator? They made like
Stay a while.
Like a Metroidvania?
To listen. A long training tag. Let's rock.
That's kind of cool. Do you like draw the lines to like slash the enemies? That's interesting. Okay. What else did you make? Shing? Okay, what was this? Play. Motherfucker, don't do this to me. Another, like, beat-em-up game? Okay. The other one had more interesting ideas. That one's a little bit weaker. You also made Hamster Playground. How do you go? How do you go from this to this? This was their training art? How they must have like hired a real artist or something like that. And then they had a dating simulator at one point too.
Massville High students enjoy their daily school lives, classes, lunches, bullying, with search for love shoved somewhere in the middle of it all. Love blooms and withers, wrong choices happen, and consequences are often dire, irreversible.
Okay, I need to be careful. I'll be very cautious. I didn't see any. We'll end it there. I like the voiceover. Yeah. Jack of all trades, master of one. Yeah, they were eventually drawn to the they're gonna do well. They're gonna do well. Why am I back on this shit again? Oh. Take-Two CEO expects cloud gaming to boom within the next 3 years, which is good news if you hate owning stuff. Yeah. So, he's not wrong. He's not wrong that you're probably going to see a decent explosion in streaming games soon, because the next generation of consoles is going to be so unaffordable that nobody's going to be able to afford it. Like, I was talking to somebody else about it today, and they had, they were like, we were talking about it. They're like, dude, I don't understand how people are going to afford I don't think people are going to afford the next generation of consoles. Like, keep in mind that, like, right now, the Xbox is like $900. The PlayStation is $1,000 after tax in the US. It's already over $1,100 in, like, Australia, right? I just don't see at all. Cloud gaming latency is ass. Latency issues will eventually be solved. I always try to assume that technology is going to fix current issues with certain things, right? If we rewind the clock, I don't know, 20, 30 years ago or something like that, and somebody's like, oh, you're going to download all your games digitally, they'd be like, there's no way, you don't have enough memory for that. Right? So let's pretend for a moment that there wouldn't be any service issues, which there still would be service issues because they still would go down and they would get hacked and there still would be problems that way. But so far as like actual playability, give it one more gen of consoles and it all goes away and cloud gaming takes over. Yeah. I think that's probably when I would just step out, though, personally. I'd probably be good with it. I'd probably just be like, yeah, I'm gonna do retro gaming from now on. I think that's probably the better route to go. I don't really want to I'm not going to pay for a monthly service for me to be able to play my games, dude. I haven't been on cons. I know that I forget that like people just like can pay like you fucking can pay your like to have you post just random ads and shit like that on your fucking Twitter page. People need to give me more money. I got 23,000 followers. It's fucking nothing. It's fucking nothing. All right, let's see if we can find the fucking the Blizzard shit, because a lot of people have been asking about that all evening. Let's see if we can find it real quick. We already went through all of this. We went through all, unless I see anything that catches my eye that makes me go, wait a minute, I didn't need to talk about this. What is this? EA update, Bloomberg, according to Jason Schreier. Oh, this is crazy. Update according to Bloomberg reporter Jason Schreier. How does he always, why are they always telling him? Why him? It's crazy. I don't know how this dude has information on, this guy has to have dirt on everybody. I don't get it, man. EA's total debt to investors will, EA told debt investors that it will cut $700 million in annual cuts, including $170 million in organizational efficiencies, which means that there will be mass layoffs across several EA studios. These guys, breaking. I don't know why, like, Twitter is acting so fucking weird. Breaking, EA has officially become a private company for $55 billion. It now belongs to the Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund, PIF, and Silver Lake and Affinity Partners with Jared Kushner. EA's franchise. So, like, the thing, I wanted to see what the actual number is. The bad news, the deal includes $20 billion in debt financing. If I'm not mistaken, I think that they were actually like I think they were $2 billion in debt, and now they went from $2 to $20 billion in debt. But I mean, like, for businesses, debt is kind of like imaginary, right? I'm sure it'll be fine. Oh, this is Game. I had read this. I had translated it before. Game Freak said they're like working out a bunch of the issues and stuff like that. We already talked about the ad stuff already. Oh, I'll just watch the Asmongold video. Moon Crimson. Oh, we watched that already. Yeah, here you go. Truth about Blizzard.
Guys, it's me again. Today we're going to talk about the revelations recently that have come out about the Blizzard sexual assault lawsuit, investigation, controversy, and everything that happened in 2021, 2022. Now, for anybody who was,
are you allowed to watch banned videos of people on Twitch? Yeah, I can't see why you wouldn't.
A completely cataclysmic level of accusations, things ranging from, like assault at the workplace causing an employee to kill themselves, from employees, allegedly stealing breast milk out of the, out of the employee.
The amount of stories that were coming out of this company, like, and it was like every single day. I don't know if you guys remember this, but this was like back when we had like, I think this was all happening during the like World of Warcraft, like, players were leaving WoW to come to Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy was getting like a shitload of players in at the time. Like, it was everything was popping off. Blizzard's like entire like public image was just in the gutter at the moment. Like, with their games, it was in the gutter, right? Like, these guys were just, they weren't in a good spot. Not in the least, man. And it was like, and then once the allegations came out, like, the public was so ready, like, so beyond ready to just like absolutely shit all over this company and believe anything that could ever come out that was like bad about them. And it felt like every single day the news would just get worse. There would be like another horror story, and then another horror story. Like, first it was like the Cosby Suite, and then after the Cosby Suite it was the breast milk, and then after the breast milk it was like Bobby Kotick giving death threats to like one of his secretaries. Like, it was just like, it just kept going and going, and it was just like, dude, how? Like, you're sitting there and you're thinking about it, and you're like, dude, like I'm imagining like a game studio that's like filled with thousands of people, and it's like half and half women, but the men just like run the company and they just like do whatever they want to the chicks there. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck is going on at this place.
Refrigerator, and the implication, of course, is that they're drinking it like Homelander or something. And so all of these crazy, outlandish, insane accusations. Wow, guys, big surprise. It turns out that a lot of them seem to be bullshit. They found no evidence for many of them. They found that some people retracted their accusations. And if you go through a lot of filings with the California, the department that were investigating them, one of the points of failure that Blizzard had was the fact that they had a bunch of white men that were running the company.
Wait, what?
The points of failure that Blizzard had through a lot of filings with the California, the department that were investigating them. One of the points of failure that Blizzard had was the fact that they had a bunch of white men that were running the company. Oh my God. Well, if you've got that, it must mean that you're drinking everybody's breast milk too.
Is there something for me to read with this? Can anybody find me that? Like, I'll take like, I'll take some stuff at face value, right? Like, at least for like conversation's sake. But like that is a that's kind of a that's an accusation to levy that I have to see that written down. I have to see them very specifically saying it was a Glassdoor review. It was a Glassdoor review? I looked. I did not find anything about this. Yes, watch the clip from his channel. His editor showed evidence. Can you link me the clip? From his clips channel?
Well, it sure seems.
Yeah, just paste the link in chat.
Seems like that's not the case. So anyway, I wanted to talk about kind of and break this whole down and.
Is it this one here?
Were entirely fake, and the state of California even admitted that there is no evidence substantiating
filing.
Games.
Just for additional context, I'm just going to read the court filing. No court or any independent investigation has substantiated any allegations that there has been systemic or widespread sexual harassment at Activision Blizzard, that Activision Blizzard senior executives ignored, condoned, or tolerated a culture of systemic harassment, retaliation, or discrimination. Unlike its customer base of increasingly diverse players, defendants' workforce is only about 20% women. Its top leadership is also exclusively male and white. The CEO and president roles are now and have always been held by white men. Very few women ever reach top roles at the company. The women who do reach higher roles earn less salary, incentive pay, and total compensation than their male peers, as evidenced in defendants' own records.
Dude, California is ridiculous. This is the state? The state is like, so yeah, we actually found no evidence of anybody actually being harmed or harassed or anything like that. But the company does have too many white men working for it, and there's only 20% women that work at the company. And also the only people that have, hold the positions of power in the company are also white men too. And it's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Who do you think started the company? Were they supposed to relinquish their positions? I don't understand. This kind of forced shit like this is just it fucking breaks my mind, man. I don't get it. I genuinely do not get it. California is infested with far less. Well, I mean, like it's part of that, but like a lot of this stuff is just so fucking. It's so performative because they actually don't give a fuck. They don't care. They don't care who runs the company. They don't care who works at the company. They don't care about any of it. They do this shit for show. They do it for show and because they can. That's really all it is. Fucking unreal. Give me a second. I gotta grab my food. It's at the door. 1 second. All right, I'm back. That is crazy, man. I don't even know how to even think about that. I mean, I was there for a while, right? But I never really ran into any weird shit like this. And I also come from a part of the country where this kind of shit doesn't even exist. Nobody's even thinking about this. Nobody's even talking this way. Nobody would everybody lives by everybody essentially lives by the strength of their own character and the strength of their own ability and their own skill and stuff, right? So look at this fucking guy, dude. I want to go play fucking Commander with fucking with Papa Meat one time. I really do, with Meat Canyon. I want to go play so bad. I'm so fucking jealous when I watch these guys play, and it's so fucking unhinged, and they're literally just fucking taking shots and fucking playing Magic the Gathering. I love it. I love it. But what do you my question is it when I see stuff like this, unlike its customer base of increasingly diverse players, Defendant's workforce is only about 20% women, and its top leadership are exclusively white and male. The CEO and president roles have always been held by white men. Very few women ever reach top roles in the company. My question is, what does it solve? What problem do you think it solves by trying to force that to happen rather than it happening naturally through somebody else's skill? Do you think that it's some unconscious bias that these guys are oh, she's really good at her job, but no penis? Sorry. Can't do it. It's made up. It's an entire industry. It is. I think it's complete bullshit. The whole thing is fucking. It was so outrageous when he said it that I was like, "There's just no way this could be fucking real," and I needed to see the proof myself. I'm gonna have to read the entire court documents for this case now.
Contextualize all of it. Whenever this happened, obviously, I think that it really was the perfect storm for Blizzard because, I mean, at the time, Shadowlands was a piece of shit. This was the current WoW expansion.
Yeah, it was.
Overwatch was garbage. People hated Overwatch.
It was.
Heroes of the Storm was dead. You would say StarCraft is dead, but that would imply that Blizzard knows what StarCraft even is.
Fuck, dude. Isn't that the fucking truth? It's not even they would have to know what it is. It actually goes beyond that to just be it's also like Heroes of the Storm. They also shit all over Heroes too.
And basically every other, Warcraft Reforged came out and it was terrible. Basically, Blizzard, instead of couldn't miss, Blizzard couldn't hit. They were getting every single thing wrong in every single game. And this was coming off of the heels of Battle for Azeroth that was also a piece of shit. So basically, the amount of hostility, animosity, and frustration towards Blizzard was at an all-time high. Like, it was never going to be, any better, any worse than this. Then on top of that, Final Fantasy 14, they finally kind of come into
they popped off.
Their own.
They popped off, yeah.
Are making their games the way that they want to. The game has its own identity. It's no longer derivative or, vestigial WoW systems. And
I was top 200 in HOTS North America at one point. Feels bad, man. I actually still think that like Heroes of the Storm is a fun game. I still go play it every once in a while. I think it's fun. It's one of my favorite MOBA. Well, actually, like, of that kind, it is my favorite MOBA. And then after that, I would play Deadlock instead of anything else.
it's really its own game. So you have a lot of people, including me, that moved over and started playing Final Fantasy XIV at the time. And I think what happened is that happened, the sexual assault lawsuit happened, and you have to remember that, like, 2021, whenever all these things were happening all at the same time, this was like peak woke, right? It was like, this is the point where it was believe all women. Every accusation is a conviction, and, you know, if you ask questions or...
It was something, like, it's so weird. It was like such a weirdly convenient time where it was like basically like just 2 straight years of like every woman ever. I shouldn't say it like that because that's not really what the case is. It was just like 2 straight years of like a lot of women that were coming forward from like every industry, and they all had something. They all had something that had happened. It was peak Me Too. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Like, it was a bunch of Hollywood ones. It was ones in, like, professional industries. It was ones in the games industry. It was, like, it was happening all over the place.
Or ask for evidence, you are basically a rapist. So, you know, and you had an entire culture that was, you know, created...
What the fuck's going on here?
...around enabling this. Are basically a rapist. So, you know, and you had an entire culture that was, you know, created around enabling this. And I think that culture, one of the biggest victims to it was Blizzard. Now, one thing I can say, too, though, is that I don't think that all of the accusations were fake. I think that...
I guarantee there was some shit that went down. You wouldn't be in a court case if they didn't actually have some dirt on you. And I think in the case of Activision Blizzard, they absolutely had some dirt on them, and I would guarantee that some of the stuff that had happened was real. What didn't happen was likely the more, like, outrageous stuff, right? It'd be like it was like the Cosby Room, the breast milk, that Bobby Kotick giving a death threat to one of his employees. Like, that stuff, I think, was probably over-exaggerated or probably didn't even happen. It was stuff that was just there to be able to, you know, sensationalize the story, make it more interesting for the media, maybe make it more interesting for a book. I don't know.
I think that sexual harassment, this is going to sound maybe a very black pill thing to say, but I think sexual harassment is a, sexual assault even, is a, it's an outcome of the human condition. Every company, every group of people, like, how many of you guys know somebody and any organization that you've been in where, like, something weird like this happened? I think that this is just what happened.
No, actually, I take it even, well, like, I get what he's like approaching. Like, it's the idea that, like, once you get enough people together, you're going to see stuff like this that's going to end up happening. Like, of course, there's going to be some, like, failures and, like, because that's just the way that things go, right? Like, you have way too many people, right? Can't fake suicide. Well, that was Activision. This is not this lawsuit was against Blizzard, not Activision. That was a different story. That was for something else. But regardless, that's like distracting from the point. The thing that he's like trying to talk about here is you get enough people together and it's like part of the human condition. It's not like some shit's going to happen. Somebody's going to do something. The probability goes up. That's essentially what it's going to be. And the other thing is that it's not even you get enough people together. I'm sorry, man. Any place that I've ever worked at in my entire life, there are always people hooking up. And when you have employees that are hooking up with one another, you are begging for trouble. Because if one of them all of a sudden says that it's not consensual or it's not cool, or they all of a sudden start having problems, there almost always ends up being some issues. Kitten, did you see it? Oh, he is down here. Well, hello. Little tiny man. His brother went and got him. Said, "Hey, it's time to walk around."
When men and women get together, and when women and women get together, you have different problems. And whenever men and men get together, you have different problems. Like, basically, people have problems, right?
When you get men and men together, you don't get that many problems.
And so I do think that, like, maybe 20,
Not always.
30%, maybe even 40% of some of the accusations made against Blizzard were accurate. And I think that they were true. And I think Blizzard should have been held accountable for that. But I think that...
Honestly, it is actually really interesting, like, the different kind of problems you get. Because, like, I worked in management for many years, right? It is really interesting to see, like, the different types of problems that you get from the interactions between men and women, and women and men. Or women and women. I'm going to have to, like, okay. In all my years of management, I almost have never had any issues whatsoever, like not a single one, with teams of men. Like I've worked with construction teams, I've worked in like gas stations, I've worked with all kinds of different stuff, right? Like there can be some competitiveness that can lead to some bad blood, but outside of that, for the most part, that's just not anything. I don't really run into any problems at all. Women and women working together, always issues. Always issues. Men and women working together, it always ends up turning into like a bit of a contest, especially if there's any like romantic involvement, which ends up happening almost all the time.
One of the more
Nobody hates women more than other women. That is the most true statement ever made.
Cosby Room, all the like really extreme stuff. A lot of that stuff probably wasn't true, and we're not really 100% sure on this, right? But like, the California government and independent investigations, and also you have people coming out and then taking back what they were saying. I mean, you put all these things together, and you're starting to come to a bit of a conclusion that maybe this didn't happen the way they said it did, right? And so if there's literally no evidence that can be found by anybody, including the government, because you've got to keep in mind that an independent investigation, I don't want to go too far off in this tangent, but it's important to keep in mind, an independent investigation does not have the power of discovery. They only have the power of basically, surrender. So, like, if you surrender information to them, they will be able to use that information, but they cannot legally compel you to, use information. They can't necessarily go and get deleted files. They don't have the same type of forensic capabilities that a government does. But even the government of California was not able to substantiate a lot of these claims and a lot of this evidence. So that would lead me to believe that a lot of this probably didn't happen exactly the way that it said that it happened. Now, also, there's the other culture of the frat boy culture, right?
How does it make sense that frat boy culture would ever exist at a company like Blizzard? Like, video game developers are like the inversion of what a frat boy is. They're like a bunch of antisocial nerds that are never going to act the way that these guys are. Like, that was like the one thing. Like, I largely wasn't really paying attention to a lot of the shit that was going on. And I was like, man, that all sounds like absolutely crazy. But I also didn't really understand the video game industry that well when I had first heard of like the Blizzard accusations, right? So I'll be honest with you. I didn't like Blizzard. I took it all at face value. I largely believed what was going on. I was like, man, that's crazy. What a disgusting place. Those guys are these people are absolute animals. No wonder they make shit games, right? But the one thing that always the one thing that made me raise my eyebrow was when they said it was like a frat boy work culture. And I'm like, I would almost guarantee that not a single person that has worked at Blizzard has ever been in a fraternity. You know what I mean? To them, the Burt Peanut would be frat boy culture. I guess so. I don't think they understand like how different like the personalities would be. Like they're acting like they're doing like office hazing and they're doing like fucking keg stands and like forcing the women to walk around in underwear. Like I don't understand. I do not understand it. Is it that they like went out for drinks every once in a while or something? Like I don't get it, man. It was a bunch of nerd programmers who never interacted with women before. Yeah, and that's like the other part that I'm like, I have a really hard time believing that they have like this widespread issue with like workplace harassment when you most likely have a bunch of like heavily autistic people and artistic people that are just not getting involved in ways like that. They don't even really, like, a lot of these guys probably don't even interact with that many women. And also at the exact same time, you have to think like OG Blizzard or like Blizzard during these years that they were like talking about back then. The vast majority of these guys were already married. They were already older.
Right. And in my opinion,
I think that's probably something really important to keep in mind. A lot of these guys were older. If you look at like some of their photos, like Jeff Kaplan in them, these guys already had like, they were already married.
maybe this is me. Maybe this is episode 3,957 of me being a chud, okay? But I don't think that frat boy culture is fundamentally a bad thing. I don't think that, you know, if you have a bunch of guys acting like young guys, or even old guys that also generally act like young guys still, you know, like they all get together and they act like assholes. They're drinking. They're, you know, saying things that are crass, inappropriate. And I'm not talking about sexually harassing employees. I'm just talking about using coarse language and, you know, saying the kinds of things that guys say, right? These types of things are really not a bad thing. And I think that culturally for a while, for like a good, maybe 5 or 10 years, I'd say starting in 2014, I would say ending in 2024 with Trump being elected, there was a idea that this level of like masculinity was almost synonymous with being bad, being problematic, being something that needed.
There were people that were making fucking commercials that were making men to look bad. I still remember that fucking, what was that Gillette commercial? I remember watching that as somebody like that had bought Gillette for years, and I was like, what the fuck is this framing? And I'm like, why are you making an ad about how men are bad when you sell fucking razors? Yeah, it's so weird. It's so weird. To them, camaraderie between guys is frat boy culture. Yeah, probably. That shit was so condescending. It was, dude. It was. I was like sitting there and I was just like, and like the thing is like as a customer of theirs, like I felt offended by that because it was just like, why are you fucking generalizing us like this? Like, and I'm like sitting there and I'm like, who the fuck does this? I'm like, I know tons of dudes. I've been friends with tons of dudes. None of my friends have ever done anything like this. And that's not me saying that I have a bunch of friends that are just really good people that mind their P's and Q's. Now, I definitely have some friends that are some fucking assholes and some womanizers, and even they don't go and, hey, I'm going to go bark at this girl down the road that she's walking past. Like, nobody fucking does this. Catcalling and stuff like that. What?
To be fixed, a problem that had to be solved. And I think that now, once, especially because this is what happened, right? You go back and you look at the old pictures of Alex Straza, right? Okay. She's the dragon, the red dragon.
She was wearing like a bikini bottom. She wore like a bikini top and a bikini bottom with her tits and her ass out. And she was dragon mommy, right? Now you look at her and it's crazy what these guys have done. I mean, the funny thing is you don't even have to use Alex Straza. You can just show how flaccid the company has become when you see fucking Khadgar rolling around in a fucking wheelchair. I was talking to some friends of mine the other night. Without a doubt, 100%, Wizards of the Coast is going to do a Wizards of the Coast is going to do a Magic the Gathering, World of Warcraft crossover, just like they did with Final Fantasy. They're already doing a partnership for D&D with World of Warcraft. They're going to be doing it for Magic the Gathering, which, as a Magic player, I'm kind of excited about, okay? I'm going to be real with you. I'd be really excited to see something like that because there's a ton of characters in World of Warcraft that I am a massive fan of, and I've always loved the lore, and I've always loved the characters up to a certain point, obviously. Right? Like, I would absolutely fucking love to rock, like, you know, like Garish or like fucking, I'm trying to think who else. Like like Arthas, running Arthas as a commander or something like that would be sick as fuck, and I'm sure it'd be like really strong and whatnot. Like Lich King, Grom, fucking like the list goes on. But I also was like, as I was talking to my friends, I was like, I swear to God, if they put Khadgar in a wheelchair, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. If we get a fucking Khadgar fucking card and it has that dumbass in a fucking ethereal wheelchair, my mind is going to fucking break. It is the most like heavily pandering thing I've ever seen in video games ever. A dude that is an archmage. Like, this dude is so fucking strong, okay, that he could just levitate. But for whatever reason, he instead etherealizes a wheelchair to roll through the air. Like, it's so blatant. It's like so blatantly pandering and like trying to be inclusive that it's just like, this is postmodern woke. This is like some shit that like you never even thought that they would be possible. It's just like, who fucking thought this is a good idea? It's because it was primarily male preferred space, and those aren't really allowed to exist anymore. Governments are twisting the law to enforce it. Thank you for the $5. Appreciate it. They're also twisting law enforcement to also represent that as well in some cases, and it's obviously leading to some problems there. The problem is that like there's always going to be fields, no matter what anybody tries to do or whether they try to say it's problematic or whatever. There's always going to be fields that women are just not interested in, like they're just not interested in being in. Just the same as there's going to be fields that a lot of men are just not going to be interested in being in either, right? I think a really good example of this is like nursing. Like not a lot of dudes want to be nurses. More women want to be nurses. Oil rigs. It's not like oil rigs have a shitload of chicks working on them. If they did, the guys would probably stay longer.
Goddess in World of Warcraft, and you know, I guess what the Red Dragon goddess in World of Warcraft looked like in the year 2007, right? I mean, this is obviously the hottest fucking chick with a chainmail bikini. Then they remake her, obviously for Dragonflight, and this came right off the heels of this big sexual harassment lawsuit. And
they did the same thing. They nerfed like Jaina Proudmoore. They nerfed I don't really think that they nerfed Sylvanas that much. A little bit. It's actually kind of funny that I think that like Sylvanas is so hot that she's actually like really kind of hard to nerf. Other than like in like some of the cutscenes, they made her look scuffed.
You know, now she's wearing way more clothes. She's like totally toned down. Boobs are smaller. You know, all these things. And I told people, I was like, listen, guys, like let's be a little bit pragmatic here, okay? Do you really think that they're going to, right off the heels of all of these allegations, and also in the cultural climate, the main box art character...
White mane. Good fucking lord. Didn't she have, like, the absolute... Bruh. Her fucking hero, the Storm skin. How far they have fallen. Luckily, they never updated any of this. They just left her. They left her be in Heroes of the Storm for whatever reason. Mostly because they're like, I don't know. People probably won't even remember this game. Won't even remember this game even exists.
Is a big titty, pretty dragon girl with a chainmail bikini. Do you really think they're going to do this? No, they're not. It would be incredibly based if they did, but it did not happen, and it never would have happened. So it seems like this was a hit job that was done by a lot of the HR types. I think it was done also by, you know, people that are in, like Blizzard was always, I mean, let's be real, guys. Blizzard was a chud company. It absolutely was. They made games for chuds, and it was fucking amazing.
They did it. Like, we had a really good run, dude. Like, we had a really good run. They had like some of the best games ever. Personally, I mean, they really did. I mean, Diablo 2, and I even like Diablo 3, even though Diablo 3 was largely mid in comparison to 2. And I played a shitload of World of Warcraft. I played World of Warcraft for a good 5 or 6 years. Right? Why is Asmon's audio a little cooked? Because he's doing it on a fucking cell phone. Yeah. StarCraft was good. Warcraft was good. Like, these guys cooked. Overwatch, the first year that Overwatch came out was just like absolutely fucking peak.
Incredible 20 years, didn't we? It was great. But things changed. And I think that fundamentally the culture changed so much that they found themselves in a position because they did mismanage World of Warcraft. And I think this had nothing to do with women or, you know, like woke or anything. I think they just fucked the game up. And I think that, you know, you have stacking debuffs and eventually so many stacking debuffs put you in execute range. And I think that really that sexual assault lawsuit really did execute the, you know, the credibility of the company and also the capacity of...
I think that, like, maybe people will disagree with me on this. I think it was all downhill after it was all downhill, like with Cataclysm. It was like Cataclysm and then down into the fucking gutter, man. There were some, like, I quit before Cataclysm and then came back and played a little bit of it and still had, like, some of the raids and stuff like that were really fun. The Deathwing stuff was pretty cool, but I didn't like how they changed building because I think that's like the time when they tried to experiment with like taking points away where you didn't actually have talent points anymore, and they tried to do something different with that to make the game more approachable to wider audiences. Sound familiar? I don't know why, but I had a lot of fun with Battle for Azeroth. I did not play BFA. I quit in Panda and then came back for Kata. I played Panda because PvP was really fucking fun in Panda. I quit after Legion, after playing it since day one. That's crazy. Everything was a meaningful choice, and then they gave you 0 choices. It was such a weird, like, fucking... I don't know, man. It was such an inversion of the game that I had played, and it honestly felt like... It was kind of... It was insulting my intelligence, and it was just like... It was insulting collective intelligence, because they're like, we're going to make the game less complicated. So you're trying to say that everybody's a fucking idiot? Like, what are you doing? They took away player choice. Yeah, they did. Yeah. Casual to death. Yeah, and the funny thing is it didn't even grow the player numbers. I don't think they ever reached back to like the peak that they had back in the day, back with like Burning Crusade. I think it wasn't like it was like either Burning Crusade or Lich King were like there was like the peak of World of Warcraft, right? Like their highest player numbers. Lich King, yeah. They never came back to it. No matter what they tried, they never got back to that number.
The company to make a good product. I don't really think that anything that they've made ever since then has...
Lich King was fucking peak, okay? Like, Lich King was just fucking peak all the way through. Honestly, if I could have, I would have just stopped at Lich King. And I largely did. Like, I did. I like, Panda, I didn't really play as much, and I kind of quit and then came back. Funny, hey, what's up, LD? Funny, I turned in during Warcraft talk. I just got off of work and picked up a World of Warcraft Monopoly for $45 at the marketplace. Nice, man. Thank you for the 10. Appreciate that. Wrath of the Lich King was so good. It was so good.
It's been real.
The raids were so good. The dungeons were so good. The fucking armor sets and the PvP armor sets looked fucking sick. The classes all played fucking great. That was when I played fucking Dodge Paladin and I felt like a god. I felt like a fucking god. Oh, God, it was so good. It was so good.
That great. Overwatch is fine. You know, World of Warcraft Classic is fine, or retail is fine. But, I mean, nothing is, like, special, right? Nothing has, like, the same type of, like, you know, cultural relativity that World of Warcraft originally had, or Diablo 3 had, or Overwatch had, especially Overwatch, right? People see characters from Overwatch and they say, oh, wow, she's from a video game? I didn't even know that. And that's
ICC was so peak. It was so
yeah,
good.
They didn't say that in 2018 when the shit came out. It was a popular fucking game. Everybody knew about Overwatch. Now people don't even know where the characters came from. So anyway, this is a big problem. It's a huge problem, and I think it's...
I also really liked, what was it? Was it SOC? I'm trying to think, what was it? What was the other raid that was in, there was the fucking... the Gauntlet, or like the fucking Coliseum raid that you would have that was in Wrath. Yeah, Argent Tournament. That's what it was. The Argent Tournament. TOC, is that what it was? Trial of the Crusader. That's what it is. Trial of the Crusader. Yes. Yeah, Argent Tournament, Trial of Crusader. That shit was a lot of fun, dude. I really loved that. And also the gear set from that also looks sick as fuck. Like, I looked so fucking sick after that raid. Holy shit, man. After running that a couple of times, oh boy.
It's really sad to think about it. I, in a way, feel guilty.
It does make, I'm gonna be real, it does make me like slightly like nostalgic. I do miss those days, but like even still with them going back and doing classic, I still never went back and play World of Warcraft.
Obviously, I was a big person who pushed this. I don't completely feel like I was wrong in a way, but I think at the same time, given the situation and everything, it does feel bad to know that, like the position that I was in, I believed a lot of this stuff, and I still believe at least some of it probably actually did happen. But at the same time, whenever you find out that you were effectively co-opted by a lie, I think everybody was, it can be very frustrating. And
that's actually, that I will say that, like, now in hindsight, like, I'm frustrated. I didn't realize that it was like this much, like this widely blown out of perspective, right?
Can be upsetting, and it can make you feel stupid, and it's annoying that happened. And I think that fundamentally now, one of the worst things about this is, I think this is the worst problem, is that whenever one of these big controversies happens, and then it manifests into effectively nothing, and it's even recanted and taken back, I think that what that does is it poisons the well for future survivors, for future victims, to be able to come forward and talk about bad experiences that they had.
Yeah.
I might be a chud, I might be an asshole, I might be a bit of a sexist, but I don't think anybody should expect to go to work and be sexually harassed. I don't think anybody should expect to be touched without their consent, and I don't think that any of those things shouldn't warrant you getting fired. I think if you treat a person that way, if you invade a person's personal space, if you grab them in a way that's inappropriate, I think you need to leave the company. That's
when you sensationalize things like this, you open it up to make it where less people believe the next person that, has to say something. And like that's the one thing that like ends up getting like they end up losing the value of like, it just makes it really difficult where anybody would want to believe anyone anymore, right? And the more ridiculous the narrative gets, the more likely you are to not believe it.
It's just not something that we do in civilized Western society. And I think that
which by extension means that somebody could do some absolutely heinous shit, and most people would never believe that it's real, because it's like, well, how the fuck could that be real?
that's been the case for a really long time, and that's a good thing. But at the same time, I think that you need to draw the line and understand where a mixed signal or maybe an accusation isn't necessarily the truth necessarily, right? I'm not saying it isn't always the truth, but sometimes it's not. And so I think that really this should give people another reminder to trust but verify. It's important to make sure that we listen to what people who are, potential survivors or people who are, victims of these types of behaviors, we have to listen to them and at least to a certain degree understand what they're saying to be potentially true in order to investigate and figure out whether it actually is. But at the same time,
there's also a really good chance that the people that were making these accusations were not actually survivors. You know what I mean? Like, the people that were making these accusations were not actually people that they were a victim of anything, but instead it was people that were trying to sensationalize a story around one of the biggest publishers and one of the biggest studios in the industry. Just lean on crime statistics, honestly. It's not just that, but it's yeah. There's like women who blame the guy for falsely when they are less likely to believe real victims. Yeah. Didn't Bobby Kotick admit most of the claims were absurdly false? He did multiple times, but nobody wanted to believe him. Everybody just thought he was just like slimy, disgusting. And by the way, that's him. He did this. He created this character for himself. Most people looked at him as slimy, disgusting CEO, greaseball that, doesn't care about anybody, just wants to fuck everybody over and get their money. So when this dude came out and said, these claims are false, it's all bullshit, everybody's like, why would we believe this guy? Like, I don't think people fully, I don't think people fully appreciate just how like poison pilled everybody was against Blizzard before all of these lawsuits hit. Everybody was already prepared to not like Bobby Kotick, to not like Blizzard, to not like the developers. So it was a lot easier for us to be able to swallow basically anything that anybody wanted to serve us because, well, we were already we were ready for it. Oh, you're going to tell me that everything that I believed about this company being the worst company ever is true and they're even worse than I thought? Awesome. Right? Scrotumus? Is that what your name is? Thank you for the 100 bits. It's 100% possible that there was no substantiated evidence of those claims. And then, like, that's the other thing, too, is like no substantiated evidence of any of the claims that were made. So it's just like, bro, I don't know how the fuck you get away with that. And the fact that, like, they still got to, they still, like, if I'm not mistaken, I think California still, or, like, I think Blizzard still paid out money in a settlement. So even though none of the claims were, like, substantiated, they still had to pay them money. That's crazy.
That especially then, and even now, we need to take ourselves away from the perspective of just looking at it from the dimension of, okay, well, you know, this person said this, let's take it with zero evidence, right? And whenever you really go back and you think about it, and this is something that's important to keep in mind, what evidence really was presented? What evidence was really out there that Blizzard had all these huge problems? It was really just people saying this, right? There were no real pictures, there were no videos, there was no chat messages and anything that was leaked out or anything like that. It was just simply a, basically a he said, she said situation. And so I think that what happened now is that, like we've had.
There was a book.
And now there are people that come forward and they do say, like, hey, I was taken advantage of, abused, etc. And because of the.
And this was pushed by Jason Schreier, by the way. See, like, that I don't understand. I'm not... So, again, I was not following the games industry as intently when the whole Blizzard thing was going on, right? Like, I wasn't... I don't think I was even making YouTube videos at that time, right? So, like, I wasn't... Like, I would see stuff that happened and would say, oh, man, that's crazy. But I would largely just kind of leave it there and then walk away and just not even think about it, right? I don't know what his involvement is. I know that he wrote a book, but I don't know how deep that goes. So my question, like, that brings up a lot of questions because it's like, if he had enough material to write a book about this, like, how much of this information was he holding on to, and like for how long did he know that like some shit was going on and what shit was real and what shit wasn't? I just started reading that book a few days ago. Yeah, I might have to do it myself. Because I do have like a sinking, like, you have to keep in mind that, like, and I'm saying this from like even the perspective of somebody that runs a YouTube channel, like, you have to keep, like, the most salacious news is the most profitable news, right? And like what can end up happening sometimes is that, like, the media itself kind of wants to start believing like the worst possible scenario, because that ends up making for the better story, which ends up making more money, which ends up leading to more popularity, right? So like, you have to be like super conscious of like that kind of temptation to like get, enchanted by those kind of tales. But I could easily see some in the media falling for some of that stuff, or even perpetuating some of it, even if they knew.
Bad actions of seemingly the people in California and also Blizzard making these accusations or embellishing them seemingly, now it's going to be even harder for people that are legitimate to be taken seriously. And I think that's a very, very sad and bad thing to have happen. So really, to me, I am just disappointed in this whole thing. I'm disappointed to see what's happened. I don't really think that, like, if this hadn't happened, Blizzard would still be making games that are on the same level of aura of, like the Warlords of Draenor cinematic. Like, I don't think that really would have happened either way. But at the same time, I think that it definitely would be better than it is now.
I wonder if LD is going to watch the Phantom Blade overview trailer on the 11th. Are you one of the devs? We're waiting. If he said yes, what would you do, LD? Same thing I was already going to do. Watch the trailer anyway.
And the more that I read the way the California filings, almost demonize the idea that they had a certain, dominant, gender or
tell them to make sure they get me a sponsorship. Give me money.
that was running the company, and they looked at this as like an intrinsic problem. I realized that this seems to be a hit job. This seemed to be a instance in which they wanted this company to comply with an ideology, and the company was not complying with the ideology, and then they weaponized different complaints and different,
Legendary, didn't know you stream. Sweet. All right, guys, so that's the end of the stream today. It's been cool. I really appreciate everything.
Legislative and legal and administrative and judicial things to punish them for not acquiescing.
Shill? Why would you call me a shill? Of course I like to make money. What the fuck? I just like to make money from the right games. It's so much easier getting sponsored by games you actually want to play.
Not basically playing along. And I think that's really sad to see happen, especially whenever you have a lot of people who lost their jobs over this. Obviously, Blizzard, it's like you used to, a lot of people, like every game dev that I know, right, or anybody that I knew that got into game dev or whatever, they would always tell me, like, well, the dream job is to be able to work at Blizzard, right? Well, now you don't want to work at Blizzard because people ask you, like, okay, so who was drinking the...
what is that face? So... I went to video game design school. I went twice, actually. And both times that I went, I specifically was going because I wanted to work at Blizzard one day. Like, legitimately. Like, it was. Like, for guys my age around that time, like World of Warcraft and Blizzard, like, they were the fucking GOAT. Like, that's where everybody wanted to be. The only other place would be, like, maybe Activision at the time. Because keep in mind, even Activision still had a good name back then, right? Like, Call of Duty was also still peak back then. So, it's just like, it's good to have on a resume. Yeah, like Naughty Dog, BioWare, like, all, yeah. But, like, that's that's where I wanted to go. I thought it'd be really cool. Just like Pirate Software. No, Pirate Software worked at Blizzard for 7 years. And his dad worked at Blizzard. And his dad was the guy that was from the South Park thing. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Is that low enough? Probably not. I need to hit my voice changer.
Job is to be able to work at Blizzard, right? Well, now you don't want to work at Blizzard because people ask you, like, okay, so who was drinking the breast milk, right? And it just, it's not as exciting as people that want to know what the new WoW expansion is.
Because when it says Buffalo Bill, it puts the lotion on the skin, or else it gets the hose again.
Okay, so it's a little bit awkward, you could say. So that's really the video I wanted to talk about. Right now it's always going to be, I think it'll forever be a he said, she said situation. I think many of the accusations probably were to some degree true, but at the extent that they were, presented, it's probably not accurate. And it seemed like Blizzard was not acquiescing to the, woke identity, politics, agenda stuff. And this was, of course, evidenced in, of course, what I said before, the filings, right? This was defined as a problem. And fundamentally, I think that there is a war.
Which, I mean, like, that's the entire thing. Like, if you're making a settlement, there's a really good chance that part of that settlement is an agreement that you're going to, like, change your hiring practices and you're going to change your business structure. Because, like, you have to actually show, and, like, this is something that'll end up happening. Like, you have to show remediation. You can't just be like, oh, So there was some there were some harassment cases that happened on the property, that happened at the premise, that happened under our watch, and we didn't do anything about them, or maybe we covered them up, or whatever it is. Okay, we're gonna pay the fine. We're gonna pay the money. You guys have sued us. We'll pay up our comeuppance for us not doing what we should have to be able to, take care of this properly. And then the remediation, which is you have too many men working at your company, you have too many white men working at your company and leading your company, and you need to change that. And then they go, okay, we're going to change our hiring practices, and we are going to diversify our workforce. And then now Blizzard's lame.
On, that type of culture. And the people that use...
Because I'm almost positive they settled. I'm almost I swear to God. Yeah. Yeah, Blizzard settled. Activision Blizzard reached a $54 million settlement with the California Civil Rights Department in December of 2023. Hire an independent consultant. The company had to retain a third-party consultant approved by the California Civil Rights Department to evaluate the internal workplace operations. And I wonder what that internal consultant and that independent consultant did. Review compensation practices, standardize job leveling. This is required to fix their job qualifications and standard job leveling standards to ensure that women are not placed on lower tiers than men, or for substantially similar work. So hire more women and put women in positions of power. Evaluate overhaul performance evaluations, outdated or unbiased. The thing is that the problem that I have with a lot of this is that it's not even and I fully understand. I know there's a lot of you guys that probably you guys are against the ideology of, right? And there is an ideology that does push a lot of this stuff. And I'm going to be real with you guys. I just don't really fucking care. I look at anything that ever happens as an individual case and not necessarily the entire prescription. Because I know for a fact that you're just not going to get rid of this kind of mindset. Not entirely. You have to just combat this kind of stuff with just common sense. And the thing is that this is eventually just going to kill Blizzard. What they did, the poison that they injected into them is eventually just going to destroy that company. They're not going to be able to make the games that people want to play. They're not going to be able to continue to support the games that people, have been playing for years. World of Warcraft is probably at the lowest point it's ever been. It's continued to get lower. It's just not very good. The only way that it is good, and the only reason why they still have people playing right now, is because they gave them classics, so at least they can go back and play the games, that were originally there, but even still, that's not the same, right? And I just look at something like this, and I just think that it is just supremely fucked. I really do. I think that there are some civil rights issues and some stuff that you should really have to make sure that you have good guidelines in place to take care of people and whatnot. And I think that you should, people should feel protected, and people should feel like they have equal opportunity, right? They have equal opportunity. That doesn't necessarily mean that they don't have an equal chance, okay? Or no, it would mean they have an equal chance. It doesn't mean they're on equal footing, but it does mean that they have the opportunity. They have the chance to reach for the same goals and reach the same heights as anybody else, but they're all ultimately filtered down by their own skill or their own suitability. And when I see shit like this, what sucks about it is it just completely overrides the entire process of people getting better at their jobs and having something to fight for that, it keeps them on an even level with all of their peers. It really does. And because what this ends up doing is this doesn't make it where, ensures women are not placed on lower tiers than men for substantially similar work. What this ends up looking like isn't equality. It creates classes that end up getting a step up over everybody else. It doesn't represent equal outcomes. It never does. Women now comprise of roughly 50.1% of non-farmland payroll workforce. So now they take over now they are the breadwinners. Unless it's the labor force. Employment to population, men still take over. Society is just, I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too old school.
Types of
Maybe I'm too old school.
Will do this, and
I don't think there's any wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong if you have people that are both working in the household, but like I do feel like it's weird that like we're now sliding into a future where more women are working than men are, and I don't really like that personally.
Will weaponize and pull every lever they possibly can. And I think that it's important that us that are normal people, right, have to make sure that we have our guard up and not let these people subvert us or lie or take advantage of us like they have many times. And I think this is just one more example of it. And I wanted to make this video and talk about it and just kind of set the record.
And he's absolutely right. People who are subverting people are trying to misdrew it and stuff like that. I actually pre-watched, and I'm not gonna watch it now or anything like that, but I watched Jason Schreier's response to all of this drama before I ever even seen the drama. I didn't even know it was even a thing until I saw Jason Schreier's video, and he was just like, "Oh, outrage farmers are outrage farming, and that's what YouTubers and content creators do, and blah 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 blah." And he's just like, it was basically just a massive nothing burger video that I was just like, "What the fuck was this supposed to mean?" And now that I'm watching this, I come to realize that he's trying to kind of quell the flames of any outrage that people have that, you know, maybe you guys profiteered off of the back of something that largely wasn't real.
Straight, at least the best that I can, because I talked about it a lot whenever it happened. So I'd be curious to hear everybody else's thoughts on this and what everybody else thinks. And at the end of the day, you know, I'll be keeping.
And it's also really, I'm also kind of surprised to see how many people actually feel that exact same way. Like I see what a lot of people are actually saying. I see what a lot of people are saying, on Twitter and stuff like that, talking about it, where most people are in agreement that the guy, you know, I don't know. I'm not gonna say that he lied. I don't, because I don't fucking know, right? I have no idea. But whether or not you sensationalized, wow, that's a different story.
Up with this as, you know, more pieces of information arise, but ultimately it's just really sad to see what happened, and I hope that, you know, I hope things can get better, and I hope obviously we can move past this hysteria. I think that we already are, as evidenced by the amount of blowback and hostility for, you know, these accusations now, but it's a long road to go, and we're not there yet, but I'm glad to see at least one of these things that was bullshit be put to bed. So anyway, guys,
yeah,
that's about it.
Good video.
That's it. Wow, how about that? Who could have expected all these outlandish stories were actually seemingly mostly embellished? So anyway, thank you all very much for watching. Curious to hear what everybody thinks in the comments, and I will talk to you all in the next one. Peace.
Well, yeah, that didn't happen, did it? Did it, Zach? I'll see you guys all online tomorrow. Oh, no, not so much. Yeah, California HR department lawsuit. Fucking crazy, to be honest with you. My man McCree died for nothing. True. I think it's you have to be really cautious when you hear some of these more outlandish outlandish opinions that come across. You know what I mean? We'll see him again maybe in a bit. You'll probably see him in the next couple of days. It was from what I understand, it was only a 2-day temporary ban. So Not that I have to share it, and not like you guys wouldn't be able to find it yourself, but I'll share the video as well if you want to watch it on your own. But yeah, it's interesting. I like some of the stuff I'm gonna have to look up myself. I have to read it myself and like actually like really dive into it or whatnot like that. But wait, what did he get banned for? I'm not really talking about it. I don't really care. Like it's like political topic shit that I'm just not like. I'm not gonna really get into it. Every time he gets banned, he fixes something about his life. Maybe a vacation will clean his house. Motherfucker actually just probably needs to take a vacation, period. Like, just go somewhere for a little while. And, like, I don't know, fucking get out of the house. Get out of the town. Get out of the city. Go somewhere. Go do something. That's what I would do if I were him. Especially with how much time that dude spends, like you know, locked up all the time. Shit. I'm going to show you guys this game I've been playing. I'm going to show you this game I've been playing. Fuck the Blackhawks, go Devils. Devils fucking suck too. My team sucks, your team sucks, we all suck together. Oh, I need to still go through it. Like, I'll do it on my own time. I'm not gonna do it right now, but I still need to go through some of these areas, and I need to like fucking find all of the goddamn pieces of ore so I can buy stuff. Love the level editor in this game, dude. I've only just been playing the campaign so far. Fucking fire though. Shoot the targets. Ah! Ooh, boomer shooter. Yeah, I mean it's like old school Doom. Is there anything down here? Did I miss anything? This is always the shit that like nervous. Like I always gotta look. I can't just walk away from something like that. I have no idea what it is. Oh, that's all it was? Oh, okay. Fucking easy. Fucking easy. The game looks nice. I fucking love the way this game looks. I really do. I'll switch my Twitch category real quick. There you go. The game is called Proteus, by the way. Nice to see that you're getting good. Yeah, I'm good. I am good. I'm the best at everything I do all the time. I saw somebody in my fucking comment section on my last stream that was talking fucking mad shit. Dude said some weird shit. If he's still like watching videos, I want you to know that I fucking banned your bitch ass. Some little fuckboy was in my comment section talking about how like there's just something about him. you know, I don't know how this guy can be so likable but have such a punchable face. And the other guy underneath him's like, yeah, I want to punch him in the fucking face too. I think it's his ego, but he does have a lot of good takes. And it's just like his ego. I don't have a fucking ego. They're just a bunch of fucking weirdos that are sitting around on the internet that are like, oh, because the guy talks with any level of confidence and doesn't fucking, doesn't have his fucking nuts cut off, that this guy must fucking think that he's king of the fucking world. No, I don't think I'm king of the fucking world, asshole. Total projections? It was so weird. Like, who the fuck, who says that? Who goes into somebody's fucking comment section talking about wanting to punch them in the fucking face? Especially if you say that you like them. Like, it's almost kind of romantic. Like, they kind of, like, want it like that. And I don't give it like that. You know what I mean? Let's see. What? Ah! I dig the vibes of this game. Where am I supposed to? Oh. I'm like, where am I supposed to go? I fucking absolutely dig the art style. God, I fucking love indie games, dude. It's so nice to play something that doesn't look like every other fucking goddamn game. Without it needing to be like some pretentious fucking like pretentious millennial art slop or something like that, right? Okay, so how do I get into this? This is the shit that I'm never good at. I always think it's gonna be like Doom and I have to like hit like a secret button somewhere. Oh shit. Well, I did that one by accident. We already went in here. That's nothing. I went in. Alright, fuck it, whatever. It ain't that deep. Whoa! Whoa! Wait, did that unlock it? Probably not. It did. It did. Imagine having an artistic direction and not having everything use Unreal Engine slop with maximum tinkering. True, true. Feels smooth as hell. It does. What is this game? It's called Proteus. Prodeus. Okay. Am I retarded? I could be. Ah! Ow! I do really like when it comes to these like boomer shooters that these guys have done like a really good job at like upping the pace on it, so there's like a little bit more going on. It's been. I used to play Spear of Destiny all the fucking time, man. It was on my my stepmom's work computer because it came for free with it, I guess. Or it was like either that or it was like somebody else's refurbished PC that had like some PC games on it. Dude, I used to jam that shit all the fucking time. Tapping like every single wall, thinking every single wall is a secret wall or something like that. I still haven't got any other new weapons yet, man. I want some weapons. I want some weapons. Can't go in there. Down here? No. No. Oh, shit. Ow, you fucker. Holy shit! I wish the music was a little bit more pronounced. The music's actually really good, but then it dies out a little bit too quick. Like I keep thinking the game is gonna let me rip and tear, and then it just rips, and then it stops ripping. Shit. Ow, fucker. Shit. There's got to be secrets in this area somewhere, right? Right? Well, how the fuck am I supposed to get over there? I'm just gonna die, right? I guess not. The pistol tickles my brain. It's so fucking good, dude. What days does LD stream? I only stream 1 day a week. I do want to, like, for like the last year and a half, I've been talking about how I want to stream more than 1 day. And I'll talk about it for probably the next year and a half as well. What? Blah! Back off, motherfucker! I guess this game actually has like full-on fucking PvP and shit as well, like actual like versus maps and shit. Which I don't know how I feel about it, but it sounds fun. Shoot! I will say that, like, I do really, like, I want more weapons. The game definitely tickles my, like, definitely tickles my pickle with the way that it, like really throws, like, a pretty solid arsenal at you from, like, the very beginning, which is, like, really fucking nice. Oh, you want the smoke? Then you get the smoke. Then you get the smoke. But does it choke? Does it choke your chicken? Not fully. Not fully. There's not enough big old, big fucking guns. Okay. Uh-oh. Proteus portal detected. Is that guy? Are you the Proteus portal? Proteus! No, Proteus. Oh no. Game is dope, dude. Game is so dope. I think this game is fucking sick. Boss fight? I don't know. There might be some. Maybe I haven't gotten to one if there is. Shouldn't have took those upstairs. I had candy down here, but I don't have any candy. The gun sounds are so good. That was wicked. Yeah, this is going on my wish list, dude. It's so fucking good. Here, I'll share it to chat. I'll share it to everybody in chat. Proteus. So is this locked? I need 5 or 6 collect runes to unlock. I didn't find a rune in the last one. I can buy a weapon though, I think, right? This stuff you gotta unlock later. Oh, it's So I can buy the super shotgun or the plasma rifle. Super shotgun, plasma rifle. And that goes where? Oh, I have to pick it up. Okay, so it's in my shotgun slot. Sick. Shoots 4 rounds. Ultra dope. What is this? Oh, to shoot quad shot at large enemies. Ooh. Okay. The low frame rate really matches the aesthetic. It does. What monitor do you use? I have an Asus ROG, Asus ROG Strix or something. I can't remember which one it is. It's the OLED. It's OLED, like 300 something hertz. 2700 or fucking 1440p. I am John Proteus. New weapon! Sniper shot. Oh. Okay, this is actually sick as fuck. Okay. Oh, I don't have any fucking handgun ammo. There you go. There's got to be a secret over here. There's no way there's not. Are you fucking for real? There's really not? I could have. You would think. This feels secret-y. This feels like an area that there'd be something that you were like, no, I just didn't. How did I not see that? Guess not. Suspicious. Where I came from. Where do I go? Chaos ammo? What does that mean? Just like random ammo? Fuck! Fuck! I didn't realize what he was until I ran in there. This is a substitute considering Doom: The Dark Ages was underwhelming. Yeah, it was much whelming. How'd I miss that? I didn't even know they were coming my way. How would I have known that? Holy shit, you sneaky little bastard. Dope. Oh, that's what I need up there. Whoa. Sometimes some problems solve themselves. Okay. What's going on here? Okay, so when I shut down... this. Oh, that's what it is. I was like, what the fuck was hitting me? I hit the side of that wall. Okay, there we go. All right. Yeah, all the weapon animations, the weapon swap animation, the and also the sound effects for each weapon and stuff is just absolutely fucking immaculate. Absolutely immaculate. Oh, how do we get into there? Figured it out. Good night, LD. Later, man. Later. Glad you guys enjoyed the stream. I would literally have to force myself to stop playing this. It's super addicting. I've disassociated multiple times while I've been playing this already and forgot you guys were even there. Shit. That's usually the mark of a good game is when I sometimes like I'm playing something and I forget that I'm even streaming. And I'm just like, what the fuck is going on again? Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, there's other people here. Forgot all about that. Do some ranked? Ranked what? Do some Apex? It'll eviscerate your brain? What is Apex? Apex Legends? Apex Legends. Ew, no. Why the fuck would I play Apex Legends? What is it, fucking 2019? I totally thought that was going to open a door down there. Guess not. And again, you're trying to tell me there's no secret here. Oh, whatever. Oh, you're trying to tell me shit's about to get hairy. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Why is that? Ah! Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where did the scary thing go? I thought this was gonna lead me somewhere. It doesn't. Does LD have a gaming channel? What does that even mean? Fuck, okay. I should be shooting these fucking barrels, but I'm an idiot. What? Fuck! Hey, you can't come in here, can you, bitch? Whew. Do you have a channel where you just play video games? No. No, I do not. I don't like. I don't even know what I would even. Well, like, what would I do? Like, just not even talk and just do like no commentary playthroughs? This is the channel where you play video games. Yeah, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I mean, like, every single video I post has me having gameplay in the back of it while I'm talking shit, right? This is a yapping channel. It's just, it's like, actually, I think my channel is kind of like, I feel like it's almost kind of like throwback to just like I don't like put a whole lot of like effort into editing and shit like that. It's literally just me talking shit over gameplay and throwing some articles up on screen. Sir? What is this? What is the point of that? Okay, how do I get into there? It looks like it's under. You gotta come up underneath it. Okay. Ow! Okay, I can't go. I can't get up there, so it has to be down here. I need the blue key card. There it is. Do you think this game has enough blood? Probably needs more, yeah. How do I get it to open back up? You would think I'd have found that secret by now. Wait a minute. Okay, so I found one thing to shoot. Oh, okay. Another blue key. Fucking cock-sucking motherfucker. Whew. I think that one was a secret, so I'm gonna go grab that. That was one secret, yeah. That's the exit, though. I would have thought that there would have been another one and I just missed it. Maybe not, I guess. I don't know. I thought that was like one of those like secret shots too, but I guess it's not. Back to the start for the speaker that you found. I guess I couldn't find it. What is this? Proteus. I need to find the blue key card. I need to find the blue key card. This is if Doom and System Shock had a baby? Yeah, kind of. Okay, we'll do another one. The Shredders. The Shredders. Oh no, I fell. I don't understand it. I don't understand how to get the fucking other shit. What did I miss? Did I not hit certain buttons on the way there, or is that what that was? I don't know if anybody else has played this before. Love the Super Mario Brothers style map. Me too. I don't know. We'll figure it out another time. Go faster and find secret switches. Oh, okay. Leave it to the fucking dude with the Doom profile picture to be the guy that would know. It's always a fucking tease, dog. Oh, sticky grenades? So these all require green keys. Okay. Green key card there, green key card up at the top there. Don't forget that one. Of course they gotta hit me with the fucking straight up like abstract map. Like, I don't know what the fuck is going on with this map. I have no idea. Crazy map, dog. They're hitting me with some crazy maps. What? Hmm. Okay. Oh, I didn't even know that gun could do that. That's actually really fucking cool. Okay. No, that's not the way to get there. Got him. There we go. I love the squelching. The, like, all the fucking nasty shit just bouncing all over the fucking place. The blood splattering everywhere. You can, like, hear it all. Nobody? Okay. Must be for the exit portal, I would imagine. Yeah, this is green as well. Might have gone in the wrong I guess I did. Okay. Now the question is, how do I get in there? Good animation, especially the 4-barrel shotgun. It's really good. Oh, shit. Okay. Splitty? Thank you for $4.99. Appreciate it, brother. Preach. Preach. I always appreciate it when they have you lap back and you just go back to the place that you need to go. Sure. That's some good shit. That was some good shit. All right, boys. That's it. That's it. I'm getting tired. Starting to run out of steam. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for watching the show today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I had a really good time giving it, and you guys had a really good time taking it. Thank you for all the super chats. Thank you guys for all the donations. Thank you guys for everything that you have. All of it, man. Honestly. What is this? Peace, bro. Good night. Yeah. Lame. Well, I'm sorry. It is what it is. It's fucking 7 hours. I've been streaming for 7 hours. I'm fucking tired, man. It's like past 11 o'clock. It's my bedtime. It's my bedtime. Thank you guys for all the super chats. Thank you guys for all the donations. Thank you guys for all of your generosity. Thank you guys for all of your kind words. Thank you guys for everything. It means the world to me. And seeing as we're like this close to like 500,000 subscribers, it's just fucking absurd. Chances are next week we'll probably be talking about that. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your week, rest of your weekend. Have a safe weekend. Don't do anything crazy, and I'll catch you guys next week, okay? Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. For the Twitch people, I will just fucking throw you at, I don't know. I'll throw you at Moist Critical. I want to go play Magic with him too. Maybe I'll get his attention that way. I actually want. The funny thing is, I don't want to make content with anybody in the creator sphere whatsoever. I just want to do my own thing. I don't really want to make videos with anybody else. The only thing that I do want to do is I want to play Magic with people. That's pretty much it. But anyway, I'll catch you guys in the next one. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Have a good weekend. See you next time. Peace.